Okay, we are back. We are in the Bread and Own Female Show. The Bread and Own Female Show. For those that are not very aware of what this show is it about? The kids have had to breed. Well, I'm going to say something maybe dumb here. These kids are not just the owners of these females; they also bred, bred them. Hope that's not that dumb. I'm so sorry.
I'm excited to go ahead and kick off our Bread and Owned Heifer show here, and I think these four up here offer a lot of differences and a lot of challenges, and I think you just need to go ahead and decide where you're going to lay your priorities and stick to that. And boy, I do like the extra sound structure this heifer has. Is she a tick frailer and maybe isn't quite just super muscular and amped up and maybe looks more like the cattle do behind her, but I almost think that's what I like about her. I love how long and level she comes there out of her hip. I love the posture to her rear leg. I do maybe think she's a tick weaker there in her pasterns, and she probably sets down a little too soft at sometimes, but I do think this thing is very square and very loose. You get in behind her, you can tell she's a heifer calf. She's a little greener, and I'll forgive her for that today, but I do think that this thing really puts together a lot of cool pieces from the side. I see a lot of cow power in this thing down the road for this young lady. The young man we'll go ahead and have here in second. There's a lot of things I really like about her in terms of extremes. I really love how round-bodied she is, how she has some base width when you step in behind her. She's a big-footed heifer that represents a lot of stoutness to feature and has a lot of true cow power in her as of today as a heifer calf, and I really, really appreciate that about her. Maybe when she gets out and goes, she maybe doesn't want to fill her track as much. She might be just fighting the halter too and having a bad day. She wants to get a tick weaker there behind her hump and shoulders as well, and maybe wants to look a bit more tubular in some sense. I would like to maybe give her a scotch more body here. This red heifer though, she has that. She has plenty of body from the side. She's super deep and soft there from heart to flank. She still has some roundness of body as well. My main cue with her is on the go. I think she's a bit too upright there to the angle of her pasture, and more specifically, I think she flexes out of her hock pretty all right. She's a little too tight there in her lower joints at the surface for me, but I do think that she puts together a lot of things from the side, maybe just get the tick planer up front as well. The young man that comes in fourth, this is a good cow in my mind. She's sound, she's functional, she's got some flesh and ability, and she's got some body to her, but there's just nothing super fancy and that maybe just quite catches your eye about her, but I really think that's okay too, because this is going to make a really nice cow for the young man down the road. When she gets out and goes, I do think maybe she's a bit more upright there out of her hock, and maybe just wants to get a scotch stiffer and miss her stride ever so slightly, but I do think that this is a very solid cow for this young man. The red heifer we have here next, boy, is this a stout one here. She's walk around some big old paws down there, and you get in behind her. She's big there out of her pin set and out of her hip. She stands with some base width there as well. She represents a lot of cow power from the side, and I appreciate that about her. I think she gets a bit too weak there behind her hump and her shoulders. She's a bit too extreme in how round she is out of her hip for me. And when you ask that one to get out and go, she's probably struggles just to scotch more off of either ends of her skeleton. Young man's red heifer that comes here next. This is a long-bodied one I really like from the side. I love her extra length and extension that she does have to offer. Her extra stoutness of feature at the surface is sure appreciated as well. I just wish she was a tick stronger there in her top line, could drop her down and give her a scotch more body, ease her up and loosen her up at the surface. And the young lady's gray that comes next, I really like this one from the side because she does have some depth of body. She has some kind of doability sense to her. She's maybe just a bit more uncoordinated when you ask her to get out and go, and maybe falls apart from a balance perspective from the side. But I do really appreciate how this young lady gets this one stuck. Good job.
Thank you, Judge. Results here in Class 2. First place, entries 382, Isaac Duhan. Second place, entry 470, Ross Turner. Third place, entry 1175, Lily Reed. Fourth place, entry 380, Isaac Duhan. Fifth place, entry 2000, Eli Parks. Sixth place, entry 1085, Drake Melicon. And seventh place, entry 336, Kenzie Gandy. Class 3, we have entry number 1032, Ansley Hayes. And entry 1232, with Stuckhouse Ranch.
All right, guys, we had our winner and our second in class in that very first class. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up. Our winner went to 007, Piper Manso. That's going to be a 007. Let's listen to the judge.
We'll go ahead and start out with the young man's red heifer here. I think just in terms of body and soundness of structure, she wins it for me. I'm going to take the definitely probably more loose there out of her hip and her rear leg assembly for sure. She's more accurate about meeting her track on the go. She probably wants to get up in her spine ever so slightly whenever you ask her to get out and take the ring. But I think that's being kind of nitpicky on her because she still has a lot of depth of body here. She's soft there from heart to flank. She has some fleshing ability for sure. She maybe gets a little bit more out there in her chest and maybe wants to splay him out ever so slightly up front. But I just think in terms of good basics, she's got it for sure. The young lady's gray calf, that'll come next. I like this one from the side in terms of length of side, some extra femininity and prettiness that she has up there about her head and her neck, and she is more refined there about her hump, and I think that really lends to her extra feminine look, and I do appreciate that about her. But then again, I still think that comes with just a scotch less as well. She's probably a tick frailer there at the surface, and you step in behind the cattle, she's a little bit more closed up there out of her hips, out to her pin set. Maybe just gets a scotch there flatter through the center portion of her body as well. Just not as much cow there today.
Thank you, Judge.
All righty. We have a class champion. I'm going to get a little bit caught up. We are in the Bred and Owned Female Show. Thanks for asking those questions about the PDF. And thank you so much, Dustin in Santiago. Steve Doucet, hey, how are you? Glad to see you watching. Maria, Kaylee, Cody, Brooklyn, Blake Collins. Thanks for watching, and a whole boatload of other people. Juan Rodriguez, thanks for watching. Let us know where you're watching from. Bethlehem Bishop is in the house. Bethlehem Bishop, of course, is IS Ranch Fitting Services, and IS Ranch Fitting Services is one of our sponsors. Am I right, Mr. Iran? Okay, we're moving into Class 3, but I think that Bethlehem Bishop would like to know, and Adrian Thibodeau, boy, have you had a great show. TBR, rocking the house. Rocking the house. So our first place in class number 2 was none other than 007 Piper Manso, 41. We had someone else on the stick other than Isaac because he had 2 entries. They were actually full siblings. That is going to be a 007 Bryce Manso daughter out of JDH Lady Swan Manso. And in second, we had the Miss 4R Proud Mary 124. If you watch the Bull Show and you watch those early portion of the Bull Show, you would have seen the Mr. H. Pride-O-Matic Manso bulls of Ross Turner's, and those are out of Miss BER Cactus Rose, a female that he showed to great success. And of course, those bulls were class champions, so they are full sibs. And he also brought home in the open show, I do believe that the 4R Proud Mary made it into the top of the open show. So again, congratulations to those guys. In class number 3, which is our class we just finished, we had Primo Castillo of Huastecas Ranch son winning. That was Red Queen, 24/3. And then in second, we had that RW Cupid's Lady. And so congratulations to those guys. I'm going to go off the camera. Be right back.
I recommend this though. This stuff's good. It's like Chex Mix. It's got some chips in I'm freaking shaking right now. But I just don't like doing that. So that kid. So you know how all that stuff is in the ranch's name? The breeder is the ranch, not the kid. So it's not a right now.
You like and what she has to offer, and the young lady gets her stop from the side. I really appreciate this one's extra stoutness of feature and how she's able to handle it. I know I've been harping on structure, and I know that she's probably a little tighter moving. You can come find me in the parking lot later, I guess, but I know she is a little bit more upright there to the angle of her hock and pasture, but I'm sorry, this one's set up on the side. It's kind of hard not to just really tie into this one. I really like how she's more level there in her top line, and when you get in behind her, boy, she's all there, and she's offering a lot of mass and a lot of cow power when you step in behind her, and I do appreciate that a good deal. It's a very nice competitive heifer, young lady. The red that's going to be next, I like this one in terms of depth of body and how soft she is there from heart to flank, and how long-sided this one is for sure. I just think in terms of flashiness and out there pieces, she doesn't quite have it, but that doesn't mean I dislike her either, because I think this is a very solid cow for this young lady. She's just a little bit more conventional in her look up front, more conventional there out of her hip and out of her rear hock and pasturing as well. The young man that'll be next here, I really tied into this heifer a lot, and I still really do like her from the side. I love her extra length aside, how she's there strong behind her shoulder and her hip, how she's more refined in those aspects as well, and looks like a lady at the same time. I love her roundness of body, but when you make something round and bold, you pick it up. So I would also like to just see a scotch bit more depth of body there as well, there from heart to flank, and deepen her up and soften her up. But to talk about the girl standing behind her, she doesn't have that issue, boy. She's sappy bellied and super sound and loose spined when you ask this one to get out and go. So pretty about her head and her hump in those regards. She's very flat about her shoulder. It lays onto her body nice. But in the same breath, you want to get in behind her. She's more closed up there in her pin set. She's narrower and she's just flatter, maybe not just quite as much true, genuine power there. But that's not to be said about the heifer we round out with, because that thing is packed with some muscle and some power and some extra feature and stoutness that you've really got to appreciate in these kind of cattle. I just think she gets a tick weaker there behind her shoulder and hump, and when you'd ask that heifer to get out and go, she's a bit more restricted there out of her hock and rear pasturing.
Results here in Class 4. We have entries number first place, entry 963, Lily Larson. Second place, entry 826, Lily Larson. Third place, entry 595, Teal Cranky. Fourth place, Miss entry number 101, Baxter Whitworth. And fifth place, entry 102, Baxter Whitworth.
offers a lot of spread up high, and she comes very big and square there out of her hip, and she remains down at the surface with the same kind of base width. I really appreciate how feminine she is there about her head. She's more refined there in that aspect, and I really think that just alludes to her cowiness and her pretty look that she has up front. But that's kind of the different story here with the heifer in second. She definitely offers a lot more punch and a lot more power when you initially study these two. I do think she's probably the bigger footed option. You get in behind her, boy, she's huge there out of the top side of her hip. There's a lot of cow back there for sure. My biggest take with her is when you ask this one to get out and go, I think she's maybe just a tick too upright off of all fours, and she maybe just labors just a bit too much there off of either ends of her skeleton. And the young man's painted heifer here, I really do like once he got her set up on the side and kind of got her pulled together. Boy, I do kind of like the pretty look she gives from the side. She's up-headed in those regards. She comes long and level there out of her top line, and when you ask this one to get out and go, she is secure enough there at the surface. And when you study these two up close, there's a lot more cow there than I think you initially think too as well. The young lady will round out the class with the dark red heifer. From a stoutness standpoint, I really like this one. You get in behind her, there's still a lot there. She's big-footed, she stands square at the surface, and she's wide, super bold there through the center portion of her body. Where she falls out for me is in terms of overall balance, I think. She's too severe there and steep out of her hip. She gets weaker there behind her hump and shoulder, and maybe just doesn't quite proportion up as well as the other cattle in front of her.
Thank you, Jeff.
We're getting caught up just a little bit, getting a little caught up. So, Nueces Valley Ranch, thanks for watching with us. I was not here for the first couple classes, so didn't necessarily talk about class number 4, but we did have a great winner, and that was LGL Ginger 5/3. That's going to be a Mr. V8, not 195/8. Our good friend Carrie Clay of Hart, BC. That, of course, is the Red Man Bull. And Moreno Miss Rosie Star is the dam. So again, LGL Ginger 5/3, Red Man daughter out of Moreno Miss Rosie Star, which makes her, Iran, what does that make her? A full sibling to, oh, he wasn't paying attention. Oh my goodness. Michelle Kraft, I know he knows better than to not pay attention to me. Hey Justin, hey Adolfo, hey Rigo and Missy. Hope you guys were paying attention, but LGL Ginger is a full sibling to the bull that Casa Ray just bought, which is Rockin' Red Man, which is sired by the Red Man bull. Of course, that's V8 195/8, who also had the, was it junior yearling or was it senior yearling champion? That beautiful V8 heifer in the gray show. Was it the junior? Or was it the senior?
I think it was,
We don't know what it was. One of those yearling classes.
I think it was the senior, but I'm not sure.
Okay, it was one of those yearling classes. We're going to go with that, okay? It's just so confusing. Hey, Beto and Christina and John ZC. Buddy Bailey, we know you are watching from up above. And Kathy Bailey, there you go. You're watching from, hopefully at home, where it's a little air conditioned and cooler. Alrighty. Second in class in that class number 4 in this bred and owned female show was Miss 7R, easy for me to say, Miss 7R Sugar Plump, Lily Reed. That is a Magnum daughter out of Miss 7R Ziggy. And in class 5, we took home the champion in the class with Bar Miss Sassy. That, of course, is a JDH Mr. Manso, 779/4. Out of JDH Lady Manso, 607, Reese Baker. And Ryan Max Simpson, Simpson Brahmins, SB Polled Lizzie, 17/3. That's a KK Polled Zuko. Out of SB Polled Elizabeth. We're now in class number 6. Looks like we only have 2 entries. We have LGL, Paint the Town Red. That is going to be another full sibling to the Rockin' Red Man, and therefore full sibling to Ginger. And then we also look like we have Lily Boat, showing her Mr. H. Asher Manso out of Lady H. Mimi Manso. So we have 2 different beautiful females here. Lily Larson and Lily Vogt showing. Hey, Dusty and Abby and Alex and Ed and Shazad, Mateo, JJ, Justin, Yancey. Thanks, guys, for watching. Let us know where you're watching from. Assam and NV Ranch, Moises Valley Ranch. You guys said I was saying it right yesterday. Let's hope I'm saying it right today, too. It's been a long show. And just think, in 3 days, we will be in Nicaragua. Yeah. Awesome. We cannot wait. And guess who one of our sponsors is at Nicaragua? Oops, he doesn't know. Yes,
I'm sorry,
he does.
what was the question?
One of our sponsors at Nicaragua is DM. That is none other than
David Raskowski.
Yep, David Raskowski. So there you go.
And his wife.
I'm sorry?
And his wife.
And his wife, of course. D for David, M for McKenna, Raskowski for their last name, DM. Okay, looks like we're going to go with the red heifer first. That's going to be Lily Larson. Listen to our judge, Baker.
Female built nothing alike. I think this one's built like a brick house for sure, and she has the substance of bone and she has the power. And I will say, when you step in behind this one, you would maybe expect to see just a scotch more rib shape and some natural bloom and just some flesh there in those regards. She comes really big there out of her hip. She offers a lot of mass in those regards, but I think that is the big difference. That one's a lot rounder and bolder there about the center portion of her body. This one's a lot better there out of her hip and probably better there behind her shoulder and hump as well. And I prefer the extra stoutness of feature. Yes, when this one gets out and takes the ring, she's probably a bit more hesitant there off of her rear two wheels, and she misses her stride there ever so slightly. But then the gray heifer here, this one's super, super loose when you ask her to get out and go, and she meets her track. She is the frailer footed option, but I think she's also prettier and much more feminine there ahead of her shoulder, and within the same breath. But I just think those two are built completely different, and you just kind of have to pick which kind you like out of those two. Very competitive set of heifers. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Results here.
All right, our results in class number 6 are LGL, Paint the Town Red. Hope Kerry Clay is watching, because he always loves seeing those red man genetics do good in the arena. We do too. That, of course, was LGL, Paint the Town Red. That was our 2024 AJBA All-American Bred and Owned Calf Champion Female. Our Kissimmee Valley Livestock Show, hey, Reggie, Calf Champion Female. Also the Miami International Open Show Calf Champion Female. Again, super great female, full sibling to the very famous Rockin' Red Man, who just got bought by Castaway, from what I understand. And no slouch, exactly in the arena in that second. It was a tough, tough competition. That was Lily Vogt with her reserve calf champion grade female from the AJBA All-American Bred and Owned. That was Miss L.K. Irma's Blessing, 26/3, sired by Mr. H. Asher Manso, 158/8, and out of Lady H. Mimi Manso. She was also our reserve grand and junior yearling champion during the Brahmin event junior show that that Reggie put on just the other day. So we were in Lufkin the other day at the Brahmin event, and they had a junior show and an open show, and she was our reserve grand and junior yearling champion. Of course, Lily Vogt on the stick of that beautiful female. And thank you guys so much for watching. And without our sponsors, we could not be here. That is going to be, of course, Hensey Cattle. And I think someone from Hensey, Linda, you're watching a great show, and we agree. It is an awesome show, and I'm thinking Grayson's going to be in here shortly. So we'll be seeing her, I believe, showing here in a little bit. And that, of course, is the beautiful CTCH Lizzie Wino, 13/3. That is a daughter of the very super famous BCC Lady Elizabeth, who Lady Elizabeth was 4 for 4 in 24. She won the very first 4 big shows there in the ABBA. So again, congratulations to Grayson for winning her very first championship at her very first All-American. Did you know that, Iran? That was Grayson's very first All-American, her very first All-American championship, and the first calf for the BCC Lady Elizabeth because they had flushed her. She is due to calve, I'm not sure when, but she is a beautiful female. They are selling, I believe, embryos out of that beautiful female that you see right there. And without our sponsors, we could not be here. So make sure, guys, that you thank our sponsors because it's really important that we have sponsors so we can show you this great show. Let us know what you think about the show. Mohammed and Michelle and Lana and Darian and Chata and MD, Hayat, Fabio, Sloan, let us know what you think, where you're watching from. We are in class number 7. Class number 7, this is our April of 2023 offspring. We have Jalen Tesh up there with her Miss JT 823 Loretta. That's going to be a Mr. CB Rocky out of 14 Miss Stella. 007 Willow Jane, that's going to be a JDH Mr. Hero Manso out of DQD Bailey. That is Isaac Duhan on the stick. Ryan Max Simpson showing his SB Charlie. That's a CV Mr. Charlie daughter out of Miss HC Tessa. Madison Parker showing her 4P Miss Rose. That is a Bar DMN Ghost Rider. That, of course, was our Reserve International Champion the year that Jacob Tipp judged. And, of course, also our Show Bull of the Year. That is out of 4P Miss Callie. And Miss BER Wildflowers took home a championship yesterday, and she is a Mr. BER Trump daughter out of Miss BER Zoe, of course, Jackson Smith on the stick. And look, Iran, Lizzie's going to be showing here shortly. So Grayson will be showing Lizzie here shortly, I think in that next class. So Hensley Cattle Company, stay tuned. You're going to be seeing someone that you're pretty fond of here shortly. Again, we're in the Bred and Owned show. Hey, Bobby Terry, how are you doing? Boy, you guys had a great All-American with your grandson. Let's judge.
The young man's gray female we'll go ahead and start the class with. I think in terms of total, she wins it. She's stout featured and she's sound. She's got some body, and boy, she does put on a cool look from this side when the young man gets her set up. I really do like that about her. She's very eye-catching even from across the ring. I do like when you get on top of the cattle and you get a little bit closer, you can see how round and bold she is there about the center portion of her body, and all the extra cow power she has packed all into that. I really do like that one in terms of totals and the flashy look she can give you from the side. The young man's heifer that comes next, I really like this one in terms of some extra body and some mass for sure. She's bold there about the center portion of her body, but in the same breath, she's still super deep and soft there from heart to flank, and you get in behind her. She comes big there out of her hip. She's wide there out of her pin set as well. I just think she probably gets a scotch plainer there from the side, maybe a tick smaller footed at the surface in comparison to the heifer that stood in front of her. Young man speckle-necked red, that'll be next here. I like her extra grow and stretchiness that she has to offer, and whenever you get up closer on studying the cattle, she's still, she's cracked open wide, and she still offers a bunch of extra mass and cow power as well. I just think too that we maybe need to see a scotch more body with the extra shot of frame that she has here today. I'd like to make her there deeper and softer from heart to flank, and maybe make her a scotch more reliable there at the surface as well. The young lady's red, that'll be next. I really like the extra length of side and the prettiness this heifer has. She's ultra feminine there about her head, and she's more refined there in her hump, and I really like that about her. She's very flat and smooth in her joint work. footwork, and that's the way she reads from the side. Is very smooth, and I do like that about her. But all in the same breath, she gets a tick weaker there behind her shoulder and hump. She's a bit more upright there off of either ends. Young ladies, gray heifer, that'll be next. I really appreciate the extra boldness and stoutness this heifer has to offer. She's ultra bold there about the center portion of her body, and she's wide and she's big there out of her pin set. I just think she's a tick frailer today. Probably needs to have just a scotch more depth of body as well. Congratulations to that class.
So we have a first and second in class. Congratulations goes to 007 Willow Jane 39. That, of course, is Isaac Duhon on the stick for 007 Ranch. And that female was second in class at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo in class number 1 and won 6 points. So she is definitely no stranger to the show ring, and she just won her class. That, of course, is a JDH Mr. Hero Manso 91/5. Daughter out of DQD Bailey 25/9. Our second place went to none other than Jackson Smith with his Miss BER Wildflower 61/1. We watched his dad, Derek Smith, and also ABBA judge, take home that reserve senior yearling championship at the Bluebonnet Kickoff Classic just yesterday with Miss BER Wildflower, a Trump daughter. That, of course, is Mr. BER 427, nicknamed Trump. He was Show Bull of the Year, also a national champion, and out of Miss BER Zoe 634. Jackson Herman Smith, of course, on the stick. Right now, coming in the arena, we have 3 beautiful females. This is going to be Miss BER Jolene 41/1. We have good luck to Grayson. Yep, we're wishing good luck to Grayson too. So good luck, Grayson. This is her first show year. Like, yeah, she's not been doing this that long. I think she does a great job. Wow.
She's doing
Don't you
really
agree?
great.
Yeah, she did great at All-American. She won a reserve championship. So, yep, good luck, Grayson. That's for sure. We're wishing everyone good luck. If you're watching your show person from home, make sure you type in the comments, good luck. IS Ranch Fitting Services, of course, all gas, no brakes, and Bethlehem Bishop. If you're looking to show, you're looking for a fitter, you need someone to help teach you the ropes, none other than Bethlehem Bishop, IS Ranch Fitting Services. We can definitely recommend her. And Tanvir and Fatama and Sofka and Hus and Marcelo and Raphael and Dora and Hishim and Sophia and Kimberly, Rusty Owens, Kane Montgomery, Abdul Hamid. Let us know where you guys are watching from, what you think of the show. Victor Jimenez, Bill Norrell's watching. Right there on the screen, we're showing you 3 of those beautiful females. There's 3 in this class. Again, that Bullseye Ranch is to the right. We have Grayson there in the center doing a great job. And of course, we also have Lily Reed showing her Miss 7R, Easy Come, Easy Go. That's going to be a Mr. Bar W. Marshall daughter out of Miss 7R Eye Candy. We're in the arena with our judge, Holly Baker. As she makes her way around this class number 8. Class number 8. These are our May through June. Oops, we have the wrong dates on here, Ron. This is May through June 2023. We're going to listen to the judge. Go, Grayson, I guess. There you go. Looks like she got popped up into first.
Young ladies, gray heifer here. We'll go ahead and start the class off with. I think in terms of overall mass and body, boy, she's got it. And when you ask this when you ask this trio to get out and go, I think it's unrivaled in terms of structure, really. I think she's soft and cushiony there at the surface. She's able to flex off with some ease there, still off of either ends of her skeleton. And in relation to the two that stand behind her, so that sets her up for me initially for sure. But then when you get to studying on this one, I like how long and level there she comes out of her hip. There's a lot of cow power packed into that package, and I love how when you get in behind her, she's still wide and she's proven to still be back there and still have some substance for sure. I really do like that heifer in terms of totals and from the side. Now this red heifer though, you get this one set up, and I do like her quite a bit. I really like how long and extended she is up front, how she still comes level there in her top line after that. And then I still really appreciate the extra depth of body she has. And when you get a closer in on these cattle, she's still all there as well. She has some spread and some mass, and she has some substance to her, and I really appreciate that. When you ask this one to get out and go, she's entirely too upright off of either ends for me. But on the standstill, I do like that one a great bit. The young man's heifer we'll round out the class with. I really love the extra length and extension this heifer has, and how she's more feminine there about her head. You read her from there back, and she still comes long and level there out of her hip. I really appreciate the extra muscle and the roundness of body that she has for sure. Where I fall out with her is on the move. She's shorter there in her ankle and her pastern, and she maybe wants to pop ever so slightly, roll out there on her hoof wall. But congratulations to that class.
All right, we do have a class champion, and I think Cody Hensey and Linda Hensey they were super excited to see that first place. So again, Grayson takes home first place in that class with CTGH Lizzie Rhino 13/3. That, of course, is a Jomandi daughter out of BC, Lady Elizabeth. And in second place, we had Miss 7R, Easy Come, Easy Go. That is a Mr. Bar W. Marshall daughter out of Miss 7R Eye Candy. And thank you, Manuel Amparan, for jumping in and watching with us. Nina and Joviani and Walter and Judy and Terry, Sebastian, Daniel, Chano, Eduardo. Let us know where you're watching from. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Iran so he can tell us a little bit about that. Cebu muestra the segundo muestra mexicana Cebu. Okay. Congratulations, guys, for class number 8. Looking for class number 9 in the arena now.
Hello everyone, I'm here now in the microphone. I just want to remind you about the Segunda Muestra Mexicana de Cebu that we are going to have next week. Not next week, I'm sorry. The last week of August, on August 30 and 31. And of course, we want to thank our sponsors, Breedy Easy Farms, for helping us to come here and live stream the junior female Bread and On show. And of course, to all our sponsors that are here, if you want to contact Breed Easy Farms, their contact information is in the screen, and at the end we are going to put it a little bigger so you can see it at the same time that you watch all our sponsors. I'm going to leave you also this image just so you can see that next week we are going to be in Managua, Nicaragua, live streaming the National Gears Show and the National Brahman Show. Can't believe Miss Victoria Lambert, and I will be there live streaming for you all. So stay with us and see more about these kids. Let's go back to the main screen and see some really good cattle being managed by the AJBA, by the kids that belongs to the junior association.
We'll go ahead and leave this set of heifers the way they came. We'll go ahead and start with the young lady's bigger red heifer here. And I think in terms of some power and some substance of bone, she's got it for sure. I do think she's maybe a bit more closed up from behind. She is flatter there about the center portion of her body for sure. But I still think from the side, this one puts together a lot of neat things. She's long and level there in her top line. She's super extended there up front for sure. And I really appreciate her extra depth of body there from heart to flank. And it really helps allude to her look from the side just because she is a shot bigger and she has an extra shot of frame at this stage in the game already. And so I really appreciate though how she's still able to match that with some extra depth of body and some fleshing ability and a fleshing look from the side. The young man's heifer, that'll be second though. This one's just jam-packed with some power and some cow mass and just a lot of true genuine shape in her. She's big-footed, she's big out of her hips, she's massive up high. But where I'd like to change her is maybe she's a bit more conventional there up front for sure, and she just reads a tick more plain from the side. And also she's more upright there to the angle of her shoulder and knee. Maybe struggles just a bit too much on her back end as well. But I do really like the overwhelming amount of power that female has.
Results here in Class 10. In Class 9. Entries are 330. Adeline Chamberlain, second place. Entry 2001. Eli Parks. Class 10, entering the ring, we have entry number 838. Ryan Mack Simpson. Entry number 1043. Jackson Smith.
we'll go ahead and leave this pair of heifers the way they came in. And I think when this first heifer came in, she caught my eye pretty good, and I watched her walk for a good ways. And I think it's just her kind is the kind you want to kind of read into a little bit more and study further for sure. I wish that maybe she was just a scotch bigger footed, so her stoutness of feature maybe matched her overall mass. But hey, that's me being really, really nitpicky on a heifer. I think that is very, very solid. It's going to make a really nice cow for this young man. But boy, is she bold and round there about the center portion of her body, and she's packed with a lot of power. But what I really love is how smooth she's able to do it, and she still looks feminine and like a lady. And I think that's where people need to get a little bit more points, is whenever you're able to make one together that can proportion like that still from the side. Like I said, I'm being super nitpicky on her. She maybe wants to miss her step ever so slightly. She'll have a couple off steps, but I do think she's still relatively loose and sound there at the surface. The young man heifers that round out the class, though, she's built completely different, and I still appreciate her kind. She comes ultra big there out of her hip. She's so bold there about the center portion of her body. I love her extra stoutness, a feature that she has to offer, and her overall mass and cow power that she has, because there is a lot of it for sure. When they get out on the go, she's a little tighter there out of her ankle, maybe gets a bit too uncoordinated there off of her rear too, but I really do appreciate the amount of power this female has.
Thank you, Judge. Results here in Class 10. First place, entry 838, Ryan Mack Simpson. Second, entry 1043, Jackson Smith. Class 11, we have entry number 726, Adriana Thibodeau. Entry 1203, Charles Eddie Wilson.
All right, guys, missed class number 9, taking care of a little business. So we did have a winner, though, while I was gone, and Iran kept up with it for me. That was, of course, Miss Pold E-Tex 195. That is going to be a NCC Red Odyssey daughter out of Miss Red E-Tex 153/9. Aiden Chamberlain of East Texas Ranch from there in Lufkin was on the stick. PF Smokin' Marine Marianne was second, and that was Eli Parks of Parks Farms getting Texas on the stick there. Our class number 10, which was our March 1st, Iran, all our dates are wrong, all of them, on the classes, okay?
What do you mean?
They're wrong. Class 11 is January through February. So remove your dates, because they keep changing the dates on us.
January to February.
Oh, I lied. Completely. I was thinking about class number 10, which was March. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, guys. Okay, Iran is completely right.
First time.
Yay! Wait, put your microphone on. What do you think? You were right. I was wrong.
First time, but I don't have anything in the screen right now.
Oh, man. Okay, there you go. We need like a kaboom. You need some sound effects.
I do have, but I'm not sure if you want me to use it.
We ought to do that for the classes. That'd be so much fun. We could have fun with that.
I do. I do
Okay.
have. I do
Okay.
have them.
For the grand
just so you know.
championship, when they do the slap, you're gonna have to. Okay. So, sorry guys, having fun over here.
I will do it. I will do it.
I know he will. The Avery 4/3. That was our class winner there with Ryan Max Simpson, of course, of Simpson Brahmins, Rio Hondo, Texas. That was a Mr. 4F Pole 24/7 daughter, and out of Miss KI 7/0. And then in second, we had the Miss BER Patty Cakes. I'm just thinking that probably, maybe, oh, let's listen.
The way they came in. I really do like in terms of a structure standpoint, and when the young lady gets her set up on the side, she's very eye-catching for sure. I love how deep she is there about the center portion of her body. She reads round there about the, she reads very, very round about her rib as well. You get in behind her and she's still square. She has some base width at the surface as well. And where she really just sets apart for me though is whenever you ask the cattle to get out and go. She maybe doesn't flex specifically out of her hock very well, but her lower joints are comfortable comfortable and as she is able to meet her stride. I'd also maybe like to change her in terms of the attachment of her navel, just make it a bit more even either on either side of either way. And I think that that would make her look a little bit more proportional there from the side. But the young man's heifer here, I still like this one a great bit as well when he gets her set up. I think she's long and level there out of her top line. And whenever you study her feet there when she's standing there, I do think she looks like she's structurally correct for sure. And she's standing there extremely comfortable. But when you ask this one to get out and go, she's a bit stiffer there off of her rear too, and maybe doesn't want to get out and fully flex, and maybe just doesn't come with the same fleshing ability and body mass that the heifer in front of you had today. But congratulations to that pair of heifers.
All righty, we do have class first and second, but we're catching up. From class number 10, we had SB Avery, 4/3. That, of course, was Ryan Max Simpson on the stick. He was our 2024 AJBA All-American Bred and Owned Reserve Intermediate Champion. So congratulations for him winning that class. Then our class number 1, Miss BER Patty Cakes. She is a James Monroe daughter out of Miss BER Julia. She was our second in class there. We have in class 11, we had Miss TBR 72. Miss TBR 72. She was our champion there in that class with Adrian Thibodeau Brahman Ranch on the stick. And we also had EB Lady Two Guns Payne. Lady Two Guns, well, let's go back to TBR 72. That's going to be a Yeti Stone on Miss TBR 108/7. And then the EB Lady Two Guns Payne is a RWT Mr. Hat Creek Raider out of Miss CA Amethyst. Of course, Eddie Wilson on the stick. We are now in the arena with class number 12. Class number 12. This is going to be the beautiful Callie Kreft with her Lady MN Ellie Manso. This is going to be a captain daughter out of Lady H Eva Manso, who was back-to-back two-time grand champion embryo produce dam at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo year before last and the year before that. Hey, Dixie Cattle, glad to see you're watching. David Miller, how are you doing? Kevin Blaylock, Sammy, Tanya, thank you for watching. Let us know where you're watching from. Milton is wishing congratulations. Cornell, thank you for watching. William, Adrian, Jorge, thank you guys all for watching. Talking about what we're seeing in the arena right now, we have Callie Kreft of MN Ranch fame. She is showing her captain daughter out of, as we were just discussing, hey, Juana Nunez Fontenot. Lady H Eva Manso, two-time grand champion, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, back-to-back, year before last and the year before that.
ahead and start this class out with. And when she gets this one stopped and set up, boy, it's hard not to gravitate towards her for sure. I really do appreciate and like this one when the young lady gets her out on the move as well, because I still think she remains fairly collected in those regards. But man, whenever she gets her set up, I love how long and level there she is out of her top line, yet still how massive and how much cow there's still. I really do appreciate this red heifer, though, from the side. I love how long and level there she is out of her hip, the flashy look she gets from the side, how ultra feminine she is there about her head, more refined about her hump, and I think the angle to her shoulders laid in very nicely, and I really, really do like this thing from the side. The amount of feature and power she has to offer, all still while looking like a lady and doing it like a lady as well. I really like that heifer a great deal. The heifer that we'll have here next, I really appreciate the overwhelming amount of cow power that she has. The amount of body and mass is sure appreciated. I just would like to maybe stouten her up there at the surface ever so slightly. When this one does get out and go, though, she is relatively loose spine, and she's able to meet her track, and she's very, very loose there off of either ends of her skeleton. I'd just like to probably square her up there at the surface, though, ever so slightly. The young lady's heifer, that'll be next. I do like her when she gets set up. On the move is where she's probably a little bit tighter, and she kind of falls out for me. But when the young lady does get her set up, I do think she proportions very, very nicely from the side. I'd probably like to see a scotch more body in her as well, to maybe match her extra feature and her extra frame there with her. The young lady will round out the class with, boy, that heifer is jam-packed with a lot for sure. There's a lot of muscle, a lot of power, and I think she's going to try to show us that for sure. I hope not. But anyway, I do think when this one gets out and goes and moves around the ring, she's a bit more restricted off of either end. She also stands on a bit of a smaller foot. Congratulations to you four.
All right. Hey, Benton, England, thanks for watching with us. And Clea and Dania and Brandon and Cesar and Rosa and Augusto, Eli, Jose Soto, Wilbur, Nundan. Great. Thanks for watching with us, guys. Really appreciate it. What do we have going on, Mr. You know, and David, did you see that comment from David? Asking him how he was doing. David Miller, of course, ABBA Executive Committee, Vice President of the American Brahman Breeders Association. He was definitely here earlier in the week. And then we also have, they are all exceptional specimens. And David Miller, of course, super helpful to us at all times over here at the Brahman Journal. So thanks, David, and glad you can watch from home in the air conditioning. Probably a good place to be. So I'm getting caught up again with some genetics. We just had class number 12, BKB, Miss Versace Sting. I know that Carolyn Falgo, who is also on the executive committee, she was super pumped to see that female win in the open show because it is sired by KF Nita Sting 61. KF Nita Sting, Mr. Nita Sting 61, and then out of the Walters Dulce Rojo. So really very exceptionally bred, that female. Of course, Bailey K. Bailey of Bailey Brahmins. And I was saying earlier, when she won, Lordy, it scared me because everybody in the stands went crazy. It was really cool. So again, congratulations. She won that class. That was BKB Miss Versace Sting 374, sired by KF Mr. Nita Sting 61, and out of Walters Dulce. She was the AJBA All-American Bred and Owned Reserve Junior Champion. She was also our Junior Champion at the Bluebonnet Kickoff Classic. So again, congratulations to the beautiful Bailey K. Bailey. And we had a single entry in 13, so now we're on class 14. 14. Sorry, guys. In second, we saw Callie Crafts, and we already were talking about that one. That one is a captain daughter out of Lady H. Eva Manso, who's two-time international grand champion embryo produce. Let's see what it does.
How they came in. The young man's red tinged heifer here. I really do like this heifer a great deal. When you ask her to get out and go, I do think she's loose there off of her rear too. She's probably a bit more upright there to the angle of her shoulder and knee. You can also kind of tell her hump set there a little bit forward on top of her shoulders for sure. But past that and behind that, that thing's really, really good. And I do think she has a lot of good in her. I love how long and level there she comes out of her hip. And you get in behind her, I will say she's probably a bit more closed up than you'd expect. But I really do like this thing from the side, and she puts together a lot of really, really quality pieces. The young lady that'll be second here with the bigger heifer, I really do appreciate the extra body and the depth of body that we have in this female. And she is relatively loose when we ask her to get out and go. She's wide when you get in behind her. There's plenty of cow there for sure. I just think in terms of a balance standpoint, that's where she maybe kind of falls out for me. She gets maybe a bit more, she's probably pushing in terms of condition for sure, and she just maybe reads a tick plainer there from the side. But congratulations to a competitive pair of heifers.
Results here in Class 14. First place, entry number 1022.
Righty, first place. And I do have people asking me on, hey, Callie Welty, glad to see you watching. I think that my voice is a little raspy. I was thinking I sounded good. What do you think, Iran? I have people messaging me going, are you okay? Do you need a throat lozenge? For that time that I did the show and I really had no voice.
Yeah, you're going that way.
No. You're going to talk the gear show and the Brahmin show in Nicaragua because it's all going to be in Spanish. And I'll just go take photos. What do you think?
That's what.
Trade-off?
Yes, that's what we are going to do. But you don't sound that bad
like that last time where I had zero voice. There you go.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks. Good to know. Let me know what you think of the voice. Whether we think it's a good sound or a bad sound. Maybe it's a little too high, maybe it's a little too low. Okay, guys, we are in class number 15. Class number 15. So class number 14 was just won by DMC Lady Pole Nova. Again, a captain daughter out of Seapold Muneca. You know, Ron, I know I've said this before, and Rachel said she thought I was kind of smart, but I don't know how smart I am. But remember a couple years ago when we were live streaming the kickoff and we first started seeing those captain offspring pop up, and I'm like, ooh, that's going to be the next super cool herd sire. Yeah. And look at how many captains we see now, and they really do a tremendous job.
They are doing a really good job. They are. I was going to say showing out, but
You're going to say it in Spanish. You can answer in Spanish. It's good.
They are standing up.
Yep. They're coming to the top of the class.
Yes.
There you
thank
go.
You.
Easy for me to say. Hey, Guadalupe, thank you for watching, and Victor and Jose and Armando and Scarlett and Yared and Fritz. Let us know where you're watching from. Second in class there was that RSC, Miss Rachel, 52/2. And that again, oh, so Iran, guess what? First and second, ooh, wait. He just took a big old swig of water. He's like, we're trying to keep hydrated over here, so we're not gonna make him talk. So class 14, first and second, both captain daughters.
Yes.
You know, we had what we personally calculated, which I think is probably true, the number one producer of class champions and also champions in the red show, on the red side, was that CCC Mr. Rip. And who owns CCC Mr. Rip, Mr. Iran?
That I got a little confused during the show
Casseret.
because I was going to say Casseret, and
CCC
remember
bred
I
by
asked
Carrier
you
Cattle.
and we were going to say Casseret, but we mentioned another owner. I got confused there.
No, Mr. Rip was bred by Carrier. The Cletus Bull is a full sibling. He's owned by Carrier, but no, you're thinking, okay, you're all confused. We're gonna have to get you some antihistamine, something. Anyway, so hi from Fort Hood, Team Mackenzie Willard. We are super fond of Mackenzie. She does a great job. But both of those females in the last class, the one owned by Zach Mosley, of course, Zach Mosley is our brand new AJBA president. Always awesome to see him. He is going to make an amazing president. He is so good, his leadership skills. And then Preston Shelley was showing her captain daughter, and they both were first and second. They were first and second, and the judge talked about both of them, and she really liked them both, so that's pretty cool. In here we have Gracie Soul with Diamond E Cattle. The beautiful Gracie, we have Isaac Duhan of 007. Claire Jalufka was just our grand champion in the owned bull show with her young bull. We also have Preston Shelley of Running S Cattle. So let's see which direction she's going. Okie doke. I think she's going with the Isaac. Nope, she's going with the Jalufka. Jalufka, and look, the crowd goes wild.
And applauses.
No, do it again.
We won't hear it.
She is more up right there to the angle of her hock and pasture. And maybe it has just a scotch bit of swelling there too when you walk around her more in specifically the back of her stifle area there. But from the side, I think this thing does a lot of good. I really love the extra depth of body she comes with. She's super there, deep and soft from heart to flank. She has some cow power when you step in behind her. She still comes there big out of her hip, and she still stands with some base width there at the surface. And I really appreciate how she's still more extended up front, and her extra femininity in regards to her classmates here. I really do think she puts a lot of good together on the standstill and from the side. The young man that'll be second, I really do appreciate the extra shot of moderation that this cow has, and she's denser. I feel like she's probably rounder and bolder there about the center portion of her body, and you get in behind her, she's still big pinned, and there's still some cow back there for sure. She's maybe just a tick frailer there at the surface and doesn't come with the same overall power and mass as the heifer does in front of her. For sure. And then the young lady that'll be third here, I do like the extra roundness of body she has. She has some muscle and some mass for sure. She also comes with some extra stoutness of feature there at the surface. I just think she's too conventional there up front through her front 1/3, and maybe gets a bit more shallower there about the center portion of her body. The young lady's bigger framed red heifer here, there's a lot of cow for sure. I like how long and level there she is out of her hip, and I really do appreciate how big and stout-footed she is and how she's able to get out and go and handle that. I just think in relation condition-wise, the heifer that stood in front of her might be pushing it a little too much, and we might be missing it just a little bit here. But I do think that there's a lot of nice things in that red female. Congratulations.
We do have a winner. Good job, says Azteca Ranch. That was, of course, Claire Jalufka. Claire Jalufka showing her very beautiful CJ Bar Miss Maya 46/2. Jalufka Farms, of course, of Sulphur Springs, Texas. She takes home that class championship. And then in second, we had Isaac Duhan of 007 Ranch there in Abbeville, Louisiana. He takes home the second with his JDH Mr. Philmon Manso daughter out of DQD Hollis 14/7. We now have, coming into the arena, Miss 4T Popcorn, $2.99. You know what? 4T Popcorn, I swear I've taken photos of her. We skipped a class number 16. This isn't class 16. I just saw 0704 walk in. Yeah, this is going to be class 17.
Excuse me, is there a scratch with class 16? Yeah.
Is this class 16 or 17? Last class. Yeah. The class before had one entry. I'm going to step into the arena and take some photos. We're getting ready to go into the Grand Champion Drive after this. We will let Iran kind of read through some of those champions. Iran, you have that document. You can do that. So this is our final class of the Bred and Owned Female Show. Thanks for watching. We will be coming back. We will continue to stream for the female show, the owned female show, and we're having a great time here, of course, at Bluebonnet Kickoff Classic. Final class, then we'll go into the Grand Championship Drive of the Bred and Owned Female Show. You want?
Probably not. I think this is his last. That's been 2017 though. No, his arm's all tore up. Yeah. Too much surgery. Just needs to retire probably. Quit trying to push returns and just go for the long run. Maybe take 2 years to himself, not to a ball team, maybe bring it back. She get kicked by that cat? I heard something. You okay?
You'll have a blue mark tomorrow.
Both legs.
Start out with this heifer that's yet to become a mom here, and I still think though that this heifer, she puts together a lot of good from the side. I do like how round she is about the center portion of her body, and she's relatively sound and loose when you ask this one to get out and go. She's still square and secure there also at the surface, and I think of the bunch, she's the freshest in her condition as well, and I do think she's the easiest to get a read on. The gray cow calf that we're going to go ahead and use in second, I don't know about y'all, but I really like this calf on her side. I She's skinny and green, but she has some very, very nice lines and some nice pieces that at least I look for in my calves at that stage in the game. And I think in terms of these pairs you want to talk about, it looks like this gray cow is definitely dropping more milk here for sure. And I think it is easier to get a read on this one as well. I do maybe think she's probably a bit too round there out of her hip. She gets a little unbalanced. She wants to camp that rear leg real far underneath her at times. But I do appreciate the overall stoutness of feature and utter development that this heifer, that this cow does seem to have. And I do like the calf on her side a great deal. The red pair that comes in, boy, she's a whale. I love how big middled this thing is. I love how stout she is in those regards. I just kind of found it hard to get a read on her. I think she's a little heavier condition, and I guess being with that kind of condition and maybe not being full enough in our udder either maybe quite concerned me a little bit. And she's doing a very nice job of raising this bull calf as well. Good class of heifers. We'll get to our grand drive back out here.
Results here in Class 17. First place, entry number 704, Collie Craft. Second place, entry 725, Adriana Thibodeau. Third place, entry 814, Claire Drelivka. Now moving on to our champion junior, bred and owned female. We're going to be needing out of Class 1, entry number 987, Brianna Hilson. Out of Class 2, entry number 382, Isaac Duhan. Out of Class 3, entry number 1032, Ansley Hayes. Out of Class 4, entry number 963, Lily Larson. Class 5, entry 1001, Reese Baker. Out of Class 6, entry number 959, Lily Larson. Out of Class 7, entry 377, Isaac Durhan. Class 8, entry number 862, Grayson Hensey. Class 9, entry 340, Adin Chamberlain. Class 10, entry number 838, Ryan Mack Simpson. Out of Class 11, entry number 726, Adriana Thibodeau. Out of Class 12, entry number 916, Bailey K. Bailey. Class 13, entry 2002, Eli Parks. Class 14, entry 1022, Zach Mosley. Class 15, entry 815, Claire Jaleka. Out of Class 16, 1009, Cole Tesh. Out of 17, entry number 704, Collie Craft. This would be for your Grand Junior Champion bred and owned female. Your second places in each class. Class 2, you can remain in the makeup area, just be prepared. Class 2, we had entry number 470, Ross Turner. Class 3, we had entry number 1032, Ansley Hayes. Class 4, entry number 826, Lily Reed. Class 5, we had entry number 847, Ryan Mack Simpson. Class 6, we had entry number 2008, Lily Voigt. Class 7, entry number 1044, Jackson Smith. Class 8, entry number 829, Lily Reed. Class 9, entries 2001, Eli Parks. Class 10, 1043, Jackson Smith. Class 11, entry number 1203, Charles Eddie Wilson. In Class 12, entry number 705, Collie Craft. Entry 14, entry number 490, Preston Silly. Class 15, entry 376, Isaac Duhan. In 17, we have entry number 725, Adriana Thibodeau.
all right. We are right now in our Grand Championship drive. For those who got confused a little bit, believe me, we all did. So, class 16, we didn't have entries this time, or there were scratch. So that's how they jumped into class 17. Class 17 was the last that we have, where Mrs. Lily, no, Mrs. Kelly won first class, and now we are moving to the Grand Championship Drive. Grand Championship Drive. For those who are just started watching, we need to ask you a few little things, simple things. Okay, so first of all, once the show ends, not this one, the next one, because we're going to continue live streaming this show, the next show. Please go to all our social media and follow us everywhere: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and now X, and brand new TikTok. In all places you can find us as The Brahman Journal or just Brahman Journal. Make sure to follow us and like us. And the next thing is, make sure to comment here where are you watching, who are you supporting, or who would you like who would you like to win in this Grand Grand Championship drive, and share this live stream to all your groups, Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, family groups, friends groups, wherever you can, so more people see this work that the kids are doing in the Brahman breed, and of course to more people to see this live stream, and so they can appreciate all their effort. And finally, well, not finally, but the third of the simple things I'm asking you this time, if you can, please visit the pages or contacts of our sponsorships and thank them, because it's because of them that we are able to live stream the show here this Saturday morning, now afternoon of course, and it's thanks to them that we can make all these things that we are doing. Thanks to that, we have Miss Victoria Lambert now in the ring show taking photos. Before, she was here at the live stream set talking about the cattle. We have Brandolyn, Alisa, Kimberly, and Andre working hard with photos and videos for reels and more content that we are going to do for you, for the kids. So make sure to thank them. If you see them in the barns or in the next show, tell them, I see your brand in the live stream, in the Brahman Journal live stream. Thank you. And that's it. If you want to do business with them, if you want to contact them and see what they have available for you, what services they are offering, that's an extra. We appreciate that. I know they can help you with your needs. But let's start with the thank you. Thank you to our sponsors: Ayers Ranch Feeding Services, Brady Easy Farms, Hinds Cattle, that we know you are watching there. Thank you very much. And the Brahman Foundation. If you want to support the Brahman Foundation, let us know and we can put you in contact with the people that run the Brahman Foundation, if you already don't know him already, and make something for the kids. Let's hear the judge and Dina Howard, Team Brenna.
Okay, let's give all these red-nosed heifer exhibitors a big round of applause. They've worked extremely hard today, and I've been very fortunate to sort through your red-nosed show and to have this kind of opportunity to come out here and get to work with your kids, because to me the quality of the cattle is just as important as the quality of the kid. And we have to remember that, because one day they're going to be on the outside of the fence and won't get the chance to come. It is important to make sure, we are very grateful for the opportunities that we have, and we should all be grateful to be here today and have the opportunity to raise cattle and to show cattle. It is a very grateful and a rewarding type of lifestyle for sure. But we have 3 single entries out here I'll go ahead and discuss with you real quick. I won't go through the rest of them. Y'all have heard me talk enough about how much I like those. So we'll talk about these single entries here. Our heifer calf, this red speckle-necked heifer, super, super green and extreme in those regards. I like how feminine she is there about her head, and more refined there about her hump as well. She comes long and level there out of her hip. I really appreciate the posture and the set there to her rear leg, and I think she's very durable and comfortable there in those regards. I think when you step in behind her, I know she's a green heifer calf, but she is maybe just a tick more closed up there in her pin set, and she naturally maybe just stands a little that way as well. Reads a scotch flatter there through the center portion of her body. The young man's big red heifer over here in the corner is one of our other single entry heifers we have not discussed yet, and I really, really like her in terms of how bold she is I really like her in terms of how bold she is about the center portion of her body. You get in behind her, there's a lot of cow there. She's big out of her hip. She stands wide at the surface, and boy, she has some substance of bone as well. I just maybe think her balance gets thrown off ever so slightly in regards to where her chest sits and to where her heart and her flank also sits into her. I think maybe if we could pick her up in that regard and drop her in the center portion of her body, she would definitely proportion up a little bit nicer from the side. And then the young man's gray heifer over here on the wall. This is our last single entry of the lineup. And I really do like this heifer in terms of how stout-featured she is, how bold she is about the center portion of her body, and the overall cow power she has. And I just think her feature and character about that I really, really appreciate. I think she probably gets a little higher there in her grow bone area. She's real steep there out of her hip as well. Maybe reaches a scotch straighter there out of her hock. But I'm going to go ahead and look through all these heifers one more time. And I apologize. I've heard I've been kind of loud back in the barns, but I got a lot of fire in my belly, and I'm just ready to go, so I'm sorry. But I'm going to go ahead and look through all these heifers one more time and go get you a champion and reserve red-nosed heifer.
So our judge is looking closer. Toward the heifers we have in the show. She's going for We're still following her to see what is she going to choose as reserve. And he goes for the single entry 1022. So we have our grand champion is Becky Bemis Versace Sting 374. Congratulations to Bailey K. Bailey. And our reserve grand champion our reserve grand champion goes to 1009. That is owned by Coltech. Congratulations to both. We're going to let you with some commercials. Again, thank you. Don't go anywhere. We are still going to continue live stream. We are not going to change because the next show is about to start. But we want to thank you for watching. Thank you for to our sponsors. And don't go far. We are going to be live stream still one show.
You're making your way to the makeup area. Class 27. Needed up there in the makeup area.
Appearing like he's working, pointing. Working all week.
And I am here with Bethlehem Bishop of IS Ranch Fitting Services, and she has sponsored a couple of events here at the Brazos Valley Expo Center. And I just want to ask you, last time you were here was in November, Bethlehem. Tell me what we were doing in November at Brazos Valley.
Well, we were winning at IS Ranch Fitting Services.
You were.
It was a national show, and we actually ended up winning a handful of classes and 3 divisions while we were here. 1 bull division with Red Smith, Weller, Manso, and then 2 female divisions with the LPC heifers, Rhea Hope and Annie.
No, I mean, that was so much fun. We had such a good time. It was a little cooler, a little warmer now, but IS Ranch Fitting Services, you guys let you are IS Ranch Fitting Services. There's no you guys part of this. They're just you. So you let people show their own cattle, don't you?
I do. So we want the owners, the juniors, whatever it may be, we want them to be really involved. And so we welcome them to come in, fly in for the day, kind of do it however they want it. If they want to work, they can work. Come in and show, do it however you please. We aim to please.
There you go. She does. And I'm also going to tell you, she's in Texas now. That happened back like in November?
October of last year, so right
October.
before the national show
Yeah.
last year.
So she was started out in Florida. Everybody will remember her from Florida, and now she's in Texas. But if you are looking for a fitting service, someone who works really hard, but lets you do whatever you want to do and encourages you and helps you along the way, I think IS Ranch Fitting Services is definitely the place to go.
I got one water. I'll take more after a minute. Thank you. All right, we ready there? You ready? All right, I'd say let's go ahead. Good to go.
Entry number 1136. Lily Reed, entry 1176. Eli Parks, entry number 347. Caleb Cooper, entry number 510. Riley Montgomery, entry number 614.
Just an outstanding red Brahmin female, as pretty as you could make one. Love the bone, love her muscling, love the breed character. Just a great female. Congratulations.
To me, just overall powerful. She got everything I'm looking for in a cow. She's really level top, smooth from hooks to pins. Had the depth of body. You just get behind her, she's overpowered with a lot of muscle in her. Very structurally sound. Just a really nice individual.
way to start off with our January class. And I think the top three are all really nice, just different in their kind type of deal. The one that puts the most good together, probably blends second and third, really, is the young ladies we're going to lead off with here. She does a really good job of getting that one shown, but that one's really long body, yet still really flexible and sound as you study her and the way she goes underneath. I think her front skeleton's built a little bit better than the second place one. I think her rear skeleton's a little leveler and longer, neater looking than the third place heifer. She's still got maybe a shot more rib shape than the heifer in second, especially as you study her forerib back into her flank. She's still plenty feminine in terms of her look. I think just a nice way to lead off there. That really, really nice cow that's got a lot of maternal quality. Second and third are close. Certainly helps that the one in second wants to cooperate just a little bit better, but that one's a little more my speed in terms of her look up front, her length and levelness from their back, going maybe just a shot more attractively as we study her off of her rear two. There's not quite as much cow there as there is on the heifers on either side of her, but she's still awfully green and skinny. I'll take the chance that she kind of matures into maybe enough rib shape down the road as things, you know, kind of settle in and she learns how to travel and so forth, fleshes up just a little bit. I think that one's got a really, really high quality look to her. Just needs to be a little bit more of her down. Think about switching that pair, but I really, really like that heifer from the side. The next heifer, obviously, young lady's got a lot of patience because that one's not the easiest to get shown, but once she gets her stopped and presented, she does a really nice job there. That heifer's up-headed, she's moderate, she's stout-structured, she's really good in terms of her body type. She's got a shot of extra width and natural thickness, certainly like those things about her. She's not quite as strong directly behind her shoulder as either of the two heifers that precede her. She's got just a shot more shoulder, and she's a little rounder hipped. I think if that's your speed, you really like moderate, stout, thick, chunky ones, I could really see moving that one up a spot. Maybe even if she'll cooperate, run her all the way to the top. But she's just a little bit rounder for me, not quite as unique from the profile, but I do think that's an awfully good cow prospect in her own right. The next heifer is going to make an awfully nice cow. She's moderate, she's stout, she's got a good set of feet and legs underneath of her from a basic function perspective. She just falls out from a look standpoint. She's a little plainer up front, shot more shoulder, not quite as attractive and strong in terms of her top line, but very sound, very functional, very fundamentally good. Young man here that brings us the next heifer, she's long-bodied, she's got a neat look up front, shot of extra bone relative to the heifer we're going to close out with. This one's just not quite there yet today. She's a little harder bodied, just a little more tubular. I don't think she's ever going to be the biggest and boldest in terms of her forerib and so forth, but I think down the road as that one matures, she should get better with time type of a deal. Just takes softening up and getting there kind of a thing. The one that's a little more soft in her appearance today is the young man's heifer we're going to close out with. She's more moderate in her frame. She's a shot softer from her forerib back to her flank. She's just not built quite good enough in terms of her top line and her hind leg for me from kind of a longevity perspective. You know, when they start this young, I wish they were just a little bit more correct in the way they handled their features, but I think she's good looking. I think she's soft and moderate. Nice job to that young man on getting her to cooperate as best we can. Nice job to our first class.
Thank you, Judge. Results here on Class 27. First place, Lily Reed, entry number 1176. Second place, Riley Montgomery, entry number 614. Third place, Gracie Soul, entry number 1136. Fourth place, Eli Parks, entry 347. Fifth place, entry Drake McCullen, entry number 1087. Sixth place, Caleb Cooper, entry number 510. We're going for your KF champion. Out of Class 25, we have entry number 988, Brianna Hilson. Class 26, Leah Fontenot, entry number 343. And Class 27, Lily Parks, entry 1176. Second place entry, Riley Montgomery, be prepared to come in. Entry number 614, second place entry in Class 27.
As we get into our first division here, a couple single entries that we'll talk about. The spec heifer that is our youngest one in the red show. Really neat looking up front, good length of body. I think that one's still very sound underneath, especially as you study her hind leg. She gets out and goes with some flex. On the park, maybe she's a little sharper hocked, but I think as she learns to kind of settle in and be a show heifer, the better days are in front of that one. She's awfully skinny, she's awfully young, those kinds of things. We're getting her out, we're getting her broke. I think the pieces there look like they could be pretty bright going down the road. Young lady out of our February class there, one that has a moderate, little stouter kind of a prospect of a show heifer there. I think that one is always going to be just a little rounder off either end of her skeleton. She's really good hind-legged, the way I read her to be, from her ankle up to her hock and so forth. She utilizes that pretty well. She's probably built ever so slightly straighter up front than what I would call ideal, but a nice cow prospect. I think moderate, stout, really sound off her hind too. Just a good prospect there that as she catches up, I think will be one that makes a really, really nice cow. And then we just talked about our class winner and our second there out of the Januaries. I think, just from the perspective that they're so much more ready today, they've got an advantage in terms of softness and maturity and so forth. It's fairly logical to keep those two together. But I do think, in my mind, those are the better two from a quality perspective down the road. They're just a little more unique in the pieces that they put together and blend and so forth. So we'll keep the two Januaries together for Champion and Reserve in your first division. Nice job to those young ladies. got good basic function built into her. I think she's a shot softer and just more maternal in her look relative to the heifer that's going to be second. She's significantly more relaxed in terms of her spine and just gets out and goes a little more comfortably as we set them in motion. So softness and correctness of spine and so forth, I think, become a pretty good advantage to her. Young lady's heifer that's going to be second certainly has some pieces. She's big, she's long-bodied, she's got a really, really stout shape working down her back. I think she's plenty big-legged as well. Unfortunately, she's a little bit rounder off either end of her skeleton, especially as we get her set into motion there. She just kind of comes apart into too many pieces for me from a show heifer perspective. But if you like big, stout, really powerful cows, I could see you tying into that one just a little bit more than what I did personally. Nice job to both of those kids on a good pair of red females in our next division. Yeah, some similarities, but the one that puts maybe just a shot of extra width, rib, natural thickness, and kind of brood cow power into a package that's still balanced is the young lady's heifer. I think of the three, she's maybe the most moderate and most, the shortest bodied kind of a deal, which I don't think that's always a good or a bad thing. But today it maybe works to her advantage a little bit that she hooks up a little stronger behind her shoulder than the heifer in second. She probably has just a little more to her than the heifer in third, kind of a deal. She gets out and handles herself in motion plenty nicely. I think keeping that one fresh, keeping her feminine enough, and just growing down the road might be the biggest thing that we've got to watch. But for today, she looks really nice. She's fresh enough. She's got a lot of natural thickness to her. Still can get out and handle it. Still balance is nice. I don't think she's near as feminine up front as either of the two heifers that stand behind her. I think either one of them down the road could push her to win this class once they're ready and they look the part, kind of a deal. I think more upside in the young man's heifer that doesn't really want to cooperate because she's got just a little bit better hip and hind leg laid in her. She's a little more correct from her pastern to the ground, probably a little bit better in the shape to her hoof. Even though she doesn't want to get out and ever act good, I think when she does move, she's just a little more correct out of her hip and hind leg. Still has a really neat look up front. I wish she hooked up a little stronger behind her shoulder. I think getting that to look right and keeping her chest fresh might be a bit of a challenge down the road. But if those two parts get managed well and she grows into them, the parts on either end of that are really, really kind of big league in terms of look and hind leg structure. Standing still, there's no question the young man's heifer that's going to be third should be in the conversation, and I could see you running that one all the way to the top. There's a lot of cow there for this stage of the game. She's really soft in terms of her belly type. She's got a good look up front to her. She's really long-bodied and just, has a lot to her, and yet is still fairly fresh from a condition standpoint. She's pretty flat in terms of her forerib shape. I'd change her a little bit there. And then from her hock to the ground behind, I don't think she's quite as correct as the two heifers that lead off with. Young man does a great job getting her shown. If that one stays together from a feet and legs perspective down the road, I think that one could be really, really nice as well. Really opposite end of the spectrum from a build standpoint here in the young man's heifer that comes next. Moderate, stout, big-bodied, bold, has plenty of width and natural thickness. She's not quite as attractive in her look, especially from her shoulder, down to the ground, and then from her hook bones back. She's not built quite as attractively as any of the three that precede her. I think if she'll just maybe act a little more like a showgirl here and cooperate for the young man, probably could show himself up a spot or two because he does a good job at that. Just doesn't have the most cooperative partner today. Bigger, more extended, leveler made heifer that comes next here. She just looks to me like she has a little more elevation than she does body depth and softness, kind of a deal. If that one will kind of quit growing up and start filling out, I think she stands the chance to get a little bit higher in class as well because she does have a good look. She's sound. The young man with the darker red heifer here, moderate, got some rib shape, got some natural thickness. She just doesn't have quite the look that we find in several of the heifers that precede her there. Kind of runs downhill, a little easy behind her shoulder, maybe studies just a hair straight out of her hock as well. Then the heifer we're going to close out with here, long-bodied. I think she's plenty sound in terms of her skeleton. I just wish there was more of her, especially through her center third. She's pretty flat. Wish we could expand her there, give her a little more rib shape and just a shot more doability in terms of her look and fleshing ease kind of thing. could be switching the pair today, but I think down the roads where the one that wins is probably going to excel quite a bit. She's built a little longer. She's a shot stronger behind her shoulder. She's a little bit longer and leveler out of her hip. The biggest thing to me is she's significantly fresher conditioned and I think stands the chance to get quite a bit better with time. And she's also built just a little more athletically in terms of her hind leg and the way she gets out and goes as well. She could be a shot boulder, but I think a little bit of time, shot more condition, she's actually going to hold the advantage in terms of her forerib because she hooks up better out of the backside of her blade, kind of a deal. The other heifer is certainly stouter and more massive. She's got the advantage in terms of rib shape and natural thickness today, partially because she's significantly further along. I read her very nice at the setup, outside of being a little bit weak right behind her shoulder. Biggest thing for me is once we set them in motion, she wants to drop her pins. She doesn't set her foot quite as softly. She's not quite as accurate in the way she tracks out of her rear two. Really nice pair of heifers, though. The heifer that's going to be third, I think, just kind of logically ends up there in my mind. She's really feminine up front. She's big and extended and long. She's not near as moderate or not near as good in terms of her rib shape as the heifer directly in front of her there. And as much as anything, when we set them in motion, she just comes apart into a few too many pieces. She has a little more shoulder, spine wants to work up, just not quite enough cow there to offset the fact that she falls apart just a shot when we set them in motion. I think she's still plenty sound enough to make a cow in the long run, just not the extras that we look for in the show ring. Next two heifers are both a bit more moderate in terms of their frame. They both have a shot more width, rib shape, and natural thickness to them. Young man's heifer is a little more up-fronted. She's a little stronger in terms of her top line. I think she balances just a shot better relative to the ones in front of her. She doesn't have quite the extra look, maybe quite the extra extension that they have, but a good solid heifer. I gave him a hard time. It looks like she almost has a four-leaf clover on her side. I asked if he painted it, knowing full well that he didn't, but it looks really, really neat. Just kind of a cool birthmark that one's got. The darker red heifer we close out with, long-bodied, still sound enough in terms of her skeleton. I wish she balanced a little better in both her top line and her underline, but she still has some width and dimension to her. I think she still makes plenty good enough of a cow, just doesn't have a lot of the extra pizzazz and presence that we find in a couple of the heifers at the top end there.
Thank you, Brett. The results of Class 30 Red Brahman Fall Heifer Calves. First place, entry 348, Eli Parks. Second place, entry 1164, Kai Vera. Third place, entry 811, Claire Jalufka. Fourth place, entry 516, Weston Duhan. Fifth place, entry 1139, Brooklyn Logan. Entering the ring is Class 31 of the Red Brahman heifers. And we have entry 1170, Scarlett Lovicott. 69. Entry 1107, Elise Farmenstein. Entry 962, Lily Lawson. Entry 1138, Lily Vidrine. And entry 1134 is Gracie Sowell.
All right, we are back. We have to step back a little bit to manage some stuff here because not sure if you know or you're aware, but we bring a lot of stuff to make this happen. So once the red and gray female show ends, we still need to disarm or undo everything we do for the live stream, and that is going to take us some time, let's say it that way. I appreciate the help of the announcer that give you results. And again, one more time, I hope the people that is watching with us thank our sponsors, Ice Ranch Feeding Services, Breedy Easy Farms, Hinds Cattle, and Brahman Foundation. We couldn't do this without them. We appreciate that they support the Brahman family, the Brahman Journal, by helping us to have this live stream to the world. As I just came back from to the back of the cameras and just need a few minutes to caught up with all the views. It's a little interesting how these things work because we have 6 cameras in the ring show and there is only one person manage or working with those 6 cameras. So it's a little tricky. Let's hear the judge.
As we get into our next class here, I think just falls together maybe a little more logically in my mind. The one that we lead off with, I like quite a bit in terms of her basic build, her look, her cowiness. She's maybe not ultra powerful, but she just checks a lot of boxes for me. We could probably make her just a shade more attractive in her top line. We could do a lot of little things to make her elite. But I think in terms of good cattle that are built right from the ground up, still have some width and natural thickness to them, still have a balanced look like females, I think that one leads off pretty handedly in my mind just because she checks all the boxes of basics. She has some really good parts, and she's borderline really working into that top category in terms of feet and leg structure. The heifer that comes second, I think, nice heifer. She isn't quite as attractive through her chest and into her shoulder for me. She's a little bit longer bodied, but when she wants to get going there, she maybe drops her pin a little bit, isn't quite as attractive to the ground off of her hind leg. Very sound, very cowy, very maternal, just not the extras in terms of look and really good skeletal quality as we study them going to the ground. Another one that's the heifer that comes next, kind of a speckle-necked heifer there, really stout, really broody, really good in terms of rib shape and natural thickness. She's a little further along than some of them, and I don't know that that necessarily helps her today in the sense that she's just a little plainer fronted, really cowy, still sound enough, just not near the balance and look that it's going to take to get along with a couple like those two ahead of her. The next heifer is one that I think today isn't necessarily her day, but I think down the road, if that one kind of stays together in terms of her hind leg structure and will soften up, she's big, she's long, she's level, she's got a good look up front. Young lady's doing a good job working on getting her presented there. I think a little bit of time. This one looks like she's just managed for further down the road to me, and I think if that's our plan, we're right on track. Just going to take some time. She's a little bigger. She's a little later maturing. She's not quite as soft. That's okay. Just kind of stick to the process. That one could stand up a few spots in the long run once she's ready and gets there. The one that's a little more ready today is the young lady's heifer we close out with. I think standing still, you got to like this one. I think she could be up a couple spots easy if we don't set the cattle in motion because she's got a better look. She balances a little bit better up high than either of those two cattle directly in front of her. Unfortunately for me, she's just a little too straight from her hock to her pasture and to her rear foot. I think if she stays where she's at now all the way through, she probably is acceptable. Just get a little bit leery of the fact that we're going to pack on some extra pounds and add a lot of maturity. Just don't know that she's quite sound enough in the way she goes to the ground. But I think only time will tell, and I think she's a nice, good-looking heifer on top of that, especially at the setup.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 31, entry 962. First place, Lily Larson. Second place, entry 1038, Lily Vidrine. Third place, entry 690, Abigail Snyder. Fourth place, 1170, Scarlett Lovicott. Fifth place, entry 1134, Gracie Soel.
Entering the ring is our Red Brahmin Yearling Junior Champion. And in Class 28, we have entry 1, 2, 3, 4, and that is going to be Jesus Oliveira. In Class 29, we have entry 827, Lily Reed. Class 30, entry 348, Eli Parks. In Class 31, we have entry 962, Lily Larson. And our second places in Class 28, that'll be entry 1125, Brooklyn Logan. Class 29, 835, Ryan Max Simpson. Class 30, entry 1164, Kai Vera. And Class 31, entry 1038, Lily Vidrine.
We get into our next division here, and I think a lot of good representatives of the breed, a lot of consistency in our class winners. Maybe not always the depth in terms of numbers that we find in some of these classes, but I think just a lot of good functional cattle that throw some extras in terms of balance and so forth. On top of that, I think it really comes down to our second, third, and fourth class winners out of this division. There's one that probably hits me just a little harder, a little more complete, a little more ready today. I think it gets real close for reserve amongst those other two class winners, and I wouldn't argue with you. I think the one I'm going to use, maybe from her shoulder forward, isn't quite as unique, but I think the way she's laid back in her shoulder and the way she's built from there back make her the kind that could go down the road and do good things if we just keep her fresh and so forth. Young lady out of Class 4 will have your division champion. Young lady out of Class 2 in this division will have your reserve. Congratulations to each of them.
Results from our Red Brahmin Yearling Junior Champion. And entry 962, Lily Larson, is division champion. And reserve junior yearling champion will be entry 827, Lily Reed. Entering the ring is Class 32 of the Red Brahmin Late Summer Heifers. Entry 89 is Bryn Vernon. Entry 229, Estevan Vasquez. Entry 1012, Jalen Tesh. Entry 1196, Trenton White. Entry 28, Olivia Vernon. And entry 849, Ryan Max Simpson.
all have trade-offs. I kind of contemplated each one of them to the top at different times in my mind. But the one I end up feeling the most comfortable leading off with is the young lady in the pink shirt there up front. I think from a feet and legs perspective, a length and levelness and just balance perspective, that one fits together nicely. She's maybe not woofy in terms of her rib shape and belly and super bold and soft at this stage of the game. She's certainly not helping herself along with the attitude today. But I think as that one gets set in motion, when you do catch good glimpses of her just kind of going and acting natural like she did when they first walked in, I think that one checks a lot of boxes. Very, very maternal, still fresh enough in terms of her condition. I think relative to the two that come behind her, she's just a little sounder and a little looser structured as you study her from her belly line down than the heifer in second. She's built leveler and just a little bit smoother than the heifer we have in third, kind of a deal. So I think very good look, very good soundness, maybe not quite as woofy as some, but still has plenty to her. The heifer in second here, I think at the setup is the one you want to fall in love with. She's good in terms of her levelness, very soft body. Young lady does a good job getting her presented. I think she's just maybe a touch further along condition-wise than what I call perfectly ideal. And I don't think she utilizes her structure quite as attractively and quite as correctly as the heifer that leads off. She's still plenty sound, just maybe not quite as good in terms of the extra quality down low. Front two-thirds of the young man's heifer, I think, are in contention. Really good in terms of her rib shape, hooks up really strong right behind her hump. Still got a decent look up front there. Her rear third's just built a little bit shorter, a little bit lower in her pin set. She's not attractive near as attractive in the way she utilizes her hip and her hind leg, nor kind of presents it at the setup relative to the first two heifers, so she ends up third. Heifer in fourth, I think, young lady says it was her first show. You can tell she's not quite as full as what we'd want her. She doesn't want to act great the way we'd like to, but I think there's some good parts and pieces. She's long-bodied, she's got rib shape, she has natural thickness. I think better days are in front of that one as she just learns to be a show heifer, kind of settle down and let that young lady do what she knows how to do with a show stick. Young man's got a heifer that's big and soggy and easy doing. I think that one makes a heck of a cow. She just doesn't come with quite the extra presence that a couple of the heifers come with. She's built a little bit frailer in terms of her rear foot and hind leg, doesn't utilize it quite as attractively, just not built quite as high quality in that regard in my mind. And then the young man's heifer we close out with, a bit more moderate in terms of her frame. She's got enough flesh to her. Unfortunately, she's just a little flatter all the way through, and then she's not quite as attractive in terms of her top line or the way she utilizes her hind leg structure, so she ends up being at the bottom of this class, but that's not a bad cow. I think that one's still very, very functional from a basic standpoint.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 32, Late Summer Heifers. In first place, entry 1012, Jalen Tesh. Second place, entry 28, Olivia Vernon. Third place, 1196, Trenton White. Fourth place, entry 89, Bryn Vernon. Fifth place, entry 849, Ryan Max Simpson. And in sixth place, entry 229, Esteban Vasquez.
All right. Thank you to our announcer that gave us the results. Now we are moving to Class 33. Class 33, we have four more. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heifers. 7 heifers in the ring show. We're missing one there. No, okay. The 7 are there. There. And of course, we cannot do this without thanking our sponsors. Mallory Willard said, good luck, friends. Thank you very much. We wish good luck to our junior friends.
At this time, we'd like to introduce our junior show judge today for the heifers, or the home show.
While we move to our Class 33, we want to thank our sponsors, of course. That's very important to do. And I would like to start with Brahman Foundation. Brahman Foundation helps a lot to the juniors, and they on screen you can see how much money they have to give away to these kids. They are always supporting their studies. They are always supporting their business so they can grow as breeders in this Brahman world. So if you have any way to support and help Brahman Foundation, make sure to contact them. I'm going to leave you with a quick video of IOS Ranch Feeding Services. Make sure to contact them as well. And in the ring world, show business very easy.
Just an outstanding red Brahmin female, as pretty as you could make one. Love the bone, love her muscling, love the breed character. Just a great female. Congratulations.
To me, just overall powerful. She's got everything I'm looking for in a cow. She's really level top, smooth from hooks to pins. Had the depth of body. You just get behind her, she's overpowered with a lot of muscle in her. Very structurally sound. Just a really nice individual.
Terms of just depth of very nice heifers all the way through. They all come with different breeding parts and breeding value in my mind. It really pains me. I don't like to put people at the bottom of a class at any point in time, but this class, even the two heifers I was sorting there at the end, it kind of pains me to put either one of them that far down in class because I think a lot of other classes you'll see throughout the year, different places, even today, both of those heifers would probably be more toward the middle of the pack than at the bottom, but we end up in an awfully deep class. And I guess with that being said, I'm still pretty comfortable leading off with the young lady's heifer that we lead off with. She's really good structured, study both ends of her skeleton, but especially her rear skeleton I think is awesome. She's got the right kind of body depth and softness and maternal look to her, level in terms of her top line. Young lady does a really good job of getting that one stuck. She's every bit as far along and pushing plenty of condition through her chest there. I think if we can keep that tucked up and managed in her there, that one stands the chance to do really nice things down the road. Does she come with the extra width, rib shape, and natural thickness that we find in some? Maybe not, but I think the rest of the boxes are checked more than adequately well, that's a really nice way to lead off with. I know the next one's not extra sexy in terms of her look and length and levelness and all those kinds of things. That's a good-footed, good-structured heifer that's got the right kind of body shape to her. She's still good in terms of, plenty good in terms of her condition. Young lady does an awesome job of getting this one presented. She ain't ever gonna be the biggest cow, but I think that's an awfully nice cow prospect for that young lady that she'll probably have a bred known out of someday that she's awfully, awfully proud of. Very much the opposite end of the spectrum of good we find in third here, a little higher off the ground, a little more extended, really level topped kind of a heifer that's got a good set of wheels underneath of her in terms of being able to get out and go still adequately well. I would say the better days are in front of that one. She's still plenty fresh in terms of her condition. I think just getting her, maybe bred, starting to belly down, just get that middle third of that one right, and I think she could get along pretty well because the pieces on either end of that are pretty nice. Really moderate, good-bodied, easy fleshing kind of a heifer the young lady brings us next here. She's just a little plainer to look at. Head, neck, chest, gets up in her top line ever so slightly when she gets in motion. Just don't know that she has quite the extra balance and look that we find in some ahead of her, but that's a really good cow prospect that's still plenty sound in terms of her feet and legs. I think the next trio is tough. I saw the most pieces to breed on, kind of extra value in the rib shape, natural thickness that we find in the next heifer. She needs to be just a little bit softer through her center body there. Maybe could moderate the size of her teats ever so slightly. Next heifer is really smooth. She hits me as just a nickel planer, especially as you study her through her head and then in her top line kind of a deal. She's a little bit sounder than the heifer we're going to close out with in terms of the way she utilizes her feet and legs in my mind. Maybe not quite as good in terms of her look and balance type of a deal. Then the heifer we're going to close out with, I think on the setup, when that young lady gets her put together, that's a big, long, stout heifer that's got a lot of width, rib, and muscle. I just wish that one was a little bit better from a balance perspective there. Nice job of that young lady trying to hold on. We'll get her caught back up here, but I think that's a very, very deep class. Could see them getting sorted a lot of different ways, and I think there's a lot of breeding value all the way from first to seventh. Give those kids a hand on a job well done, if you don't mind. I think they certainly deserve it in that class.
Results from Class 33, Red Brahman Summer Heifers. First place, we have entry 745, Jennifer Mask. Second place, entry 1277, Emma Blackman. Third place, entry 1090, Emma Murray. Fourth place, entry 453, Peyton Martin. Fifth place, entry 303, Julian Chavez. Sixth place, entry 1193, Damian Martin. And seventh place, entry number 2, Lindsay Bush. Entering the ring is Class 34, Early Summer Heifers. And we have entry 189, Bowen Vernon. 784, Cooper Vaughn. 792, Mackenzie Willard. 1161, Grayson Guidry. 830, Lily Reed. 832, Lily Reed. 92, Bowen Vernon. 211, Leighton Fontenot. 985, Sebastian Vasquez. Attention in the barn. This is our last class of senior yearling heifers. And this is an official call for class 35 and 36.
Thank you to the announcers to give us the information about the results and about the people and the cattle that we are watching on screen. Of course, also thanks to our sponsors. And now that we are here and about to start, uh, after this is going to start the senior yearling division, if I'm not wrong. I may be wrong. Yeah, I think it's the senior yearling division. Please check our stuff in the social media. Go follow us everywhere. The Brahman Journal on Facebook, Brahman Journal everywhere else, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, X, X before Twitter, and now brand new TikTok. And while we are getting ready for this class, we want to thank our sponsors again, and of course mention that we are going to be traveling next week. We are going to Managua, Nicaragua. We're going to be at the National Beer Show and National Brahman Show in Managua, Nicaragua, and we are going to be there live streaming the show. Both shows, the Gear and the Brahman. In Spanish it's mentioned, it is called Gear. So I have troubles making the change in English to mention it Gear. Sorry about that. Way to go, Emma Murray. Thank you, Yvonne. We think the same. Last class was a really good one for her. And now I think they are selecting. Let's see what we have here. We have in the, ooh. Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to keep it clean. There is not much I can do. Some of the cattle got excited right now. It's Saturday at 3 p.m. So we were talking about the first and second post as of right now. I have to say that between Miss Vicky and me, I don't know all the kids that are showing. She knows everyone. And and let's hear the edge. Or maybe not.
We're going to this class and then take just a moment break there, but good way to start off this class. Young lady's got one that I think is big-footed and stout-structured, moderate, maternal. I think she could hook up just a little stronger in her top line. She's got just a touch of chest that's going to take some management. Really cowy, really maternal, very good structured, stout, featured one to roll at the top. I think the next several get challenging. I know a lot of people are going to say there's probably not enough to this heifer to be second, but I think she's so much better in terms of feet and leg structure, look, and femininity and levelness relative to the heifers behind her, that I'm going to take the chance that 6 months down the road, if this one can get bred, soften up, and we're just kind of gearing her for a show next spring or next summer, I think that one could be very, very good going down the road, because all the pieces are there. She just hasn't gotten there yet to match it. Opposite end of the spectrum here, dark red heifer that's really, really bold and stout and broody, a lot of brood cow power. She's probably on the other end of the spectrum from a condition standpoint, to the point that she's starting to struggle and kind of waddle just a little bit because of it. Same thing with this young man here, one that probably a little far along for what I'd call ideal from a condition standpoint, maybe just a little bit deeper chested. She's not built near as good in her top line as what the heifer directly in front of her is. She too could be freed up off of her rear too just a little bit. Young man's got one that's got plenty of cow to her. She's just not built quite as good in terms of a balance perspective, but she's stout enough. She's soft enough. I think she's very, very easy fleshing. Young lady's got one that doesn't have quite as much cow to her, but neat look, long-bodied, still sound enough structure. Just wish there was a little more of her. And you asked, well, we put one second that was kind of like that. She's not quite in the same league in terms of extra look and really uniqueness from the side. Next heifer that comes out here, one that obviously we hope she'll kind of settle in and act the part just a little more. Plenty of shape, just not quite sound enough off of her rear too. The one we're going to close out with, really big, really extended. We certainly hope the young lady showing that one here is going to be okay. If you would, say a prayer for her. We're going to take a little moment here, but we'll get back going as soon as we can. Nice job to all those kids in that last class.
All right, you hear the judge. We are going to make a quick pause. We're going to make a quick pause because I'm not sure if the camera catch it. I hope no. But we have a little incident, and we just want to make sure. Let's hear the results first.
Entry 832, Lily Reed. Second, entry 189, Bowen Vernon. Third, 830 with Lily Reed. And fourth, entry 92, Bowen Vernon. And fifth, entry 985, Sebastian Santa Cruz. And sixth, entry 211, Leighton Fontenot. And seventh, entry 784, Cooper Vaughn. And eighth, entry 792, Mackenzie Willard. Entering the ring is our senior yearling heifer division. From class 32, we have entry 1012, Jalen Tesh. Class 33, entry 745, Jennifer Mask. In class 34, entry 832, Lily Reed. And our second places from class 31, entry 1038, Lily Vidrine. Oh, wait. Excuse me. Entry from class 32, entry 28, Olivia Vernon. From class 33, entry 1277, Emma Blackman. In class 34, entry 189, Bowen Vernon.
Thank you to the announcers. Now we are moving to the senior yearling division. Senior yearling championship drive, Senior yearling championship drive. The judge is ready to make a decision. We are going to just watch what he said, and I'm sorry, hear what he said and watch what he chose. We were waiting on one bull.
really nice representatives, kind of different shapes and sizes amongst this trio of class winners, but they all represent good cattle. They all have things that I like quite a bit about them, just little things maybe from a rib shape or balance standpoint that we would change, to make them that much better. But I think it's important to talk through all the places where they have value, where they maybe need to be fixed or managed just a little bit, and where you can maybe breed on them a little differently to get them, that much better in the next generation kind of a deal. I think all three class winners are nice. I think the seconds are really nice as well. But as they come back out here, two of them kind of fit in my mind, that they just put all the basics together and have just a little bit extra. I think one of them's probably just a shot fresher. I think she's built for the long haul, just a shot more kind of a deal. She's going to be your champion. The other one will be reserve. Young lady out of class 3 will have your champion. Young lady out of class 2 will have your reserve. Really nice set of red heifers within this division.
Results from our Red Brahmin Senior Yearling Division. Champion goes to entry 832, Lily Reed, and reserve goes to 745, Jennifer Mask.
Congratulations to the ladies that won the Senior Yearling Champions Drive. We are moving now to Class 35. Class 35.
Entering the ring is Class 35.
We will see Trenton White, Weston Duhon, Aiden Champion, Ellie Parks, Avery Classic, Lily Vidrin, Noelle Elaine Wilson, Reed Fontenot, Nathan Forstier, Kelly Sanders, and Gracie Soda.
1039, Lily Vidri. 1207, Noelle Elaine Wilson.
We are about to have a very big class.
2006,
And this is the first class of the intermediate show, Red Female Show. Class 35 is the first class of the intermediate Red Female Show. And we will see cattle from April 1st, born from April 1st to April 3rd. I hope you're following along with us. It's very important to us to share and thank our sponsors, Ice Ranch Feeding Services, Breathe Easy Farms, Hinds Cattle and Brahman Foundation. They are very special for us because it's because of them that we have that lives on here. So when this finish, make sure to go to their social media, to their contact info, and just send them a message. Thank you. Just that. Thank you for the live stream. That will make their day and our day too, because it's because of them that we are watching this incredible show, incredible junior show. So make sure to share with them how we appreciate them. And of course, wouldn't be a live stream without putting our social media in the screen and ask you to go and follow us everywhere. The Brahman Journal on Facebook, the Brahman Journal everywhere else, Instagram, YouTube, X, I'm not not sure how to say that correctly. I'm sorry. X before Twitter, Twitter before X. If you know about that, let me know how is the correct, the proper way to say it. I think is, yeah. If I'm not wrong, is X former Twitter. And of course, our brand TikTok. We just started for this show, and we have received a lot of appreciation, a lot of a lot of comments, a lot of followers, likes. That's the most important part on TikTok, and the comments about the reels we are putting there. We appreciate the people that is following us, and we appreciate that if you are not doing it, follow us everywhere. And thank you for doing that. Please give a thumbs up to this live stream, like it and share it everywhere. Everywhere is Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups, Instagram groups, all your contacts on your phone. As many as people as you can, so they can see this live stream and they can share the Brahma to the world, to the Brahman world. These young men and women doing what they love in the Brahman world, showing what they grow, what they bred, what they own in the cattle business. Okay, we have first places, I think. 209 is pointing to be first place as of right now. Until the microphone is not in the hands of the judge, we are just assuming here because he can make some changes. He can flip some people in the lineup. So this is not set until his hand holds the microphone. As of right now, 209 is in the first place. That would be, and I mentioned this before, I'm sorry, I don't know all the kids. Miss Vicky is busy in the rain show taking photos, but 209 is Red Fountain. Then in second place, in fourth place as of right now we have 1207. I only can tell you what I see. Noel Elaine Wilson. In third place we have 484. 484 as of right now is Kelly Sanders. It's your
Big than some in terms of numbers, and boy, it starts to heat up in terms of the depth, the quality, and what we've got in front of us. Kind of a deal. I think the one we lead off with, if you watch her in motion, this is kind of the way I like to build them. She's good-footed, she's good-legged, she handles her spine real nice, she's built like a female up front. She still has enough body depth and rib shape and natural thickness. I'm not going to tell you she blows me away in that regard, but I think there's more than enough for a female at this stage of the game. I like that relative to heifers in second, third, several down the way, she's just a nickel fresher condition. You can see she's got a little bit of skin and leather up there, but it's still pretty fresh in terms of the way it's built. I just think from a look and balance and length and femininity standpoint, coupled with the fact she can really get out and float, I think that one's an awfully nice way to lead off with. Young man, you got a nice heifer in your own right. That one's a bigger, stouter, brood cow power kind of female. She's not quite as pretty from her shoulder forward, but she's still really good from her shoulder back. Her underline is built correctly. She's still got a lot of rib shape and natural thickness. She handles her hip and her hind leg with more authority and is way more attractive relative to the heifer in third. I think that becomes her biggest advantage in that regard. Just wish we could make her a shot prettier shoulder forward, but if you like meat and potatoes cattle that are still built really nice from the ground up, I think that's the one that you should love in this class. I think just maybe not quite as unique from a look standpoint. Young lady, you got a nice one. She's just a little rounder in terms of her build. She's really stout. She's really powerful. She's still functional in terms of her skeleton, even though she's a little forward in her shoulder, a little rounder in her hip. Those are the show ring things that are going to end up putting you in third today. But I think that one's built to have some uniqueness in terms of rib shape and natural thickness. And she still gets out and covers her stride fairly well. She's just not near as attractive in the way she does it. Heifer that presents a lot nicer lines from the side is the young lady in fourth here. That one's really up-headed. She's really strong in terms of her top line. She's probably not got quite enough to her relative to her being a shot bigger and longer. I think she could be opened up just a shot in terms of her rib shape and natural thickness. And I think relative to her underline, we need to make her chest and her flank balance ever so slightly better. If you study the next heifer from maybe her stifle area up and forward, I think that one's really cool. She's tall fronted. She has a ton of presence. She transitions good in her spine. She's got the right kind of rib shape. She's big boned. She's just a little awkward. I think it starts in the fact that she's a little shorter hip, and then, like I said, she's a little more awkward in the way she handles her hind leg. Just doesn't get out and go quite attractively enough. But I think the front 2/3 of that one certainly have a lot of good to them. She's probably a shot big for some. I wouldn't argue with you if you said that, but I don't think she's out of bounds in that regard. Opposite end of the spectrum here, this is a heifer that if we had just a couple hundred more pounds in terms of frame and grow and length, she'd be up several spots. I think borderline second, at least third in this class. She's just pretty small relative to her contemporaries here, but she's good-legged, she's good-bodied, she's level, she's good-looking. I think if we can change that one in the next generation, while maybe not in her first calf, but down the road, make her just a little bit bigger, a little more of her. I like that heifer quite a bit from a quality perspective. Just she's substantially smaller than everything else in here. The next heifer comes out big muscled, big top, big back, still a good look up front. She gets a little round out of her hip. She's built just a little bit more tubular, but she's still sound enough. She's still functional enough. Next young man has one that standing still, you love the body, you love the sogginess and softness. I think one that just isn't near attractive enough when we get her set in motion. She kind of wants to get up in her spine, get a little bit straighter and push up underneath of herself off of her rear two. Next one has a good look up front, some muscle shape and natural thickness that I like. She too comes in just a few too many pieces as we study directly behind her shoulder, her hind leg when we set her in motion, that kind of a deal. Next one has some unique parts. She's really bold-bodied and thick. Comes with the fact that she's maybe a little further along from a condition standpoint. This one's just a little too elevated off either end of her skeleton for me to work her up much further. And then the heifer we're going to close out with, boy, there are a couple things I really like about her in terms of her rib shape and her natural thickness, and she's still sound enough. Unfortunately, she just looks a little too terminal to me. Her head, neck, shoulder, kind of body type, all read just a little too tubular and just a little bit harder doing in my mind. But a nice job to all those kids. I think that's a really deep and a tough class. Really nice heifer to lead off with there at the top end. Congratulations to each of them.
Thank you, Brett. Results from Class 35 Late Spring Heifers. First place, entry 209, Rhett Fontenot. Second place, entry 2006, Nathan Forstier. Third place, entry 484, Kaylee Sanders. Fourth place, entry 1207, Noelle Elaine Wilson. Fifth place, entry 341, Aiden Chambly. Sixth place, 1039, Lily Vidrine. Seventh place, 1132, Gracie Sowell. Eighth place, entry 345, Eli Parks. Ninth place, entry 515, Weston Duyan. 10th place, entry 1197, Trenton White. And 11th place, entry 870, Avery Kolachik. In the ring is Class 36 Spring Heifers. We have entry 1083, Drake Melancone. Entry 197, Rylan Rao. Entry 186, Bryn Vernon. And entry 215, Quinn Paget.
And we are starting our class 36 as the announcers to mention it. We appreciate their support.
And I am here with Bethlehem Bishop of IS Ranch Fitting Services, and she has sponsored a couple of events here at the Brazos Valley Expo Center. And I just want to ask you, last time you were here was in November, Bethlehem. Tell me what we were doing in November at Brazos Valley.
Well, we were winning at IS Ranch.
We get going in the next class here, and I think a good structured pair of heifers to lead off with that are fairly level in terms of their build. The one that has just a little more to her in terms of rib shape, softness, natural thickness, kind of doability, look at doability is the young man's heifer. Comes with the fact that she's got plenty of condition on her. I wouldn't get her any fatter at this stage of the game, but she gets out and handles it well. I think if we could lean her up, freshen her up front, just a shot and still keep the belly in her, I think that one would look even just a hair better. That's a good heifer to lead off with. Next heifer is really neat headed and necked. I think she's got an advantage in terms of look there. Young lady does a good job trying to get her presented. I think relative to the amount of condition she has on her, I wish she had just a little more forerib, a little more softness through her center there. She's not quite as good in the way she balances in her underline, but I think she outbalances, the rest of her outbalances these other two heifers here. Young man's heifer is moderate. She's easy fleshing. She's sound enough. Just a kind of meat and potatoes female that really, makes a sound, functional brood cow. She doesn't do it with any extra power or any extra looks, so she ends up just third today behind a couple pretty nice ones. Young lady standing still, you got a heifer that's got some extras. She's long-fronted and got some presence there. She's got some rib shape and natural thickness to her. Unfortunately, we get her set in motion, and she's just not comfortable enough off either end of her skeleton for me. She's just a little too short-strided, just a little too restricted. I think if we could free her up and she'll ever go a little bit better, I think that heifer could be pretty nice. Just not moving quite free enough for me today, but a nice job to all four of those kids as we work into some older heifers.
Thank you, Judge. Class 37 of Red Brahman Late Winter Heifers, Class 36 of Red Brahman Spring Heifers. In first place, we had entry 197, Rylan Rao. In second, entry 186, Bryn Vernon. In third, entry 1083, Drake Melancone. And fourth, entry 215, Quinn Paget. Coming into the ring is Class 37 of the Red Brahman Late Winter Heifers. And we have entry 1245, Lucas Forstier. Entry 429, Mackenzie No. And entry 264, Brant Barnes.
decided. No, there was a heifer in. She was sitting.
Here, and maybe not the numbers, but still a lot of quality relative to just having a few of them. The pair that we lead off with, I think, are close, and I wouldn't argue with you that there are certainly trade-offs, but the one that is more comfortable in motion off of her rear two for me is the young lady's heifer. She's built a little longer out of her hip. She utilizes her hock, her pasture, and her rear foot just a little bit better. I think she's got a decent advantage up front, too, in terms of the shape of her head and neck. Femininity type of a deal. She got just a nickel a chest, but I'm not going to get overly carried away with one as we get to this stage of the game, especially when the one behind her is fairly similar in that regard. So she may not be as opened up and stout in terms of her forerib. She might not have quite as much power from behind, but I think a little more ladylike, a little sounder, and just a little better moving. Young man's heifer standing still is a tank. She is opened up, bold, stout, very, very powerful, and she still reads with pretty good angles to her. She's just a little shorter hipped, I think, more than anything. Makes her kind of drop her pins, get up underneath of herself ever so slightly, and she never does want to just set that rear foot super, super comfortably. But I think that's a very nice pair of heifers. Like I said, I wouldn't argue with you if you switched them, because I think they both have a lot of good to them from breeding value standpoint. One just suits me a notch better today. Young man's solid colored heifer here that comes third. One that's got plenty of fleshing ease and doability. She's plenty level in terms of her top line. She's just a little plainer to look at in terms of her look up front. Not quite as good in terms of her width, rib shape, and natural thickness relative to the one that stands ahead of her. But young man, that's not a slouch of a cow prospect. Keep up the good work. Believe in her. Don't forget to breed her. Don't forget to take care of her. I think someday you're going to have something you like pretty well out of her. Just today, you're not going to stand any higher because you got a couple pretty nice ones in front of you. She's capable of doing it as a cow. Don't give up faith in her. Nice job to all three of these kids.
Results from Class 37 of the Red Brahman Late Winter Heifers. In first, we have entry 429, Mackenzie No. In second, entry 264, Brant Barnes. And in third, we have 1245, Lucas Forstier. Entering the ring is Class 38 of the Red Brahman Winter Heifers. Entry 281, Riley Wasson. 1182, Jolie Zimmerman. 282, Reagan Wasson. 927, Itty Bitty Bailey. 1192, Damian Martin. And 872, Avery Kolachik. This is the last class of our Red Brahman Intermediate Division. And we're calling classes 39 through 41 to the makeup ring.
Just an outstanding Red Brahman female, as pretty as you could make one. Love the bone, love her muscling, love the breed character. Just a great, great, great female. Congratulations.
For me, just overall powerful. She got everything I'm looking for in a cow. She really level top, smooth from hooks to pins. had the depth of body. You just get behind her, she's overpowered with a lot of muscle in her. Very structurally sound, just a really nice individual.
Thank you to the announcers to talk about the champions. Congratulations to Mackenzie No, to Brent Burns and Lucas Forster. For sure. We are moving now to class 38. And you saw a video about our sponsor that is now that this video it is now on TikTok. Our TikTok Brahman channel is already posting some videos of our sponsors. We're going to continue doing it during the coming days in our Instagram, Facebook, and more. So make sure to give us some love on the other social media while the judge decide where he's going with this class. We will see in the ring show Riley Wilson, Jolie Zimmerman, Regan Wilson, Tavity Bailey, Damian Martin, Avery Colesi. And as they starting taking the juniors into the line, the winners. Remember this is not a final set.
Okay, perfect, good job.
It can change during the final walk or final call. It's until the judge has the microphone on it when it is set. As of right now, we have 11:22 in the first place. Damian Martin. I may be wrong. Damian Martin. Let's hear the judge.
One that leads off does so fairly handily in this class. She's moderate, she's really big bodied, she's really sound and easy fleshing, almost to the point that we're probably pushing a little too much condition in my mind. I know it's hard to keep one this size fresh. She's still really, really high quality. I just wish she was a little bit fresher from a condition standpoint, and I think it'd make her look that much neater even because she is so good everywhere else. She's so big-bellied, easily looks like she could be quite a bit further along in calf if she is than anything else out here. So I think that's very, very good. I think she's nice. I think she's still real high quality. Just wish she was a hair fresher. From there, I think it gets challenging. I think you really got to kind of decide where you're going to lay your priorities, because you could talk yourself into anything amongst the next 5 of them. Then one that hit me the next best was the young lady's heifer here. I think she's just a little bit sounder when we set her in motion relative to a couple heifers that stand behind her. She's definitely a little more attractive in terms of her hip and her hind leg, and yet still got more rib shape, more body, and just softness of look to her relative to the heifers, especially like in 4 and 5 kind of a deal. I think her best look is in motion. At the stop, she comes apart in her top line a little bit. She's not quite as neat from her shoulder forward, especially as the heifer we lead off with, but a good kind of a cow that comes with some extras. Young lady does a good job there getting her presented. Young man does a really nice job getting the next one presented. I think at the setup, you're thinking that one could easily stand a spot higher. She's so much better in terms of her top line line relative to the heifer directly in front of her at the setup. I think she's still got plenty of body, plenty of softness. She too is probably pushing the upper limits on condition for me. I think the biggest thing for me on this one, she's just a shot smaller footed. She doesn't get out and go quite as well as you study her from her belly line down as either of the two heifers that I used in front of her. But at the setup, I think she's awfully nice. The next two heifers out here, I think, are fairly similar in their kind, and I think at times there's things about them that I want to move up in terms of a placing. I think both of them potentially down the road another 2, 3, 4, 5 months could stand 2, 3, 4 spots higher kind of a deal, because I think they have just a little more future than the two heifers, really than all three heifers. But, they're both kind of built from the basic build and look standpoint that our class winner is. There's just not near as much through their center third today, but they're also fresher. So I'll let you take that where you like it and how you read them. I think we're working on into the older ones that need to be geared a little bit more toward closer to now, and that's why these two end up down here, whereas maybe some of the ones that were similar to them in terms of look and build and levelness stood a few spots higher earlier on. I just wish there was a little more of these two. Between the two of them, the heifer that we use in fourth here is one that's just a shot longer up front, just a little bit more feminine in terms of her look, and I think maintains her length and levelness of hip just a shot better. The other heifer's a little bit bolder, a little bit stouter. I like those things about her. I think her big advantage is that she's got just a little more bone, just a little more boldness and stoutness over the heifer we close out with. The heifer we close out with is definitely bigger and more extended. I certainly think that one still makes a functional cow prospect. I think her color probably makes her a little harder to look at because she comes off as not very smooth. She's plenty smooth. She's just maybe a little rounder in terms of her hip and her hind leg set kind of a deal, and just doesn't balance quite as good as a couple of these other heifers out here. But I think that's still a good cow prospect that's sound enough and got some fleshing ease to her. Nice job to all those kids, a nice set of cattle.
Thank you, Brett. Results from Class 38, Red Brahman winner heifers. First place, entry 1182, Jolie Zimmerman. Second place, entry 872, Avery Kolachik. Third place, entry 1192, Damian Martin. Fourth place, entry 927, Itty Bitty Bailey. Fifth place, entry 282, Reagan Wasson. And in sixth place, entry 281, Riley Wasson. Entering our ring is our Red Brahman Intermediate Division. First place from Class 35 is entry 209, Rhett Fontenot. Class 36, entry 197, Rylan Rao. Class 37, entry 429, Mackenzie No. Class 38, 1182, Jolie Zimmerman. And our second place entries from Class 35, 2006, Nathan Forstier. Class 36, entry 186, Bryn Vernon. Class 37, entry 264, Brant Barnes. And Class 38, entry 872, Avery Kolachik.
We get into our division here, and I think a really nice set of cattle that have some variation in terms of condition and where they stand, and are they going to get better with time? Maybe have they seen their best days or become just a little bit harder to manage, those kinds of things. I think there's a lot of differences out here, and that could lead to you liking maybe different ones. But I think at the end of the day, they're all pretty good legged cattle. They all have at least enough belly, if not more than enough belly. And they all are fairly level in terms of their design and good in terms of their look. I think we got 4 showmen out here doing a really nice job with class winners, 4 more doing a really nice job with second in class kind of cattle there. I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to switch some things along the way. I think there were as many different kinds of good ones in this division as we've seen all day. So I think there's certainly different kinds that you could like and utilize type of a deal. Just kind of the way I read them. Amongst the 3 that I would put kind of in contention of the class winners. The one up front, I think very fresh, very high quality, good looking. I still think her better days are probably ahead of her. I think that one's so good in terms of the way she moves and just very, very nice as we get her in motion. Really long, really attractive kind of a deal. Probably could hook up just a hair stronger directly behind her shoulder. Next young man out of class 2 within this division, really, really nice heifer, super smooth, super level, really good job of getting her presented there. Still a nice hind-legged heifer. She probably has just a touch more chest than we call perfectly ideal. It throws her lower body balance off ever so slightly, and I think to get that presence up front, we've probably elevated her in her front skeleton ever so slightly. I don't think it's terrible. I think it's very manageable, but I think those are the differences. And then the third heifer that I think is in contention out here is the one out of our last class. She's an absolute brood cow right now. You can tell she's probably way further along than most of them, I would guess. If not, then she's just ultra, ultra soggy made and super easy doing kind of a cow. And yet she's still plenty feminine in front of that. We talked about her chest. It's certainly something that you need to mention. I think as you get her calved out, you get kind of some of that sucked out of her there. She'd probably look even better as a pair, as long as her udder comes in the way we expect it to. Really sound, still plenty level. I don't know that she's built quite as long and quite as level out of her hip as the other two we talked about. So I think that's something we can mention as well. For me, I guess the decision for your champions becomes a little more logical as we talk through them, or as I talk through them again. Young man at the front of the lineup here out of Class 1 in this division is going to have her. I think it gets real tight between the other two that we just talked about, but I think the one that hits me the next hardest is the young lady out of Class 4. She'll have your reserve division winner. Congratulations to all of them.
Congratulations, winners. Of the intermediate championship drive.
Congratulations to our Red Brahman Intermediate champion with entry 209, Rhett Fontenot, and our reserve intermediate division champ, 1182, Jolie Zimmerman.
If I'm not wrong, we are going to move to class 40 because class 39, it's just one single entry. So that means that we are going to sit to the end in the championship drive. So we are going to see now four entries in the ring show. And while we watch this on the screen, we want to thank our sponsors one more time. Of course, make sure to visit their social media, their contact, and thank them personally on messages or text messages.
We have Class 40 in the ring of the Red Brahman Late Fall Heifers.
And the Brahman Journal.
5:30, Cody Harkey. 7:30, Mackenzie Willard. 5:38, Hayden Tucker. And 9:17, Bailey K. Bailey.
And of course, between these sponsors, we want to thank the Brahman Foundation. The Brahman Foundation. They work for the kids. They help. They help.
That'll work.
Getting money
Show it to
to
him,
prepare
and if he likes
camps
it,
and
turn it into.
they raise money for the kids. We were talking about the Brahman Foundation, and they make scholarships, shows, camps, all to support, help to grow little kids on really good breeders, and ladies and gentlemen in the world. And on the screen you can see how much they have give to the juniors, and they are always looking for ways to support. If you don't know how to contact them, make sure to contact us and we will put you in contact with them. Yesterday we were talking about them, not yes, yesterday it was yesterday. We were talking yesterday about them in the live stream, and just in that moment receive a comment with a donation on straws that they can sell in an auction, or they can do whatever to raise that money. So we are coming back. We're going to go back to the main screen to talk about what the judge is speaking, and let's hear.
Work into our next division here with a pair of heifers that are pretty similar, not only in their color, but the way they're built as well from a structure perspective, look perspective. I think there's a lot of similarities, a lot more than there are differences, kind of a thing. The little differences that I read, I think the heifer that we lead off with comes a little bit bolder out of the backside of her shoulder, has just a little more width and natural thickness down her top. And I think she's a shade longer striding as well. I don't know that she's significantly softer in the way she hits the ground, but I do think she takes maybe just a nickel longer stride. I think the other heifer is a little bit bolder through her center rib. I think she's maybe just a shot softer in the way she goes off of her ankle as well. I don't know that she's quite as opened up directly behind her shoulder specifically, but I think that's a high quality pair of females that have a lot of similarities, a lot of good in what they can do, and a lot of versatility in how you can mate them, because they both have grow and they both have structure. They both have a lot of good to them. I think the other pair is close. One of them probably looks the part today just a little bit more to me because she balances a little better in her underline. She's just a little smoother in the way she's put together. Real moderate, real cowy. She doesn't come with quite the extra extension and look. She's maybe not quite as attractive in the way she utilizes her hip and her hind leg relative to the two we lead off with, but just ultra cowy, good kind of a female. The heifer we close out with, I think, has some more pieces to like. She's really extended, kind of high-headed and cocky up front. She's good in her top line and level there, and she's still sound enough in her structure. She's just a little stale to me. Her chest to flank don't balance very good. I think maybe if we kicked her out, freshened her up, and kind of brought her back together, I think that one might look a little bit better because I do think there's some quality there. It's just not quite fresh enough in today's package.
Results from Class 40. First place goes to entry 790, Mackenzie Willard. Second place goes to entry 538, Hayden Tucker. Third, entry 917, Bailey K. Bailey. And fourth, entry 530, Cody Harkey. Entering the ring is Class 41, Red Brahman Fall Heifers. Entry 494, Iris Matthews. 540, Hayden Tucker. 529, Cody Harkey. 346, Eli Parks.
Congratulations to Mackenzie Willard and Hayden Tucker. And we are now moving to class 41. Class 41, we appreciate the announcers that make.
Where's Brandon?
He does look like Woody. Oh yeah, he's right here.
Next class comes together early. A big, long-bodied cow that's got plenty of body depth and doability to her, a lot of femininity, gets out and handles herself nicely as the young man's kind of speckle-throated, speckle-underlined heifer. She's not the boldest, stoutest one we've seen all day in terms of width, rib, and natural thickness, but she's adequate in that regard. I bet there was a day and age when she was skinny where you probably wondered if there was enough, and now we get her to this point. I think there's plenty. She just has the highest quality, freshest look to me, and I think she leads off pretty handily. The next young man's heifer here is one that has some body. She gets out and goes adequately. I don't think she's perfect in terms of her structure, but I think she's very functional in terms of her structure. She's got a little more chest. It kind of throws off her balance there. She's not built quite as uniquely out of her hip and her hind leg relative to our class winner. The darker red heifer here from her shoulder forward, her hoof bones forward, I like quite a bit. She's neat looking up front. She's got a good rib shape to her. She's got plenty of natural thickness laid in her. She's just a little lower pinned and gets rounder and not quite as attractive out of her hip and her hind leg. And I think relative to the two we lead off with, she probably is ever so slightly a little straighter through her knee and shoulder as well. But she's got a significant advantage in terms of body, rib shape, and softness relative to the lighter colored heifer we close out with. Young lady, you got a nice heifer. I think it looks to me like we're geared down the road somewhere. Keep believing in her. Keep taking care of her. Keep doing the things you're doing. She's very, very fresh at this stage of the game. Wherever our ideal endpoint is, I think she can hit that and look better than what she does today. So, get her bred, make sure she's bred, stay bred, whatever it is, keep her fresh, and then that last 90 days or so, I think you can really kind of amp that one up. She's level, she's good looking up front, she's reasonably decent in her structure. She just doesn't have near enough to her today in a class of bigger, older heifers that are so massive and stout. She needs a little bit more cow power in my mind. Nice job to all four of those kids, though, on really nice projects.
Thank you, Brett. Results from class 41, entry 494, first place, Iris Matthews. Second place, entry 346, Eli Parks. Third place, entry 529, Cody Harkey. And fourth place, entry 540, Hayden Tucker. Entering the ring is class 42, our Red Brahman early fall heifers. Entry 986, Sebastian Santa Cruz. 495, Kane Matthews. 1240, Nathan Forstier. 280, Riley Watson. 844, Ryan Max Simpson. 14, Dylan Svatek. 1121, Brooklyn Logan.
Congratulations to Hayden Tucker and Ellie Parks. We are moving now to class 42, and I want to take a moment to talk a little bit about our sponsor. Just 1 second, I have it here. Oops, sorry. My bad. Pretty Easy Farms. Pretty Easy Farms is sponsoring the junior show today, and they have embryos available of two types. Both they have in both they have Rocking Redman. No, sorry. In both they have Lady Roxanne 964 over 3. One part we have Miss Lady Roxanne with Rox Redman ET3, and the other part we have available KC Nikon 500 over 6. If you're interested in this really good combination between Red Brahman that has the base of Lady Roxanne 964 over 3, make sure to contact Pretty Easy Farms. The number is at the bottom, and once we finish the show, we will put it all big so you can have it there. Of course, we are posting these commercials on our Facebook page, so if for X or Y you miss anything, I'm sorry, if you miss any information, make sure to contact. I'm sorry, make sure to contact, visit the Facebook and contact them. Rachel Rodriguez, congratulations to Hayden and Darla. We are going back to the main arena and see the selection of the judge. The judge is about to talk.
A really nice way to lead off with, especially the first two heifers. I like a good deal for different reasons. The heifer we led off with, for me, one that's a shot more feminine. She looks just a shot fresher in terms of her look. She has a little more skin maybe, but it's definitely apparent that she's just a nickel trimmer in terms of her condition. She's really elegant through her head and neck. Good body type, really good set of feet and legs underneath of her. I think she's just a hair more laid back in terms of her shoulder, which is weird because she actually, or not weird, excuse me, because she actually runs downhill just a little bit. When we prop their shoulder up, they get just a little bit taller. Hers is a shade more laid back, so it ends up making her look like she runs downhill just a notch. But I think you set that one in motion, you stop her, whichever you want to do. I think she looks even better in motion personally, but that one just suits me really well from a look, balance, femininity, and structure standpoint. If you want a breeding piece, the one in second is probably for you. She has absolute tree trunks for legs. She is stout, she's powerful, she still balances nicely. She's not quite as feminine. Her chest is probably wanting to start to come out of her ever so slightly. She's built just a nickel straighter in terms of her front skeleton. I think if you take that little area there and you just kind of put your hand over it, the rest of that animal is very unique, very high quality. I could see that one making a very special bull calf down the road that has a lot of luck. Not saying she can't make show heifers either, but they're going to be awfully stout, awfully out there for some people. If you like them stout, cowy, and really tricked out, I could certainly understand landing on that one. I think she's very high quality. The next young lady here comes with a heifer that standing still, I think, is in the conversation for the other two. She's so massive. She's very broody, very maternal, very easy fleshing. We set them in motion, and she pretty apparently comes third to me. You can see, even though she's got some condition on her to hide it, she's a little lower in terms of her pin set, built a little straighter in terms of her hock. Her rear foot's not quite as big, so she doesn't get out and travel quite as athletically as the two heifers in front of her do. But standing still, that one's certainly a very, very nice animal. I don't think she's crippled by any means. I just don't think she's quite as good and quite as unique in what she brings to the table relative to the two we lead off with. I would freshen her up just a hair also myself. Other end of the spectrum, a heifer that, she's got some chest. It looks like we maybe been trying to freshen this one up. Maybe just need to double down on that, getting her kicked out, getting her chest pulled back in her as much as possible. She's really good looking up front. She's good structured. She just doesn't have near enough cow power through the center third of her body. Other classes, we've worked ones like that up just a little bit. We got a trio of pretty darn good ones in this class, so we can't work that one any higher. But I like her build, I like her balance, I like her structure better than these heifers behind her. Next heifer is broody and maternal, needs to go a little bit looser for me off either end of her skeleton. Base width up front's probably just a little bit too far for me. Next one here, one that balance is fairly decent from the side. That one needs to be a little more opened up, just a little bolder and have more width, rib shape, natural thickness all the way through. And then the heifer we close out with, she's level top. She does have some more rib shape and natural thickness. Unfortunately, she reads just a little higher off the ground, a little harder doing, and a little more tubular in terms of her body type. Nice job to all those kids, though. I think a really deep class of heifers there, especially on the top end with some really, really unique kind of animals.
Results from Class 42. In first place, we have entry 844, Ryan Max Simpson. In second, entry 1240, Nathan Forstier. Third, entry 280, Riley Wasson. In fourth, entry 986, Sebastian Santa Cruz. Fifth, 1121, Brooklyn Logan. Sixth, 495, Kane Matthews. And in seventh, we have entry 14, Dylan Spatek. Entering the ring is our Junior Red Brahmin Junior Division. And from Class 39, we have a single entry, entry 531, Cody Harkey. Class 40, first place was entry 790, Mackenzie Willard. Class 41 was entry 494, Iris Matthews. Class 42, entry 844, Ryan Max Simpson. And our second place entries from Class 40, 538, Hayden Tucker. Class 41, entry 346, Eli Parks. And Class 42 was entry 1240 with Nathan Forstier.
We get out into our division drive, and a single entry heifer, you think a lot of times maybe they're not quite as good. She doesn't take anything away from our lineup here. Good structured, really good looking up front. Young man does a good job getting her loin down, getting her top line presented nicely. I think she's still fairly fresh from a condition standpoint. Probably wouldn't push her any further along from that standpoint, but she still is fairly good in terms of her lower body balance. She's probably not quite as unique in her look up front as a couple of the others, even though she's really high-headed. I don't know that everything balances quite as good, and I don't know that she's quite as powerful as another one that might end up in contention out here. But I do think that's a nice cow prospect, very, very complete, just basic functional brood cow that's still really level in terms of her top line. I think it becomes a fairly straightforward decision for me, and that's not telling you that you're an idiot if you don't agree, because I think there's a lot of quality out here. There are just one that hits me as very much my kind, and one that hits me as very good and very, very unique. They both happen to be in the last class of the division that we just judged. Nice job to both of these gentlemen here on the champion and reserve within the division.
congratulations to Ryan Max Simpson and Nathan Forshé.
Easy for me to say.
Congratulations to our entries from class 42.
Because they are our junior.
Our junior champion is entry
Junior
844, and that's going to be Ryan Max Simpson. And the second out of that class will be our reserve division, entry 1240, Nathan Forstier. Entering the ring is class 43. Entry 1238, Nathan Forstier. And entry 840, Ryan Max Simpson.
Okay, they changed the place where they were located. Sorry about that. Here is the view. And we are starting class 43. Class 43 is heifers born between July 1st and August 31, 2022. And we have in the lineup our winners of the junior champion, Ryan Max Simpson and Nathan Forshé. I hope I say that right. And they are walking them around. I hope I can get you. There you go. And while they walk, we want to talk about his cattle. Give me just 1 second. I have another view for you. And they change again. So hold on a minute, please. And they change again.
As challenging of a decision as I've had to this point, or probably one of the most challenging decisions, I guess, because they're so different. I don't think either one is perfect. I think a blend of the two might bring us pretty close to a darn good one. Whoever we lead off with, I think just has so much more uniqueness to her. She's really stout structured, she's big, she's extended, she's high-headed and got plenty of presence to her. We could fix her spine a little bit. We certainly could loosen her up a little bit in the way that she goes, and I don't know that, she perfectly balances because of that, but I think she's so unique in what she brings to the table to breed on going forward that if we can fix some of the other problems with a complement breeding-wise, she really stands the chance to do some more unique kind of things. If you wanted to use the other heifer, I wouldn't argue with you. I think she's a decent bit further along in calf. I think she's probably a little bit more the kind that I've been using most of the day in terms of femininity, being a little sounder structured, being a little fresher conditioned maybe. She's just not very big. And I think when we start thinking about where the industry is at today, I'm not going to sit here and preach to you. I'm simply here to kind of reflect what I see in the industry. I don't think she brings quite as much uniqueness to the table in what she can do in the next generation. So I think those are the differences. Do what you want with them. They're as different as any two good heifers we've seen in a class today. Told you where I like them, told you where I change them. That's just the way I see them today, but I think both young men do a very fine job showing those cattle, appreciate the time that they take, and just their ability to kind of listen and adapt on the fly when they walk in the ring.
Okay, for class 43 we have Nathan Forshé in the first place and Ryan Max Simpson in the second
Results
place.
from class 43
we are going to
of the
move
Red
to
Brahman early
class
season.
Now, class 44 is a little bigger. We have cattle born between May 1st and June 30, 2022.
Class 40. Entry 1138, Gracie Sewell. 1019, Zach Mosley. 608, Baxter Whitworth. 859, Avery Kolaczyk. 1179, Rick Caldwell. 1189, Reese Parrott. 554,
And
Lily
while
Pope.
they do their work, and I think I'm going to need to change the view a little bit. I have to say that I really admire these kids because they were working during the entire week on the different shows they were, and now they are having their junior shows, and that's really admirable because they are doing their best after a whole week of work in the ring. And in the past class that was a little in the past class that was a little short, I was starting talking about one of our sponsors, Hin's Cattle. I think Miss Victoria Lambert has talked about this heifer and this family and this lady that has been shown a lot this year. This is her first year, and she's doing so great. And we have been posting all over the place the information about the heifer they are. This lady is showing CTCH. No, I'm sorry. BCC Lady Elizabeth 10 over 2 and CTCH Lazy Renix 13.3. They are doing really great. They are showing it's her first time showing this year, and I'm trying to use the expression that an English expression. She threw the ball all over the park or outside the park. I'm not sure, but I just want to say that she's doing really great, and their family support us on this junior show. So make sure to contact them, thank them. They were watching earlier. I'm not sure if they are watching now. I hope they do. And just thank them. Starting with that, and whatever they have available, they have embryos available on BCC Lady Elizabeth 13 over 21. So you can start your champions with Hin's Cattle. Let's go back to the main arena to see some lineup. It's not the final, remember. The judge is going to start pulling out, and they are pulling in, and those are going to be the first places. As of right now, we don't have nothing defined yet. And of course, Ice Ranch Feeding Services. We mentioned about them earlier. If you like to show, if you like your cattle to being shown, and you want to do the easy part, you want to do the easy part, or wants to use the expertise of a really, really great woman that have been shown in her entire life, you have to contact Ice Ranch Feeding Services. She's the one you need to contact to prepare everything for you. Either you want her to show your cattle, or you want to just be in the arena and show your cattle and avoid all the hard stuff. She's the one that you contact, and she will provide a really good service to you that fits your necessities. Let's hear the judge as he is getting ready to talk.
Get into our next class here. cattle that the top three here really bring quite a bit of good to the table. I think the young lady's heifer is the most complete in terms of blending feet and leg structure with a maternal look and still a feminine kind of high quality build. I think that becomes her advantage over the next couple is femininity through her head, neck, shoulder, and really just looking like a female all the way through. Her joint work, I think, even kind of fits that relative to the ones directly behind her, kind of a deal. She's a little longer and leveler out of her hip relative to the heifer in second. She's just a shot softer in terms of her body type as well. But I think a little bit smoother, just very, very maternal, feminine kind of a female to lead off with. A big stout one that comes next. I think that one's really opened up, really good in terms of her width, rib, natural thickness kind of a deal. I don't know that she pieces herself together quite as well as the heifer we start off with. She's got just a little more chest. She drops her pin set ever so slightly, maybe gets up underneath herself. That's being critical of one that I like quite a bit. Young man, you got a nice heifer. If it were me, I'd try to freshen her up just a little bit, then build some belly back into her to kind of maximize what she is there at her end point. But that is a cow that knows she's good and has a lot of value to her. Young man in third here has one that's no slouch. She's built just a hair straighter off either end of her skeleton relative to the first two. She's probably not got quite as much to her in terms of just total mass and volume. She's a little more moderate, maybe not as stout and opened up, especially as the heifer directly in front of her there. But I think that's still quality livestock, still very maternal in terms of her center body. She looks just a little fresher than the next several heifers out here. I don't think, that becomes a major deciding factor, but it certainly helps me get her there and feel real confident that there's just a little bit of a gap directly after her. I think the next four, you could kind of do whatever you wanted with, depending on where you wanted to lay your priorities. The ones that I feel a little more comfortable with, a little bigger, a little stouter, that go maybe just a little bit better as well. I wish there was maybe a shot more body to the one we're leading out there. This one could be a little leveler. The young lady in the lighter blue there gets a little weird in terms of her spine, a little weird up front as she tracks. The young lady in the pink has one that could use just a shot more power to her. And then the one we're going to close out with, I wish we could freshen her up and allow her to go just a little bit easier off either end of her skeleton. But a nice set of cattle. Good job to each of those kids on a really, really deep set of big bred heifers.
Congratulations to Brian Caldwell and Baxter Whitworth. Baxter Whitworth is the other half of the
Results from
podcast.
Class 44, Red Brahman Senior Heifers. In first place was entry 1179, Bryn Caldwell. Second place, entry 608, Baxter Whitworth. Third, entry 1019, Zach Mosley. And fourth, entry 554, Lily Vogt. In fifth, entry 859, Avery Kolachik. Sixth, 1138, Gracie Sewell. And in seventh, we had entry 1189, Reese Parrott. In the ring is class 45, our last class before the senior division. We have entry 1190, Reese Parrott. 1129, Brooklyn Logan. 509, Caleb Cooper. 551, Stephen Garrett. And 356, Lonnie Pearl Collender.
As I was saying, the second place was Baxter, and he is the other half of the podcast Cattle Innovation Station, and we are moving now to Class 45. Class 45 has 4 entries where we will see cattle that belongs to Reese Parrott, Brooklyn Logan, Caleb Cooper, Steve Garrett, Lonnie Peter Calendar. We appreciate that you are still with us watching the junior show. Please let us some comments here. Let us know where are you watching, what you like of what you're watching. If you have an entry with a junior that you support or you like, let us know too. We are in class 45. I'm saying this wrong, I think. No, yes, we are in class 45.
I think the darker pigmented female that we lead off with, really, really nice heifer. Not only is she built pretty darn good from the ground up, I think she's very feminine in the design to her udder. She's very very feminine in the design to her head and neck. She's still plenty level. I don't think she's perfect in terms of her levelness, but I think it's adequate in that regard. What might become a little more of a thing down the road still is plenty good enough for her to win this class. Super maternal in terms of her build, not too far gone from a condition standpoint. I think just really checks all the boxes of one that at this stage of the game needs to look like a brood cow. She does. She checks the boxes that can make that one last for a long, long time. I think a lot of that one, we'll talk about her a little more and how maybe those little balance things factor into it. Heifer that's not quite as feminine, but still really broody. Awesome from her shoulder back, young man. Love her rib shape, love her natural thickness. Love the fact that she can still get out and handle herself fairly adequately. She's a little rounder in terms of her hip. She's maybe just a shot coarser in the shape to her head and neck relative to the heifer we lead off with, but a nice heifer nonetheless. Congrats to him. Her major advantage over the heifer in third, I think, becomes freshness. It's not necessarily that there's a tremendous amount of condition difference. I think that one just looks like she holds it better. Everything looks a little tighter. This heifer's really starting to look like she, kind of is on the outside looking in, so to speak, of her show time. She's getting just a little bigger chested, just a little smoother kind of all the way through, and just doesn't look quite fresh enough. Good cow, level, big, extended, has the belly to match her added frame, adequate in regard to structure, probably not phenomenal in terms of the way she gets out and utilizes her hind leg. I think her best days as a show heifer are probably behind her, but I think even better days might be as a cow once we get her into production and start doing different things with her. Young lady, you don't have a slouch of a heifer here. I think there were probably several days along the way that this one got along. She's good bodied, she's good rib shape, she's got width, rib, natural thickness. I think all those things are good, and she's still decent looking up front as well. And she's sound enough. I think she's starting to get a little bit round out of her hip there, maybe not quite as attractive in the way she utilizes her hind leg relative to the top couple in our class, and there's just not quite as much of her as the heifer directly in front of her. I think she's a little bit fresher from a condition standpoint, but not significantly fresher relative to that heifer. I just don't think there's quite as much brood cow power there. Nice job, though. I think you did a good job getting her to this point, kind of maximizing what you got. Really good job to all four of our exhibitors there with an older set of heifers that all look like they're bred and doing the right thing.
Congratulations to Stephen Garrett and Caleb Cooper. We have in the comments someone that support Caleb Cooper. Tanya Miss Taylor. Now we're moving to the Senior Championship Drive. Senior Championship Drive, and there is no age senior, so the next one would be the Grand Champion Red Female Drive. Grand Champion Red Female Drive. So allow me a couple of seconds here. if you're watching this live stream, is thanks to our sponsors. You can see them at the bottom. Ice Ranch.
Entering the ring is our
Services.
Red Brahmin
Let's hear
Senior
the list
Champion
of
Division.
what we are going to see while I get you available.
From Class 40, we have entry 1238, Nathan Forstier. Class 44, 1179, Bryn Caldwell. Class 45, 551, Stephen Garrett. And our second place entries are 840, Ryan Max Simpson. 608, Baxter Whitworth. And 509, Caleb Cooper.
So right now we are going to see class 41, Kai R.
As we get into our division here for the older heifers, I think really nice representatives. We talked about kind of all along different parts and pieces of them, but I think it comes down to the pair of them out of classes, to the pair of class winners out of class 2 and 3 within the division. I think little difference is the heifer up front is probably just a hair fresher in terms of condition. I think those things, that everything you would expect to go along with that probably becomes an advantage for her in terms of just looking a shot more ladylike, everything kind of keeping a little tighter type of a look that looks a shot fresher. She probably gets out and goes just a hair better as well because of that. Not quite as far along, not quite as much condition type of a deal. But it also comes with the fact she's maybe not quite as strong directly behind her shoulder as what the other heifer is, and maybe not quite as big-bodied and deep in their rear flank as what the other heifer is as well. The other heifer here, the big heifer out of our last class, is one that, everything fits together. I don't know how many of her days she had, so to speak, prior to this, but we did a really, really nice job getting her managed to this point, keeping her together, and just have a very nice animal underneath of that. So I think you could probably do go whichever way you wanted here. I kind of thought one way when they were about to come out, and I guess as they come back out here, the other one actually hits me just a little harder than what I thought she was going to. So we're going to go ahead and end up going that direction. I don't often flip my mindset, but I really want to use the ones that hit me hard when they walk in the ring. I think both of those are very, very nice. Young man will have your division winner. Young lady will have your reserve. Congratulations to each of our class winners and seconds here in the last division.
Congratulations to Stephen Garrett that got the senior champion, and out of the class 43, and the reserve senior champion was Miss WCC Lady Dior 545/2, owned by Ryan Maximson. I may be.
Congratulations to our Red Brahmin Senior Champion.
Let's hear it.
Our Red Brahmin Senior Champion is going to come out of Class 45 to entry 551, Stephen Garrett. And our Reserve Senior Champion will come out of Class 44, Bryn Caldwell.
Yes, I was a little far from the information. The 45 is going to be our senior champion, and the reserve champion is going to be out of class 44. Brian Caldwell is the reserve senior champion, and the senior champion is Stephen Garrett. Now we are having our grand championship drive because we don't have any age senior. So allow me to prepare the field for you. And
And reserve, 827, Lily Reed. Senior yearling heifer champion is entry 832, Lily Reed. And reserve is entry 745, Jennifer Mask. Our intermediate champion is entry 209, Rhett Fontenot. And reserve was 1182, Jolie Zimmerman. Junior champion, entry 844, Ryan Mack Simpson. And reserve was Nathan Forstier. Senior champion, entry 551, Stephen Garrett. And reserve was 1179, Bryn Caldwell. And out of our age senior division was a single entry, entry 808, Claire Jalufka.
we have our champions lined up, the reserve going into the ring show. And while the judges decide who is going to be the grand champion and the reserve champion, I want to ask you one more time that please follow us everywhere. The Brahman Journal on Facebook, Brahman Journal everywhere else, Instagram, YouTube, X, former Twitter, and now TikTok too. Give us some thumbs up, give us some likes, and share this live stream everywhere in different groups, WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups, family groups, everywhere, so they can see the juniors, the junior red female show, and the juniors and the shows that we have run during the day. And of course, this is possible thanks to our sponsors: IOS Ranch Feeding Services, Pretty Easy Farms, Hills Cattle, and the Brahman Foundation. Each one of them made this possible. We are not done yet. Once we finish with this, we are going to go with the junior gray female show. So we still have more fun to do today. Let's hear the judge.
Now, at one age senior, a really nice cow that's got a lot of rib and natural thickness to her, still sound in terms of her skeleton. Got a good little calf at side that I think has a bright future. That one, albeit skinny, has the right pieces to go on and even be better than mama, kind of a deal. So I think that's a nice cow, good looking up front, still has fairly good udder underneath her there. We could probably refine those teats ever so slightly if we were going to be super critical, but I think that's being plenty picky. She's probably not quite as level in the design to her hip as what a few of these others are out here, but I think front 2/3 very, very good, and down low she's still plenty darn nice. She just, she looks good for a pair. She maybe doesn't look quite as fresh as what a couple of the others do, but I think that's still a very nice representative to bring back out here. Even though she's a single entry, she really doesn't take anything away from our lineup. We talked through these several times. Sometimes we go back through and talk them at the end. I think it really comes down to a pair of them. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. They came out of back-to-back divisions. I think we have some other really nice representatives. I think we have, some uniqueness behind one of them. And I think that there are several other very good cattle standing out here. But there are two of them that I think, and not that I normally focus on this, but the way it happens this time, I think they match up really nicely in terms of the way they're built. They're both very elegant up front. They're both very, very good in terms of their structure. They're both very maternal in terms of their body type. They're both fresh. One of them probably even extra fresh in terms of condition for where they're at in their stage of life. And they both balance beautifully from the side. I think both of them look like they probably should have had some success along the way. Both of them look like they could have very much more success the rest of the way by just keeping them as skinny as they are and continuing to let them do their thing. I think you've had an awfully, awfully nice set of red females. If you would, give these kids a hand, and we'll go ahead and select your reserve.
I remember his last name is Simpson.
Ryan Max Simpson.
Ryan Mike Simpson.
Congratulations to our exhibitors and the Grand Champion Red Brahman Drive. Grand Champion was entry 844 with Ryan Mackey Simpson, and Reserve Grand Champion was entry 209, Rhett Fontenot.
This was the Junior Red Female Show. I'm going to remember you guys that we will have, let me get rid of this, there you go. We're going to be next week in Managua, Nicaragua for the Gear and Brahman Show. Then at the end of August, we will be in Villahermosa, Tabasco for the Segunda Muestra Mexicana de Cebu and their online and live sale. And of course, don't go anywhere because we still have the Great Female Show. They are making a real quick pause, and that's why I'm showing the commercial full screen, so stay with us. And of course, Genetica Costa Rica, make sure to contact them and send your genetics to Costa Rica, or if you're in Costa Rica, to add great genetics for them. We have our sponsors, the Brahman Foundation. They have been doing a lot for the kids. What? Just a sec, guys. The Brown Foundation has been doing a lot for the kids, and they are ready for doing more every year, every time. On your screen, you can see how much they have given thanks to the support of all people to the kids, and they are always looking for give more. So if you have an opportunity to help, make contact to them, make sure to contact them and talk to them and see the way you can help them. With work, with money, with maybe some genetics, we don't know. Yesterday, talking with them in the comments, we received some donations for them, so make sure to contact them and help the junior kids. Then I'm going to leave you with a quick interview. Well, no, first, Breeding Easy Farms. Make sure to contact them. They have embryos available on two lines of breed. Both have Miss Lady Rocks and 964 over 3. In one line you will see Mr. Casey Nikon 500 over 6, and in the other line you will see LGL Roca and Redman ET3. So contact them and get great red genetics. And of course, Hints Cattle. I'm going to leave you with the reel that Andre made for them, so you can see what I've been talking about. All the champions, her first show all the way around this year, she has been winning.
Just an outstanding red Brahmin female, as pretty as you could make one. Love the bone, love her muscling, love the breed character. Just a great female. Congratulations.
For me, just overall powerful. She got everything I'm looking for in a cow. She really level, top, smooth from hooks to pins. Had the depth of body. You just get behind her. She's overpowered with a lot of muscle in her. Very structurally sound. Just a really nice individual.
And I am here with Bethlehem Bishop of IS Ranch Fitting Services, and she has sponsored a couple of events here at the Brazos Valley Expo Center. And I just want to ask you, last time you were here was in November, Bethlehem. Tell me what we were doing in November at Brazos Valley.
Well, we were winning at IS Ranch Fitting Services.
You were.
It was a national show, and we actually ended up winning a handful of classes and 3 divisions while we were here. 1 bull division with Red Smith, Weller, Manso, and then 2 female divisions with the LPC heifers, Rhea Hope and Annie.
No, I mean, that was so much fun. We had such a good time. It was a little cooler, a little warmer now, but IS Ranch Fitting Services, you guys are IS Ranch Fitting Services. There's no you guys part of this. There's just you. So you let people show their own cattle, don't you?
I do. So we want the owners, the juniors, whatever it may be, we want them to be really involved. And so we welcome them to come in, fly in for the day, kind of do it however they want it. If they want to work, they can work. Come in and show, do it however you please. We aim to please.
There you go. She does. And I'm also going to tell you, she's in Texas now. That happened back like in November?
October of last year, so
October.
right before the national show last year.
So she started out in Florida. Everybody will remember her from Florida. And now she's in Texas. But if you are looking for a fitting service, someone who works really hard, but lets you do whatever you want to do and encourages you and helps you along the way, I think IS Ranch Fitting Services is definitely the place to go.
Faster than the lightning, we are back. We are back to this show. We are starting the Gray Female Show. Sorry guys, I had to put one cover for the Junior Gray Female Show so we can start talking about these great females that we are going to be seeing, and they are going to be show for the juniors. As of right now, we have on screen Class 3. Guess what? There is no entries on Class 1, and on Class 2 we have just one entry. So we will see that one at the end of in the division, in the calf division, because it's just one entry. So right now we are in Class 3. Class 3 are calves, that were born between January 1st and January, January 1st and January 31. This is a very big class. We are watching heifers. We are watching heifers owned by Jolene Rodriguez, Dylan Garrett, Isaac Duhon again, Peyton Will, Emiliano Jerónimo Guerra, Red Fontenot, Ryan Rowe, Cole Cranky, Brooklyn Lemons, Gracie Soel, Kinley Raw, Stephanie Starks, and Annalie Guidry. We already have some lineup here. We have in the stick and Isaac Duhon and Claire Jalufka. I didn't say Claire Jalufka, but she's on the stick. Oh, maybe she's showing the other bull of Isaac, maybe. Let me check. 250, let's see. 251, 250. Candy Road. She's showing for Candy Road. I'm sure why. And the 42 is the second of Isaac too. So I'm not sure how that works, or maybe she's an owner. She's not on the printed catalog. Let's see this one. Okay, there was a change here. Claire Jalufka went to third place, and in second
I think an awesome way to lead off. A lot of depth all the way through, a lot of different shapes, a lot of different sizes, obviously. No stranger to that in this first few classes, couple divisions. You're going to have them at all different kind of maturities and conditions and that kind of a thing. So really, I'm not going to say that doesn't play a factor a little bit down the road, but certainly at the top, if they're in any reasonable condition, I think it's all about quality. And the really, really good built one that's so natural in the way she presents herself is the young man's heifer we're going to lead off with. I love her hind leg, love her structure. She's still, for as skinny as she is, you know, she's got a little bit of skin up through her chest, but she's still pretty darn skinny relative to some heifers that end up middle of the pack. She has as much sweep and body and natural belly to her at this stage of the game as anything. I know that she's probably going to be a little difficult to keep fresh from her shoulder forward. I absolutely love that heifer from her shoulder back, the way her tail head sits on her, the way she gets out and goes, just natural presence, natural shape. I think that's really high quality livestock. Ended up switching the other two. I pulled them in the opposite order just kind of based on where they were standing when I was thinking about them, but I think that pair's tight. If you study them at the setup, I don't know that it's quite as obvious. To me, it's when they get set in motion. The heifer that's second is a little stronger directly behind her shoulder, maintains her top line a little better. She's a little bit better from her hock down to the ground as well. Just tracks a little bit looser and freer off of her rear too. She's got plenty of skin up front that'll make it a little more difficult maybe to keep her fresh. She's not as far along in terms of condition, body, and flank as what the heifer in third is at this stage of the game. but we'll take the chance that some of that'll come with time. I think that heifer's really, really solid. Nice job to that young lady. Certainly the one of the initial three that benefits the most today from a little more condition, looking just a little further along, a little fuller and smoother is the young lady's heifer in third. At the same time, I think of those initial three, she comes in the most pieces. She's got just a tick more shoulder. She's easily, of those three, the one that could benefit the most from hooking up stronger directly behind her blade, and that's with the most condition in my mind. That's still a really good heifer. She's really good fronted. She's got a good shape to her. Just maybe comes in a few more pieces at this stage of the game. Heifer in fourth, if you're just studying them standing still, you're thinking, why did he have that one that far down? She is great looking up front, really level in terms of her top line, still got plenty of rib shape to her, balance is pretty darn good. My biggest thing on this one is once we set her in motion, the way she utilizes her hawk down isn't quite good enough. I think she needs to be a little bigger in terms of her rear foot. If that, is just being at one of her first shows and she just hasn't settled in and she doesn't feel good, and that part gets better with a little different environment setting, that one can stand right there with the one that wins the class because she is really good looking. She is really level. She has a beautiful rib shape and plenty of natural thickness to her. I think the upside is very, very high in that one. I just get a little extra critical of her hind leg in a set that's this good. Young lady, you got a really nice heifer. Keep up the good work there. The heifer that comes next here is one that is plenty skinny in her own right, real level, real shapely, maybe not the biggest bone creature out there, but got plenty of width, rib, natural thickness to her. I think she benefits a bunch from just some more time on feed and just softening up. I don't know that she's ever going to be quite as good looking from her shoulder forward as either of the few heifers directly in front of her. Another one that's a very similar situation, sound, good bodied, plenty of width, rib, natural thickness, a little bit plainer fronted, runs downhill a little bit, not quite strong enough directly behind her shoulder. Next heifer is one of the ones that's further along in terms of condition. That probably helps her out relative to some that are pretty skinny down the road. She's smooth, she's maternal, she's got a decent look up front. She's not, for as being a little bit further along from a condition standpoint, I don't read her to have quite as much true belly depth and just softness today, even though she's a little bit smoother. That's where I got a little critical of her. Another heifer here that I think moves up a few spots with some time. She's plenty weak right behind her shoulder there. I think as that fills in, gets a hair better, that one can definitely move up. Love her structure, love her shape from behind, just not quite strong enough there. This one's probably the furthest along from a condition standpoint, almost to the fact that it's starting to probably be a little too much at this stage of the game because she's lost her chest just a little bit. She doesn't balance very good because of it, but it certainly benefits her being a little bit deeper bodied, a little bit smoother, just a little bit softer all the way through. She's not unsound either. I just think we need to freshen that one up quite a bit as we think about what they need to look like in the long run. It might be real tough to get there if we get her too chunky as a baby, kind of a deal. Next one, a little bigger, a little later maturing, a little more extended. As this one gets a little more maturity and softens up, she has plenty of size, plenty of grow, plenty of shape to her. Just needs to match that down low with a little more softness. She could go a little bit better off those rear two. Next heifer has plenty of length and extension. She's got a big hip, big stifle laid in her. She's a little awkward in the way she handles her hip and her hind leg. I wish we could change that about her a little bit, just a hair too round. And then the heifer we close out with is one that has some levelness to her. She's feminine up front. I think she's good in her joint work. She just doesn't have quite enough to her at this stage of the game to really think that she's ever going to be as bold and stout and broody as what some of those skinny ones are at the top end of the class. Nice job to all those kids, though. Really nice set of heifer calves to lead off our first division.
Results from Class 3 of our Gray Brahmin winter heifer calves. First place was entry 383, Isaac Duhan. Second was 549, Dylan Garrett. Third was 195, Kenley Rao. Fourth was entry number 5, Peyton Well. Fifth was 381, Isaac Duyan. Sixth was 297, Rhett Fontenot. 7 was 1246, Gracie Soel. 8th was 267, Rylan Rao. 9th was 603, Colt Cranky. 11th or 10th was 1066. Was it 1066? Jalen Rodriguez. And 11th, 1013, Stephanie Starks.
We get into our first division here, and I think single entry heifer, the young man's kind of orange-colored heifer, looks real nice at the setup. Good look up front, plenty of shape, plenty of body depth for this stage of the game. Lots of stoutness of structure. She's a little further along even than the heifer out of our class that's a shot older, but that heifer's got a bright future. She's a little easy behind her shoulder, probably plenty elevated through her front skeleton. And I guess the biggest thing for her is once we get her set in motion, she wants to kind of drop those pins, get up underneath of herself a little bit. She's a little awkward in the way she handles that hind leg. Thinks she's still sound enough. Just going to be one of those things that we don't want to get her going too hard, too fast, and compromise her skeleton. But a nice heifer that's got a lot of good to her, going to be really, really powerful down the road whenever she does totally get ready, kind of a deal. With that being said, I don't think our single entry is a slouch, but the other two from our class that we just saw suit me probably just a little better from a basic build standpoint and balance standpoint. They'll be champion in reserve in your first gray heifer division. Congratulations to our first division of gray females.
Okay, our calf champions are out of the class number 3. Class number 3 is Isaac Tuchon with 007 Daisy Manso 42 and Dylan Carey Miss Rafter T145. Congratulations to both. They both are out of class number 3. Class number 3. We are moving along. We are going to start with class number 4. Allow me to change that one.
What is this? $3 muffins? I got that. I just didn't know. Too much or asking me to know.
Maybe in the extras department, they're a little different, but in the basics department, they're both sound. They both have a decent look to them. They both have some body and some rib shape and natural thickness. They're both still very fresh in terms of their condition. I think a lot of similarities here. One of them comes with more stoutness of feature, a little neater look up front, just a little more pop and pizzazz in terms of muscle and look kind of a deal. And that's who we lead off with. She could probably be just a little better in her top line. The young lady does a really good job trying to get her loin down as quick as we can. I think, talk about the next level competitiveness, getting to a division and further on. That might be something we have to tweak just a little bit or talk about hindering her ever so slightly. But I think down low, she's nice. I think up front, she's really nice. She's going to have plenty of width and natural thickness. Really, really solid heifer. Young lady, don't give up the faith on yours. I think that's one of those heifers that she's probably going to get kind of, middle of the class, just be middle of the road for quite a while. But she's a later maturing heifer that's still plenty level in terms of her look. If you keep her fresh, she'll have a good look up front. Someday can be her day. She's a ways from that, but I think just keeping the faith, managing her the right way, keep working on showing her good. She looks like she likes you. I think the better days are a ways down the road for that one. She'll be decent until then, but at the end, that one could look really nice, and just keep believing in her, keep doing what you do, because you got a heifer that's got a lot of good pieces, just needs to put them all together. Nice job to both of those young ladies on a good pair of females in our December class.
Results from Class 4 of our Junior Gray Heifer Show. In first place, we had entry 29, Bryn Vernon, and second with 1034, Ainsley Hayes. Entering the ring is Class 5 of late fall heifer calves with 597, Teal Cranky, 663, Olivia Aurora Guerra, 874, Anna Chambers, 817, Ashley Rogers, 1035, Cole Thomas Hayes, and 967, Lily Larson.
Just an outstanding red Brahmin female, as pretty as you could make one. Love the bone, love her muscling, love the breed character. Just a great, great, great female. Congratulations.
For me, me, just overall powerful.
Heifer
She
that
got
leads
everything I'm.
off that's really, really nice, especially at the setup. Not only does she have a high-quality look and present a really level, attractive package from the profile, her body depth reads to be very, very nice as well. Her condition's good. I think that one just reads with a tremendous amount of quality at the setup. If you want to be critical of her, I think as we get her in motion, she's probably just a shade straight in her shoulder and knee. More than anything, the biggest spot I'd pick on her ever so slightly is off her rear two there. We could probably get out and go just a little easier in the way we utilize our hawk and our rear pastern. Going to be something to manage going down the road and just making sure that she's fresh and moving good enough. But I think way too much good to ignore there. Young man's heifer that's going to be second in this class, maybe not quite the same league in terms of look and extra eye appeal. She still balances nice though. She's level in her top line. She's sound in terms of her skeleton. She also probably doesn't come with quite the body that the heifer we lead off with does. But that's a really good, solid female that just checks a lot of boxes. I think if we continue to kind of keep her front end fresh, get her to belly down ever so slightly, that one will be very, very nice in her own right. Next one comes with a little more rib shape and natural thickness, comes with a little more softness through her center third at this stage of the game, being a little deeper sided. She's a little more moderate in her frame as well. She's a little plainer from her shoulder forward, I think, just a little rounder in terms of her hip, but still sound enough in terms of her skeleton. Very easy doing kind of a heifer that I think makes a cow that has a lot of natural thickness, a lot of versatility depending on what you want to do with her, just not quite the extras. Heifer that comes with some of the extras in terms of bone and look and size and performance is the heifer that we put forth today. She's probably plenty big. I think for this stage of the game, there is a lot of cow there. She's plenty far along from a condition standpoint. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's how I read her. Biggest thing for me, we need to make her a little more athletic off of her rear two. She reads like she's just a little shorter hip, little shorter strided, not quite as comfortable off of her rear two, which is why she ends up where she does today. Heifer that comes next is the opposite end of the spectrum. She's really, really moderate. Not saying that moderate is a bad thing, especially if you like them really low input. I don't know that this one ever gets really, truly big enough to think that you have a lot of versatility in what you can make out of her. She's going to be a very, very easy doing cow. She's good bodied. She balances pretty nice for this stage of the game. I just think she's going to have a tough time keeping up with some of the ones in front of her because she's just going to get further and further behind from a true pounds and mass and volume standpoint, but a good cow nonetheless. Heifer we're going to close out with very much the opposite end of the spectrum there. Late maturing, she's got rib shape, she's got natural thickness. I think the better days are in front of that one. I think she stands the chance to gain a few spots in class depending on how she matures, if she'll soften up and just kind of body down type of a thing. Again, one of those we don't need to give up the faith on. We just need to be patient and continue to manage them the right way at home. Nice job to those kids.
Results from Class 5, late fall heifer calves. First place was 967, Lily Larson. Second, 597, Teal Cranky. Third, 1035, Cole Thomas Hayes. Fourth was 874, Anna Chambers. Fifth was 663, Olivia Aurora Guerra. And sixth was 817, Ashley Rogers. Class 6 is entering the ring, and we have 1194, Damian Martin, 846, Ryan Mack Simpson, 1002, Reese Baker, 258, Tate Barnes, 1155, Hope Strasser, 1235, Nathan Forstier, 75, Kimber Calhoun, 498, Iris Matthews, and 451, Ross Turner.
just an outstanding red Brahmin female, as pretty as you could make one. Love the bone, love her muscling, love the breed character. Just a great female. Congratulations.
To me, just overall powerful. She got everything I'm looking for in a cow. She really level, top, smooth from hooks to pins. Had the depth of body. You just get behind her. She's overpowered with a lot of muscle in her. Very structurally sound. Just a really nice individual.
As we get into our next class here, I think a fairly logical way to lead off with good-footed, good-structured heifer that's got some belly and some femininity to her. She, too, could probably hook up just a shot stronger in terms of her top line, but that's being critical of one that, relative to the rest of the set, still has as much balance as anything. Really love her rib shape, like her structure. Still the fact that she's very fresh in terms of her condition. I think she just pretty handily puts together the next three or four, the good in the next three or four heifers here, minus maybe just a little bit there in her top line. Next heifer is big, stout, high-performing, still gets out and handles herself well, and she's got a lot of rib shape. I think that one's going to be one that struggles to put on that really soft belly depth. She hits me as just a nickel courser through her head, neck, chest, throat area kind of a deal. I think she is going to be ultra powerful, and I think that one is going to suit some people really, really well. To me, she's not quite as smooth, not quite as soft to be big league good, but I still think that's a really, really nice female. Her advantage over the next two comes in her levelness, her strength behind her shoulder, the build of her hip, the ability to blend things together just a little bit smoother. Young lady's heifer here is stout. She is bold-bodied. She has a lot of width and natural thickness. She still probably balances fairly good, but she's certainly not as unique to look at, especially as the heifer we lead off with. A little more shoulder, a little rounder hip, not quite as much substance underneath of her kind of deal, but I think a good cow prospect nonetheless. She's a little bit sounder to me when we set them in motion off of her rear two relative to the heifer in fourth. That was the biggest difference between those two. Standing still, the heifer in fourth probably could easily move up a spot, if not two. She's got big legs. She's got a nice look up front. She's got body depth and softness and power. She hits me as maybe just a tick extra moderate. She's got plenty of condition through her chest for this stage of the game, and then she's a nickel smaller footed relative to the stoutness and mass she has up high, which when we get her set in motion, make her not want to plant just quite comfortably off of her rear two in my mind. Standing still, the red tinted heifer here, I think has some really good things to her. She's soft and deep-sided. She's got some balance to her as well and some levelness and smoothness. She's a little bit straight up front, Biggest thing to me is when we get her set in motion, I don't know what's up with her top line. Maybe we need to get her adjusted, but she just is kind of tight there in the middle of her back when we get her going, and it leads to her being a little shorter strided off of her rear two. That's where I got critical of her. The next heifer with another 90, 120 days, I think stands the chance to move up a few spots. She's built just a little bit round. The fact that she's fairly skinny at this stage doesn't help her balance. When she fills in behind her shoulder a little bit, her soundness may move her up in front of a couple of those others, just not quite there today. Another one that if you wanted to just feet and legs sort them, I think certainly could move up a few spots. She's long fronted, she's sound, she's just pretty flat and not got quite enough cowl through the center third of her body. Looks like she may have taken the trip pretty hard because she just doesn't have much fill and much comfort there through her center third. Next heifer has that. She's big, stout, broody. Wish that one would go a little bit better off either end of her skeleton for me. And she's got plenty of condition on her for this stage of the game as well. The heifer we round out with is not a bad heifer. Her color may make her just a shot harder to look at for some. She's got some really, really neat pieces. At the same time, she doesn't want to cooperate and really show herself off very good, and there's just not as much cow there through the center third of her body at this stage of the game. I think that one down the road with, just settling in, being a show heifer, letting the young lady put her together a little better and filling up better, that one could probably be a lot closer to the middle of the pack than the bottom, just not quite there for me today. But a nice job to all those kids, a really, really quality set of females.
Results from Class 6 fall heifer calves. First place was 1002, Reese Baker. Second, 451, Ross Turner. Third, 498, Iris Matthews. Fourth, 1194, Damian Martin. Fifth was 846 with Ryan Max Simpson. Sixth was 258, Tate Barnes. Seventh, 1155, Hope Strasser. Eighth, entry 1235, Nathan Forstier. And ninth was entry 75, Kimber Calhoun. Entering the ring is Class 7, early fall heifer calves. (1106) Elise Vondenstein. 581 Cecilia Guerra. 753 Julian Chavez. 308 Caden Gilroy. 567 Carlos Guerra. 514 Lily Vogt. 452 Ross Turner. 1100 Peyton Armstrong. 244 Katie Taylor. 550 Stephen Garrett. 558 Trent Garrett. And 613 Weston Montgomery. Attention in the barn, we are calling classes 8, 9, and 10 to the makeup ring. We are on the final class of our yearling junior champion, and he's going really quick.
might be a compliment.
I think some really good cap of the top three quite a bit here. Young man that leads off with kind of a red tinted heifer, a red, just has a little red on her top line there. I think that one has a lot of good to her. Not only does she have a very maternal look through her center body and shape, she matches that look up front. She's not the ultra sleek feminine one, but it's because she's powerful from her shoulder back kind of a deal. And she gets out and handles it nicely. I think she could be just a shade better in the way she uses her ankle. Probably could have just a shot larger foot underneath of her if you were going to be ultra critical. And I think for some people, they'd flatten her shoulder. You're not going to get that one that powerful from her shoulder back without having a touch of that. I think she balances really nicely because everything fits together. She still looks like a lady. She just comes with a little more stoutness and feature to her all the way through. I think the next pair is close. I think today I'm very comfortable with the way this pair sits because there's one that has just so much more to her, and they're similar in where they need to be better. We could both hook up a little stronger directly behind our shoulder. We could both balance just a shot better in that regard as you study our top line kind of a deal. But I think the one that has so much more to her today is still plenty feminine up front, and I think she still gets out and goes plenty adequately when we set her in motion. I wish we could hook her up a little stronger behind her shoulder. I don't know that she's quite as unique as the heifer we lead off with, but I love that one's rib shape and body and still the fact she can get out and go and motor off a really, really nice hind leg. The one in third could make us all look silly down the road. It's tough to get her any higher when you got two nice ones that are that much further along. This one's a really nice one in her own right. She's got a ton of presence up front, really, really good hind leg. She just needs another 120 to 180 days to truly catch up at the right speed and look the part. If you're managing that one for the long haul, I think there's a lot of really good things that one could do, quite a ways down the road. The next two certainly are bigger, way further along, way smoother, have way more to them at this stage of the game. Neither one of them's built in the same league as that heifer in my mind as we set them in motion and study them from a structure standpoint. The red tinted heifer's just a little too vertical off either end of her skeleton. Love her performance, love her mass, love her smoothness. Just wish she was a hair better from her belly line down in terms of flexibility. The next one, I think maybe just a little plainer. She is a shot sounder in terms of her feet and legs than the one directly in front of her. She's also just not quite opened up enough and powerful enough in my mind in what becomes a very, very deep set of cattle. She becomes just a little plainer. Young lady, I think you can pass the two in front of you as yours catches up and just wants to act like a show heifer. She's up fronted and good headed. She's sounder than what the one two in front of her is, has more shape and dimension than what the one directly in front of her has. She's just a little tight in terms of her forerib, just needs some time to catch up. Masterful job on how to be patient, take a deep breath, and work with an animal that's not very cooperative at the moment. The next one, I think, standing still, has a lot of good. She's up-headed. She's very elegant up front. Comes out of the backside of her shoulder nicely and remains real level there. She's a little smaller footed, a little finer boned, and for me, just doesn't get out well enough off either end of her skeleton in terms of how she flexes and goes to the ground. The heifer that comes next is one that has some stoutness and power. She looks like she's just a little hollow. Maybe she hasn't ate and drank this week very well, but relative to her frame and having a little more air underneath of her, she's just not quite soft enough, and there's not quite enough cow through her center third. big-legged, good-looking. If we can ever catch her belly up to the rest of it, that one could move up quite a bit. The one we close out with, I think a little similar, a little taller, just a little harder bodied. She comes with a little more roundness out of her rear third, but I don't think that's a slouch. There have been a lot of classes today where a heifer like that would have stood significantly closer to middle of the pack than bottom. Nice job to all of our exhibitors in that class. I'd tell you, just keep the faith. There's a lot of quality from top to bottom there, a lot of value down the road once we get those animals into production.
Results in Class 7, early fall heifer calves. First place was entry 558, Trent Garrett. Second was 514, Lily Vogt. Third was entry 581, Cecilia Guerra. Fourth, entry 452, Ross Turner. Fifth, a 613, Weston Montgomery. Sixth, 244, Katie Taylor. Seventh, 567, Carlos Guerra. Eighth was 1100, Peyton Armstrong. And ninth was 753, Julian Chavez. We're moving on to our yearling junior champion. Coming out of Class 4, our first place was entry 29, Bryn Vernon. Class 5, 967, Lily Larson. Class 6, 1002, Reese Baker. And Class 7 was 558, Trent Garrett. Second place entries out of Class 4, 1034, Ainsley Hayes. Class 5, 597, Teal Cranky. Class 6, 451, Ross Turner. And Class 7 was 514, Lily Vogt.
We get into our division here, and it's fairly cut and dried in my mind. I think there are a lot of nice ones, but you probably figured out by this point in the day that if I don't need to spend a lot of time, I'm probably not going to spend a ton of time. And that's not to say that there aren't other good ones or ones that could suit other people better. We talked about those a lot in class. I try to give everybody their credit and their due along the way, but I also know what I like, and the ones that hit me hard are the ones that we're going to keep coming back to. I think the heifer at the front of the lineup stands a lot to gain with some time, and she could push these other two. But there are a pair of them that are class winners that I think could be very good right now and could be very, very good down the road, depending on how they grow. One of them's probably just a little more out there and hard to manage. One of them's probably, just a little bit smoother, a little bit more complete, but not quite as unique in some of her pieces. I wouldn't argue with you, depending on which way you wanted to go. Young man out of Class 4 will be your champion. Young lady out of Class 2 will be your reserve in this division for me. Really nice set of cattle. Congratulations to them.
Results from our yearling junior champion division. Champion was entry 558, Trent Garrett, and reserve was 967, Lily Larson. Entering the ring is Class 8, late summer heifers, with entry 304, Julian Chavez, 307, Channing LeBeau, 260, Tate Barnes, 884, Miranda Carrera, 1089, Emma Murray, 318, Kinsley Gandy, 330, Carly Prosella, 378, Isaac Duyan, 200, Rylan Rao, 172, Madison Parker, and 1050, Jackson Smith.
All right, I'm back on the microphones. I was just moving the cameras because I couldn't believe and I didn't know were going to happen. We run out of batteries on the microphones. So it's very interesting when you are having a very good time with the show, with the juniors here in the 2024 Kickoff Classic. The time passed through and we don't know even what time is it or how much time, how many hours have been since we started. I didn't change my microphones on time. We didn't have a break to change the Microsoft, sorry, the microphones on time. So I ran out of batteries and I had to change them. But we are back. Thanks to the announcers, you are all caught up on what's going on here. We are in Class 8 right now. Class 8 is a very big class with many entries in it. We have some good cattle here, and the judge is, I think he already figured what time is it. We didn't know until a few minutes ago. It's 5:35. We have been here since 8 a.m. and the show started at 9 a.m. And I think the judge noticed that, so he's moving a little faster. So while he selects the order of the classes, we already have our possible first and second place. Our possible first and second place. How do I know that? Because this judge select them first and leave it leave, left them separated. So we will see in a few minutes how this goes. This camera is yeah. Okay, he's in the last two, and I think I can give you this shot, as I think he's going to leave it that way. Again, thanks to our sponsors. I wasn't on the microphone, but I was showing you some of our sponsors.
Here, and I think a lot of good cattle, maybe some more variation in shapes and sizes, and making calls on what balance-wise or structure-wise is acceptable versus might move them a tier down is different. Really, the one that just puts a lot of good together, especially from her shoulder back, is the young lady's heifer here. Really good hind-legged. She hooks up stronger directly behind her shoulder than the heifer right behind her. She tracks really, really nicely. She's probably just a little bit fresher in terms of her condition as well. I don't know that she's ultra feminine from her shoulder forward, but I do think she holds an advantage over the one in second that can match her from a belly and body standpoint, outdoes her a little bit from a bone standpoint. The femininity advantage she has, comes with the fact that she's just a little cleaner jointed, that kind of thing. I wish we could make her just a shot stouter from behind. If we were going to be really critical of her, we could power her up just a shot there. Really meat and potatoes in my mind, the heifer that comes next. She's not the epitome of femininity and, being super refined up front, but she is the epitome of a soggy, easy doing, a good structured kind of a cow that just maintains herself real well. You can see she's already got some chest. She's a little plainer up front, could hook up a little stronger behind her shoulder. I'm being picky on her from a balance perspective because we're at one of the best shows in the country. I think that is an awesome cow prospect for that young man. Her best days will be in the pasture. I have no doubt about that. Opposite end of the spectrum in the red tinted heifer here that the young man's got. She's a little more of the show heifer. She's really tall fronted, neat looking up front, hooks up smooth and correct there behind her shoulder. She's built just a hair more vertical off either end of her skeleton there through her shoulder and knee. I don't think it's terrible, but it's certainly a little forward. She doesn't set her hind leg down quite as athletically and attractively as either of the two heifers in front of her. She doesn't have quite as much rib depth and body as they do, but that one, if she'll ever soften up and just continue to go good enough, I think she has a little more style than either one of those two heifers we lead off with as well. Heifer that comes in fourth, again, a little more meat and potatoes kind, big boned, big bodied, big footed, can get out and go adequately well. She kind of comes apart in her top line as we get her set in motion. Just not sure she balances quite good enough, but she's very maternal in her kind. The one that I think gives me the most sway where she could go. Could we move her up a couple spots? If you call her a little bit better than I do in some areas, sure. Could you move her down a couple spots if you call her not quite good enough in some areas against cattle that are a little bigger and a little stouter and further along? Yes, I think she kind of falls in the middle. She has a little more look and balance as you study her up high. She comes with a little cooler pieces in my perspective than the two behind her. She doesn't come with quite as much belly, quite as much softness, and just maternal look as the couple ahead of her. I think there's a lot of sway there, but I do think there's some breeding pieces that if you get her mated the right way, that one's next generation really could be something neat to look at because she is cool in some areas. Next couple heifers, big, stout, high-performing heifers. They're adequate in regard to structure from a function perspective, but they just don't balance good enough. A little too round out of their hip, not quite attractive enough, even though they're very functional in the way they handle their hind leg. The one of them has just a little more power than the other, so they get sorted that way. Young man, you got a heifer that's bold-bodied. She's got thickness. She's got, enough function built into her. She's just not quite good-looking enough from a balance perspective. A little more chest, gets under herself just a little bit, being a little lower pinned, but I think that's a good cow prospect from a basic function standpoint. Young lady, you got one that's real level. She's real feminine, and she's sound enough. We just probably need to think about maybe worming that one and getting some more groceries in her because she just looks way behind relative to her peers today. Still a nice solid heifer that if she'd ever catch up, I think could stand the chance to gain a few spots. Nice job to those kids. Good way to continue our gray show here.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 8 late summer heifers. First place, entry 318, Kinsley Gandy. Second place, entry 378, Isaac DeBeon. Third was 304, Julian Chavez. Fourth, entry 200, Rylan Rao. Fifth, 172, Madison Parker. In sixth, 260, Tate Barnes. Seventh, 1089, Emma Murray. Eighth, entry 1050, Jackson Smith. 9, entry 330, Carly Priscilla. Entering the ring is Class 9. Entry 248, Barry Belt. 124, Leighton McAdams. 320, Kinsley Gandy. 612, Weston Montgomery. And 1048, Jackson Smith.
Okay, we have a little heifer that got a lot excited and break the halter, but she just received a new one. I think the halter was a little older. But we are back.
Got to quit raising this rodeo stuff. I know. We've already sent 2 people to the emergency room.
place here. She don't have the funnest attitude to deal with. We don't quite understand what being a showgirl means yet, but I do think this one's got some pieces that we should really like once we do finally get her stopped and put together. She's got a neat look up front. I think she's got a really, really good hip and hind leg underneath of her, and I think as you study her, she's got good rib shape. She's not the softest, deepest bodied one at this stage of the game, but it's adequate. And she's got more rib shape probably than any of them in terms of the boldness and spring to her rib, natural thickness up high. I think if that one would just kind of cooperate, it'd probably help her belly down and she could just enjoy life a little bit more. That'd be a big thing because she's good looking, she's sound. I think she holds an advantage both up front in terms of look and then levelness to her hip and her hind leg. The way she gets out and utilizes it, it's just a little more attractive relative to the heifer in second. Really, really big bodied, easy doing, moderate kind of a heifer in second. She's still plenty sound. She's just not quite as attractive in the way she's built out of her. In my mind, she's also probably just a nickel more conventional up front in terms of not being super extended, but it fits with her body. The moderation, the fleshing ease, they're always probably going to have just a little bit more throat and chest to them. Really, really solid cow prospect there that's got a lot of upside in terms of just easy fleshing, good doing cattle. Not quite the extra balance that we find in the one ahead of her. One that is a little longer fronted, a little longer bodied is the young man's heifer in third. There's not near as much cow through the center portion of her body there relative to the heifer ahead of her. She is fresher and probably just a little more relaxed in terms of her spine and ankle relative to the heifer we close out with. Young man with the heifer we close out with has one that has just a little more look, a little more strength directly behind her shoulder. Unfortunately, she's a little bit stale maybe in terms of her look from a fat cover perspective. I don't think she's way too far along. Just the way she deposits it looks a little odd, and then she's not quite as soft in the way she gets out and utilizes her hock and her rear pastern in my mind. Nice job to all four of those kids there, though. Despite having to battle through one that's uncooperative at the top, young man did a good job of being patient.
All right, congratulations to Weston Montgomery. Montgomery has the first place with CJ Barnes Sugar 65 over 3. Second place we have Kinsley Gandy with ACC LG Sugar Queen 825 over 3. In third place we have Leighton McAdams with CMG Made Fast 100 over 3. And in fourth place we have Jackson Smith with Miss Bear Jolene 41 over 1. We are now moving to class 10. Yes, class 10 is the last one of the senior yearling division.
Attention in the barn, we're finishing up our last class of on the senior yearling heifer division.
And we have some entries here. Ready to go.
13 to make your way to the maker room.
Okay, while we see this, we want to thank our sponsors one more time. It's because of them we are here, and now it's time of pretty easy farms. They have embryos available for you, 2 lines, 1 base that is the donor. The donor is Miss Lady Roxanne 964 over 3. In the first line, you can find Roxanne with Mr. Casey Nikon 500 over 6, and in the other line you can find Roxanne with LGL Rocking Redman ET over 3. Contact them and ask for information, availability, and how many embryos they have available on these amazing red lines. Again, we are in class 10, class 10. This is the last class of the senior yearling division of the Junior Grey Female Show. Junior Grey Female Show. And we're going to find heifers owned by Grayson Haynes, Kingsley Gandy, Addison Worrell, Jake Tuttle, Emma Murray, Addison Sanders, Jackson Smith, and Charles Eddie Wilson. Who's going to be first and second place in this class 10? Stay here because you will know it in a couple of minutes. Our judge, Red Moriarty, will let us know. Linda Hines, good luck to Grayson. Linda Hines, thank you for watching us. We run your commercial and the video that we did for the commercials a few minutes ago. I hope you saw it. Okay, we already have first and second, but remember, until the judge doesn't have his microphone on his hand, this is not settled in stone. So, as of right now, we have in first place entry 574, entry 570, maybe 2, yes, 572, Addison Worrell.
What are they on?
Our next class here, I think another really deep class all the way through. Again, one of those that we saw a couple minutes ago in one class where I said it's hard to put something toward the bottom that normally would go toward the middle, but you're just drawing kind of a tough draw here, especially with the two on the top end of this class. I think really high quality females, especially we get them parked and presented. They have as much femininity as anything we've seen here in the last few classes, and yet still the right kind of body type, the right kind of body depth, some smoothness and so forth. I think some differences amongst them in this pair. The heifer at the front of the lineup, a little stouter structured. She gets out and probably goes just a little easier. She's a shade more laid back in her shoulder and knee. Tracks a little squarer up front kind of a deal. She's a little bit shorter fronted in terms of not being quite as tall, I guess, because she is a little more laid back. I wish, we could change her ever so slightly there. But I think that one from a body depth and shape standpoint, combination with her extra levelness and just being a shot stouter structured, suits me just a shade better. No question at the setup, the really, really good fronted one that has a ton of presence is the young lady's heifer that's going to be second. She's also super deep body and very, very maternal. She's just a shot frailer in terms of her structure. She's not quite as relaxed in the way she goes off either end of her skeleton relative to the heifer we lead off with, but way too much good to ignore from a freshness and balance and quality standpoint to get her any lower in here. The next two I wanted to look at side by side because they were at opposite ends of the class, so I pulled them in and ended up liking them that way. But I do think that that's a pair of broody, stout females that come with a lot of good in terms of their center body, their rib shape, their natural thickness. They don't have quite the freshness and look of the two ahead of them. And I think that's the biggest difference there is the heifer in third probably doesn't have the look. She's just a little coarser through her head, neck, shoulder, chest area. The heifer in fourth, needs to be fresher kind of a deal. But I think a nice pair of heifers nonetheless. Heifer in fourth, we talked about her. I'm betting it's just more so than anything the way she holds her condition is not very eye appealing, because it doesn't look like we've tried to get her that fat, but she just doesn't hold it very well. She got a little extra set to her hind leg, maybe a little rounder hipped as well. If we can breed that one the right way, I think she stands the chance to do some pretty good things, because when she gets in motion, I like her top line, like her bone, like her body. Just don't like that she doesn't piece together quite as attractively at this stage of the game. Young man, you stepped it up showmanship-wise. This must be your favorite heifer, because you've been in and you've been kind of looking to the stands for a little help here and there, which I don't necessarily mind because it's not super distracting. But man, you must like this one, because she presents really, really well for you. You get her head up. You look really, really proud at this stage of the game. Keep that up. That's the attitude, the effort you got to keep bringing. If you're going to keep dragging this many of them for as long as it looks like you might, stick with it. You're doing a good job. You got a good cow. She's a little bit too round in terms of her top line and her hip for what I would call ideal. And we got some really good heifers ahead of you. But I think that one's got body, she's got stoutness, she's still sound. I think front 2/3 of that one are pretty nice. Just wish we could make her a shade leveler there in terms of her hip. Young lady, you got a really solid cow prospect. She's got width, she's got rib shape, she's got natural thickness, she's sound-footed. She doesn't come with near the extras of the cattle in front of her in terms of both look and balance kind of a deal. Young man, you got one that's good, big, extended, got some doability to her. Again, one that we just need to balance a little better. The young lady we're going to close out with, one that's got a lot of length, a lot of smoothness, just maybe a little stale in terms of her chest and body balance, maybe not quite the extra rib shape and natural thickness that we find in a couple of them along the way as well. Really good class. Congrats to each of those kids.
Results from Class 10. First place was entry 672, Addison Worrell. Second place, entry 316, Kinsley Gandy. Third, 1205, Charles Eddie Wilson. Fourth, Grayson Hensey. Fifth, Jackson Smith. Sixth, Addison Sanders. Seventh, Jake Tootle. And eighth, Emma Murray. In the ring now is our senior yearling heifer division. Coming out of Class 8, our first place was entry 318, Kinsley Gandy. Class 9, entry 612, Weston Montgomery. And Class 10, 672, Addison Worrell. And our second place entries, entry 378, Isaac Duhan. Class 9, entry 320, Kinsley Gandy. And out of Class 10 was entry 316, Kinsley Gandy.
As we get out here for this division, I know we got one that's not wanting to necessarily cooperate, but trying to get her put together just as well as we can. I think there are several good ones. I think the pair of them that hit me quite a bit harder than the rest, just from having a few extras and really looking like a lady perspective, they both come out of the third class in the division. Those two young ladies will have your champion in reserve within the division.
Results from our senior yearling heifer division. Our champions come out of Class 10. Entry 672, Addison Worrell. And entry 316, Kinsley Gandy. Entering the ring is Class 11 of our Gray Brahman Late Spring Heifers. Entry 879, Jake Tootle. 192, Cody Calhoun Jr. 1167, Emma Blackman. 217, Quinn Paget. 895, Cora Rumke. 609, Baxter Whitworth. 656, Diego Geronimo Guerra. 909, Sidney Greer. 454, Ross Turner. 1195, Trenton White. And entry 8, Addison Tullis. Not to be picky or anything, but you need to know.
And the amazing Maciel just paste in the comments the links for the Brahman photos. So during the 2024 Kickoff Classic, the Brahman Journal has been taking photos of all the shows, all the cattle, all the events, and we are currently updating those photos. We are uploading them on brahmanphotos.com. And just so you know, here is a little secret that shouldn't be a secret. All the photos are for free, thanks to our sponsors. I'm yelling to see if the people sitting in the stands on the other side of the where we are sit check hear the comments, and I'm going to ask the announcers if they can tell that in the microphone. McKenna. It's not McKenna. Sorry, it's not McKenna. Okay, let's hear how it sounds.
Attention in the barn. We would like to remind everybody that the photos by the Brahman Journal are free and sponsored. And if you would like to go and check them out and download them, go to BrahmanJournalPhotos.com, and they are 100% free.
Thank you, announcer, for that. We already have our first and second place as of right now, but yes, and all the photos are sponsored by our sponsors of each day. Thanks to them, the photos are for free, so you can go to BrahmanJournalPhotos.com or easily BrahmanPhotos.com and you will see your photo. Of course, if you go now and look for the photos from this morning or of the photos of last night, they are probably not there yet, but in the next days you will see a lot more photos. Just in All American we upload more than 18,000 photos, and they were all for free thanks to the sponsors of that show. And now we will have photos for free thanks to these sponsors. And the sponsors of today are Ice Ranch, Feeding Services, Breeding Easy Farms, Hints Cattle, and Brahman Foundation. Please make sure to visit BrahmanPhotos.com, and look for your photos. The amazing photographers of the Brahman Journal have been working all day since Tuesday taking photos. Don't miss the opportunity.
Pretty logical way to lead off. I think second, third, fourth get pretty challenging, but the class winner is really nice. She's good structured, she's good looking, she's balanced. I think adequate in regard to body. She's not the deepest, softest one we've seen all day, but I think she's adequate in that regard. Reasonably fresh. I think she's pushing maybe a little bit more than what I call perfect, but I don't think it's out of bounds by any means. I just think she takes the good in terms of structure that we find in the second place one, the good in terms of look, and some of that we find in the third place and fourth place ones, just pieces it all together kind of a deal. Good way to lead off. The second place heifer is real moderate, real stout, real broody, a lot of cow power, no question. She's a little bit plainer to look at. She's probably a shot on the small side for some, but I prioritized her soundness, her flex and comfort down low over the heifer in fourth, her spine comfort and just flexibility down her top line over the heifer in third to get her into that spot. She's obviously probably hard to keep fresh, but we're trying to do the job we can there. Just like the way that one moves, coupled with the amount of rib shape and body she's got. I accidentally missed pulling the gal that's going to be third. I just kind of had in the back of my mind we were going to keep going, and I almost rolled by her, but I think that heifer's nice. She's a little bit sounder from her belly line down than the heifer in fourth. I wish we could hook her up a little stronger in terms of her top line. I wish her chest sat in her a little bit better so she balanced better in her underline. She's smooth, she's maternal. I think she's got some quality to her, just maybe doesn't piece herself together quite as well as the two in front of her. The heifer in fourth, standing still, looks a lot like the one that wins. She's like branded. I'm not ignorant to that fact. They're not the same animals when we get them set in motion. She's a little bit plainer up front, has a little more condition to her as well. This one's built just a little more vertical off either end of her skeleton, doesn't set down quite as comfortably at the surface, so she ends up fourth, but I think there's a lot of quality there. I think the young man does a really nice job getting her put together. Next one's meat and potatoes, really good doing kind of a heifer, a little bit rounder, a little bit plainer, not quite as much look and balance. Next young man has a big, extended, smooth one, needs to go a little bit better off either end of her skeleton for me to want to slide her up anymore. The little boy in the cool colored shirt, I'd buy it from him if it fit me, has a moderate one that's sound, not quite enough to her. The next young man, I think a similar story, one that just a little bit rounder, not quite as much cow power there as we studied through the center third of her body. Young lady here has a neat fronted one that gets out and goes nice. She's a little too flat in her forerib, maybe built just a little bit rounder out of her hip as you study her up high. The next young lady here has one that I think is feminine. She's sound enough, and there's just not near as much brood cow there relative to several that we stand toward the top. But I think that's a very solid place to start for a young lady that looks like she has a bright future. And the one we close out with, really, really smooth and I think very feminine. She's just a little too flat and narrow as we get behind her, study her from a three-quarter view. In my mind, need to have a little bit more rib shape and natural thickness as we work through a very deep class and a setup of getting to be older heifers that are awfully nice all the way through.
Results from Class 11, late spring heifers. First place went to 454, Ross Turner. Second to 1195, Trenton White. Third went to 217, Quinn Paget. 4 went to 909, Sydney Greer. And fifth went to 879, Jake Tootle. Sixth went to 609, Baxter Whitworth. 7 went to 192, CJ Calhoun. 8th went to 656, Diego Geronimo Guerra. 9th went to 895, Cora Rumke. 10th to 1167, Emma Blackman. And 11th to entry number 8, Addison Tullis. We have Class 12 entering the ring, spring heifers. Entry 536, Samuel Tucker. 837, Ryan Max Simpson. 717, Branham LaRoe. 692, Nathan Snyder. 598, Teal Cranky. 1021, Zach Mosley. 574, Cecilia Guerra. And 1047, Jackson Smith.
Okay, we are moving forward to the classes of the intermediate divisions. Someone give me a muffin that I'm still not sure what it is, if it's chocolate or banana. It's really delicious, but it's chocolate, banana, maybe, I don't know. And someone else give me a Gatorade that give me some energy and ready to continue. We are moving to class 12. Class 12, we will see entries show by Samuel Tucker, Ryan Max Simpson, Brandon LaRue, Nathan Snyder, Teal Cranky, Zach Mosley, Cecilia Guerra, Jackson Smith, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's it in this entry. I was trying to find information for you to give you some accurate data. Provide me a minute here. Okay, as of right now, as we just started uploading photos, we have more than 3,000 photos on the 2024 Bluebonnet Kickoff Classic. More are to come, so you can start looking at what we have there. You will see more. Remember, BrahmanPhotos.com, they are free. Thanks to our sponsors. Thanks to our sponsor of every day. So thanks to all our sponsors. And today is Ice Ranch Feeding Services.
We get into our next
Let's hear
class
the
here, and
judge.
I think a good pair of really colored heifers to lead off here. The one I like to lead off this class comes with so much body and rib shape and natural thickness kind of a deal, and yet can still get out and go and handle it well, especially off of her hind leg. I think we could lay her back ever so slightly through her shoulder and knee. She's not the longest, most comfortable striding one up front, but it adds to her presence. As she'll throw her ears forward there, you can tell she's tall-fronted, she's up-headed. I think all that, helps her outside of the fact that when she gets out and goes, she's not the longest striding thing. So it's kind of a give and take deal. It's on the edge, but it's still acceptable, and it adds to kind of her look and her balance, so we live with it kind of a deal. She's not the most choke-throated, perfect-chested one we've seen, but she has a ton of good from her shoulder back. Makes it easy to still like that one despite having just a nickel of chest. I think relative to the two of them, the other heifer is actually more feminine through her head and neck. They both have some chest, so I think that's a little bit of a wash, so to speak, there. The other heifer is probably just a shade longer bodied. She's probably just a shade higher in terms of her pin set, maybe sets down just a little bit lower there right in front of her tail head, so it makes her look just a little bit smoother in that regard. She's not got near the rib shape, near the body depth, the elite kind of body depth that the one that leads off the class does. She's very adequate in that regard. I like her. I think she's still very maternal in her look. I just don't know that there's quite the extras that we find of putting extra good together in a couple different areas in the leadoff heifer. Very sound, gets out and travels nicely. I think very, very good pair of heifers there on the top end. The next pair is maybe a little more challenging. The one that's a little taller shouldered, hooks up a little stronger. Directly behind her shoulder is the young man's heifer. She's a little neater fronted as well. She's built just a hair straighter in terms of her hind leg. If you want to get critical of that, I don't think it's enough to move her down a spot because she just balances and pieces herself together so much better than the heifer in fourth. But a good kind of a female doesn't come with the extra cool factor that either of the two ahead of her do. Young man in fourth has one that's moderate. She's bold-bodied. She's got some rib shape. She's still very sound down low. She doesn't have quite the strength to her top line, not quite the look from her shoulder forward that we find in several of the heifers ahead of her. I think just the overall balance package is what ends up leaving her maybe a shot lower than what the young man would have hoped for, but it's still a very solid heifer. Big, tall, high-performing heifer that's long-bodied and smooth in terms of her top line here. Looks just a hair stale to me through her chest, through her flank, starting to put some pones on. I wish we could kind of freshen that one up for a while and then see what she looks like 4, 5, 6 months down the road after that, because she is big, she's extended, she's high performing, she's still sound enough. I think there's a lot of good to that one. She just doesn't really blend together in my mind today. Not saying she couldn't. I do think there's a lot of breeding value in that one as well. Next heifer is big, stout, high performing, good looking up front, a little too straight off either end of her skeleton, kind of comes in pieces up high. Young man's heifer is really good standing still, got a look, got a big back, got good rib shape, needs to go better off of her hind leg. And the young man that closes out has one that's neat fronted, just not, and very sound, just not near the rib shape, width, and natural thickness that we find in anything ahead of her. I think if we're managing that one for the long haul and we understand that she's just going to go through phases where there's not enough of her, I think days might still be ahead of her, just a little ways further in the future. Nice job to all those kids. Really good set of cattle as we work into some older ones.
Congrats to all the showmen. We have in first place Ryan McSimpson. In second place we have Cecilia Guerra. In third place we have Till Cranky. In fourth place Brandon LaRue. Samuel Tucker in fifth. Nathan Sinder in sixth. Jackson Smith in seventh. And Zach Mosley in eighth. We are starting now Class 13 of the intermediate division.
And 8 was 1021, Zach Mosley. Class 13 is in the ring, our late winner heifers.
And don't forget that we are going to be next week in Managua, Nicaragua. We are leaving on Tuesday. We are showing Tuesday, sorry. We are showing We are live streaming on Thursday and Friday. So make sure to mark your calendar, make a reminder over on your phone to watch live the National Gear Show and the National Brahmin Show in Managua, Nicaragua. And after that, we are going to be in other shows. In some of those, we are going to just take pictures. And the next live stream and sale, live and online, is going to be the last week of August. It's going to be in Villahermosa, Tabasco, Mexico. We are going to live stream la segunda muestra mexicana de Cebu, the Brahman dates are 30 and 31, August 30, 31, and on August 31 we are going to also do the live and online sale. We are going to sale with the people in that event, Brahman gear, Nelor, Polet Nelor, and other breeds. So make sure to register on bestcalceres.com and get your account ready for that sale. If you enjoy this show and you're wondering how to support these kids that are really amazing, they are really, let's hear the judge.
Offer some sort, but the one that has the right kind of maturity pattern, still really good structured, plenty of body, enough width and natural thickness, just starts checking the most boxes in my mind, is the young lady's heifer that we lead off with here. I think there are places that she certainly isn't the EST terms of anywhere in the class. I don't know that she is the best any one specific trait, but the way she blends them together is very nicely, or she does so very nicely. We could hook her up a hair stronger behind her shoulder, maybe pick her pin set up ever so slightly if we're going to make her that much better relative to some of the ones we've already seen. But I think, just a shot of extra lateness of maturity, but still in a good way, a shot more femininity relative to the heifer we have in second. Things just, piece together a little better, and she's longer bodied and smoother kind of a deal. 2, 3, and 4, I think, are challenging. I could go really any which direction you wanted to there. The one that suits me the next best from a structural correctness perspective, blended with body shape and doability perspective, is the young lady's kind of red-headed heifer there. One that's real stout, maybe just a little too quick and coarse for some people. If you like them big and smooth and long, this certainly isn't your one. But I do think from the basics that I like in terms of starting them at the ground and yet still having the right kind of cow power built into them, we just need to add a little bit of grow, a little bit of levelness to that one. She could be pretty good. The heifer in third, I think of that initial 4, she comes with the least in terms of rib shape, natural thickness, and body. But I think of those 4, she probably comes with the most look and balance as well. So I think that's why she ends up somewhere in the middle of that group, is that she's kind of on the bottom end of the 4 in some traits, kind of at the top end of the 4 in other traits. I think femininity-wise, the way she hooks up behind her shoulder, she's at the top. Rib shape, natural thickness, body, stoutness of structure, she's towards the bottom of that group. So put her where you like, but I think that's still a good kind of heifer. I think the heifer in 4 is really, really nice. If you were just judging that set standing still, you'd think she was probably at least second and maybe even pushing the class winner in some regards. For me, it's when we set her in motion that she's just a little bit smaller footed, not quite as comfortable in the way she gets out and goes. I do like the fact that she's got more body, more rib shape than the one in front of her, more grow and more length than the one that's second. I could easily see sliding her as high as second. Just wanted to change her on her feet and legs ever so slightly. Young man that's going to close out has a neat fronted, long-bodied, level-topped one there's not quite as much to her. She's a little more shallow-bodied kind of a deal, a little flatter in terms of her rib shape. She's still adequate in regard to structure, just need to see more cow power in ones that are getting to this stage of the game.
Results of Class 13 of the Brahman Late Winter Heifers. First place came from entry 552, Lily Vogt. Second place was entry 214, Kimber Calhoun. Third was entry 497, Iris Matthews. Fourth was 731, Adrian Thibodeau. And fifth was entry 191, CJ Calhoun. Class 14 is entering the ring of Gray Brahman Winter Heifers. Entry 783, Emma Pawanka. 565, Carlos Guerra. 256, Tate Barnes. 657, Nicholas Guerra. 262, Brant Barnes. 1204, Charles Eddie Wilson. 855, Ryan Max Simpson. 542, Rhett Coggins. And 456, Ross Turner.
As we were talking before, the last class results, if you're enjoying this show, this junior show, you think that these kids are great. Well, I'm telling them kids, but they go from 8 to, I don't know, 17, 18 years old. So if you think these members of the Junior Association are great and you want to support, just make sure to contact Brahman Foundation. Brahman Foundation is one of our sponsors of this live stream. They support these kids. They give a lot of money to the junior members based on awards, scholarships, camps, clinics, and a lot more. So if you want to support, just contact them. They will find the better way for you to helping to grow in a Brahman world as a very good people, very good breeders, and very good human beings. So contact Brahman Foundation. There are many ways. There is a perfect way for you. They will help you to find it. And of course, if you like all this about the shows, you have cattle that you breed, and you want to show them, but you don't have time, or you don't want to get into the hard work to bring them here and show them, call Bethlehem Bishop. Call Bethlehem Bishop. She will do it for you. You want her to do all the. You want to do all the. You want her to do all the work, and you just appear at the show ring and show your cattle. She will do it for you. Her services, IS Ranch Feeding Service. That's what they do. She do the hard work. Your cattle is shown. People know about your brand. And you enjoy the very good cattle business in the area of showing your cattle. IS Ranch Feeding Services, Bethlehem Bishop. She's the one you need to contact. Talk with her. She will explain better. She will hear you and hear your needs, and from them you can start out. You can start working with her. Breedy Easy Farms is one of our other sponsors. Breedy Easy Farms have red cattle, and they have embryos available in 2 lines. The base is the donor. Then we have
It's going to take us a really long time to get down there.
then we have the 2
I'm sorry?
bulls. I lost it, sorry. We were talking about Breedy Farms. Breedy Easy Farms.
Do you want me to start talking and you edit photos?
Not really sure I can do that.
Oh, yes, you
But as I was saying, waiting for the judge to okay, he already picked. We were talking about Breedy Easy Farms. They have embryos available, 2 lines. The donor is the base. The Red Bulls are the ones different on those lines. We're going to talk more about them in a minute. I just need to change some cameras here. And of course, hear the judge. That except for our sponsors, that's the most important part of the show because he's picking these kids.
Wow, we have one let herself out, but I think it only made our job a slight bit easier. I think that one would have added to the challenge. I hope that young lady's okay and that heifer's acting better going down the road. I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to start cattle that were in the bottom half, bottom third of this class. I think there are a ton of different things you could do. I don't think there is a single one that you have to use for a certain reason or another. I think this is easily the deepest class. I've said that multiple times. This is the most challenging class I've had to this point because I really would make a cow out of any one of these things. And I think that you just have to recognize who brings what to the table, what you're the most comfortable with, and what you want your lineup to look like at the end of the day. I think the one from a feet and legs perspective that still balances good in her top line, still has enough body, still has some look, is extremely fresh and just well presented is the young man's heifer at the front. Is she the smallest one? Yeah, she probably is. Is she giving up maybe 100, 200 pounds to some of these other heifers? Yes, she is. Is she big enough? I think she's probably big enough. I think if we had her a little fatter, you'd like her even that much better. I realize she doesn't jump out and probably wow you, but from the basics and just putting together the most good, I think that heifer suits me pretty easily the best as we kind of sort through all the rest of them. The only thing I could pick on her for was really comparative, not so much her own right as an individual. The heifer that's going to be second, feet and legs wise, she excels the ones in 3, 4, 5. I think that's her biggest advantage there. She's maternal in her look. She's good bodied. She's obviously probably pretty hard to manage from a condition standpoint because she's so easy fleshing and good doing and that kind of a thing. It makes her a little bit plainer. She is a little bit plain from her shoulder forward. I get that. It's just part of her. Really nice cow prospect. Structure-wise, puts her second over these next few. The next pair, I think, is tight, and I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted these two standing in first and second. They have a little more kind of pizzazz, a little more show ring look than the two we lead off with. The young man's heifer in third. I think you can see it as he gets her set in motion. She doesn't set her ankle down quite good enough for me. She never does just take a really, really soft, true stride there. She's really neat looking, really good in terms of rib shape. I think the heifer in fourth has as much upside as any if you study just her belly line up. Really high-headed, really, really level, very smooth. I think we study off either end of her skeleton, get to a 3/4 view. I'm not sure she's quite as opened up as a couple of them. More than anything, she needs to track better off of her rear two for me to want to slide her up. Next heifer here, a little bit plainer up front, really nice from her shoulder back. Sound enough in terms of her structure, good enough in terms of her body. I thought when she gets in motion, she maybe doesn't keep her pin set very good, and she's just a little too plain up front to look at relative to some pretty high-quality looking ones standing right in front of her. Really good brood cow prospect, a little bit plainer, a little bit over-conditioned in my mind. Next heifer, every now and then you catch a glimpse of that one where she'll really kind of caulk off and present. To me, she's built just a little too round in terms of her top line. Wish she'd set her back foot down just a hair softer as well. Heifer we close out with, standing still, needs to be 4 or 5 spots higher. She's just pretty easily the shortest strided heifer in class. Love her muscularity, love her width and rib shape and natural thickness, and she maintains it with a lot of levelness, just needs to go a little bit freer off of her rear too. Nice job, kids. That's a heck of a class. I think you did a really, really good job, and I would not argue with you if you weren't happy with how you placed, just the way I see them today.
Results from Class 14 of the Gray Brahma Winter Heifers. First place went to entry 1204, Charles Eddie Wilson. Second place went to 542, Rhett Coggins. Third goes to 256, Tate Barnes. Fourth, 855, Ryan Mack Simpson. Fifth, 262, Brant Barnes. Sixth, 657, Nicholas Guerra. 7, 565, Carlos Guerra. And eighth went to 456, Ross Turner. Entering the ring is our intermediate division. From Class 11, we have entry 454, Ross Turner. Class 12, Ryan Mack Simpson. Class 13, Lily Vogt. Class 14, Charles Eddie Wilson. And our second places are from Class 11, Trenton White. Class 12, Cecilia Guerra. Class 13, Kimber Calhoun. And Class 14, Rhett Coggins.
We get into our division drive here, and I think there are several nice representatives. Really, it probably comes down to a trio of them for me, and one of them, I guess, because she's a second to one that's going to get a piece of it, probably be reserved, is going to get left out. But I think your first class winner and then both your first and second from your second class have some upside pieces to them. I think as we get down and study them here, they come back together. I think there's probably a little more freshness in the young lady's heifer that leads off our first class within the division. She probably maintains her look and presence up front just a little bit better because of that. I think from their shoulder back, the red tinged heifer that's out of our second class. There is no question that one is unique in that regard. It's shoulder kind of knee forward that I wish we could freshen that one up just a little bit, make her a shot more ladylike, but that's being critical of one that probably has as much upside and breeding value as anything out here. Young lady, you're going to be our division champion. Young man out of class 2 will be reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our intermediate division champions. Champion goes to entry 909, Sydney Greer, and reserve goes to 837, Ryan Max Simpson.
Okay, class 15 is a single entry Calicraft.
What?
Class 15 is a single entry.
They're
Oh. Okay, then we are moving to class 16.
Class 15 of our Grand Robert heifers was a single entry. So class 16 is entering the ring of Great Robert Lake.
So we are now in class 16. In class 16, we are going to see heifers shown by Glenna Rumke every class.
1169, Lobocop. 489, Kaylee Sanders.
I'm thinking I'm
532, Kobe Hartman.
ripping apart these names, I'm so sorry. Claire Jaluvka, I think is on Scratch. Lane Lovecut. Kaylee Sanders and Cody Harkin. Don't forget to go to BrahmanPhotos.com. We are uploading photos there. They are completely free. People in the other side, BrahmanPhotos.com, they are completely free. Can you hear me? We are starting now our junior classes. This is in reality this is the second class, but as the first class is a scratch, the second class of the junior division. Second class of the junior division. I really hope it's not because I'm not enjoying, I really am. I'm dancing right here, but I only have 1 hour and 50 minutes of live stream before Facebook shut me down. So to our judge that is in the ring show, 1 hour and 50 minutes. I think you can get it. You can get it. Whew.
The red-headed gray heifer, we lead off our next class with long-bodied, good-doing. In terms of her condition, has plenty of femininity up front, gets out and handles her stride really nicely, flexible off both ends of her skeleton, maintains herself pretty well as you study her elsewhere. I think there's just so much more to her relative to the heifer in second. I would change her top line ever so slightly. We could hook her up a notch stronger directly behind her shoulder. I wouldn't argue with you there. She could be opened up just slightly in her forerib. But I think other than that, really, really nice cow prospect. Just more length and more to her relative to the red tinged heifer in second. Red tinged heifer in second's nice. She's level, she's smooth, she's sound, she's got a decent look up front. I think things fit together very, very nicely. She doesn't have quite as much length as the heifer on either side of her. She is, still very feminine and very fresh. I think of those, she's the least, of the first three at least, she's the least powerful in regard to rib shape and natural thickness, but it's still a very nice, complete heifer. Her soundness and fluidity of motion put her over the heifer in third. I think she's also plenty fresher condition. The heifer in third standing still looks really nice. She's bulky, she's stout, she's level, she's smooth, she's deep-bodied. We like all that. Unfortunately, she's built just a little bit upright off either end of her skeleton, and then she wants to maybe waddle along just a little bit as we get her set in motion. That's my biggest thing on her, is I wish she just went a little bit easier and freer off either end. Good cow prospect, though. I think a lot of upside depending on how we mate that one, if we can freshen her up and move her forward. Really long-strided, level, sound-structured one. Young lady, don't give up on that one. I think she needs some groceries, and if you've got an endpoint in mind, I think she can certainly do some good things going down the road, because she's going to be ultra, ultra fresh. She's sound-structured, she's good-footed, she's feminine. There's just not quite as much cow there today.
Results from Class 16, our Gray Brahmin late fall heifers. First place went to 866, Avery Kalachik. Second to 1169, Lane Lovacott. Third went to 532, Cody Harkey. And fourth went to 897, Lena Rumke. This will be our last class before our junior champion division. Classes 19, 20, and 21, if you can make your way to the makeup ring. One more announcement. Our concession stand will be closing today at 7:30. If you could get, they will be closing the grill at 7 o'clock, and they will be only serving drinks and snacks after 7.
Okay, if you want food, you need to go to the store right now because they are about to close. As our live stream, it still have 1 hour and 13 minutes. 1 hour and 13 minutes. This is the last class of the junior division. He's moving fast. I think he hear me, I hope. And we are ready. This is the last class of the junior division. Whoa! I didn't see that. Whoa, okay.
What's your problem?
She's recording me. The cameras are supposed to go to the cattle, not to the little tiny bull. Okay, class 17, we have Carly, Priscilla, Grayson Hines, Queen Paget, Kate Plunkett. Just a reminder, English is not my first language. If I'm killing, ripping, or getting bad a few names, I'm really sorry. Maybe I'm doing all the names wrong. I hope no. But if you are in the mood like I am, I don't have music, but I'm dancing right here because we are getting close to the Grand Championship Drive. Don't forget, when this live stream finish, go to the social media or contact info of our sponsors of the day and make sure to thank them because this live stream was brought to you thanks to them. IS Ranch Feeding Services. Pretty Easy Farms, Hints Cattle, Brahman Foundation. Just go there, say thank you for the live stream. They will know what you are talking about. If you want to do something with them, you can do it. If no, just follow them. You will see more. And I'm getting so laugh here. I'm not sure why. In the meantime, follow us everywhere. We are in Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, for
This is clearly a TikTok moment.
ex-former Twitter,
Oh my
and now on
God.
TikTok. I'm not sure what we are talking about
I
TikTok.
don't know what we're talking about. You know it, girl.
In the line, we haven't see what the judge has selected yet because he hasn't selected anything yet. But we have JDH Lady Manso 659 over 1, AT Miss Lux 71 over 2, Miss V8 773 over 9, Miss HC Emmy 175 over 2. Okay, we have places. We are going to hear the judge.
We get into our next class here, and probably not what I expected walking in the ring as they hit me, but the longer we study them, the more comfortable I get. And you probably argue with me all day long, but when you recognize that there is a significant difference in condition between the first place heifer and the other three, but especially the second place heifer, I think if we viewed these things in the same condition, this decision would make a lot more sense to somebody who wasn't standing out here thinking as hard as I am. The first place heifer is sound. She's level. She's feminine. She's got some body. She just happens to be skinny, and the other three happen to be somewhere between plenty chunky and probably way too chunky. So I think she's the levelest one. As you study her hip and her hind leg, the way she gets out of that, she's the most attractive one in that regard. She's a little taller fronted than a couple of them. She's a little leveler. I think if you just study her for what she is and you don't take into account what you see behind her, I think that one has the most quality. And I wouldn't argue with you. She is plenty skinny for this stage of the game, but she's not devoid of rib shape at that same token. So I don't know what our plan is for that one, where we're managing that one too, but I do think that we probably, even if we're managing her out to the spring, she could stand to have a little more on her at this stage of the game than what we have. Wouldn't argue with you if you said there's not enough doability in cow there, because maybe she is being fed and she's just hard doing. But for me, from a build and balance standpoint, she puts herself together the best. The kind of darker pigmented heifer that's going to be second, worlds of body, lots of dimension, lots of volume, lots of just mass. She is really, really chunky. I would freshen her up significantly, and I'd make her just a little more attractive in the way she utilizes her hip and hind leg. She's sound enough, not making that argument. It's just not quite as long and pretty and correct as the heifer we lead off with. Really high fronted. We do a really good job getting that one presented, just need to freshen her up. Similar token here for the heifer in third. I think if we freshen that one up, she looks significantly better from her shoulder forward. It just throws her balance off where she looks plenty heavy fronted. She's sound, she's good bodied, she's got some natural thickness to her. I just wish that one was fresher. She's not built quite as neat in terms of the way she puts her neck into the top side of her shoulder and comes out of the back side of her shoulder relative to the heifer in front of her. Young lady, you got a nice cow in fourth. I contemplated moving you up quite a bit. She's moderate, she's great bodied, she's sound, she's got more than enough fleshing ease and doability. She's just a little plainer through her shoulder, plainer through her chest, a little bit rounder in terms of the way she's built. I wouldn't argue with you if you thought you should have stood higher either. I just, for me, the other three kind of fit together, so you either got to be first or fourth, and I ended up not loving quite as many things about yours, so you end up fourth. But nice set of four heifers, a lot of variation amongst the four of them there. Wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to do some different things.
Results from Class 17 of our Gray Brahman Fall heifers. First place went to 329, Carly Prosella. Second to 931, Cade Plunkett. Third to 216, Quinn Paget. And fourth went to 857, Grayson Hinsey. Class 18 is a single entry. And entering the ring is our junior division champion. Coming from Class 15 was a single entry, and that's going to be 710 Callie Kreft. Class 16, our first place was 866 Avery Kolachik. Class 17 was Carly Priscilla. And Class 18 was entry 496 Iris Matthews. And our second place coming from Class 16 is 1169 Lane Lovicott. And Class 17, 931 Cade Plunkett.
Okay, we are waiting on our judge. He is going to talk now.
We got a couple single entries on either end of our lineup here. At the front, a really nice looking maternal cow, I think. Big-footed, big-legged, good-bodied, still a nice look up front. She's not perfectly smooth and level in her top line, but when she goes, she still handles it nicely. She got just a hair more chest maybe than what we call ideal. We could pick her pin set up and level her out just a shot to make her that much better. Young lady does a really good job getting that one presented. She still has a lot of style, a lot of look up front, and I think that's really nice. She's still got a lot of quality to her as well. The kind of red tinted heifer, the young lady at the back of the lineup's got really smooth, really bulky in that regard. She's still got a nice look up front. She's probably just a little bit straighter off either end of her skeleton, a little bit lower pinned and rounder hip, not balanced maybe quite as well as some of the other cattle do out here, but I think still a very solid heifer that has a lot of doability to her, has some pieces to breed on depending on which way you want to go and how you like them built. I wouldn't argue with you. Through the division, there were some different things you could do. I guess there's one that probably hits me just a little bit harder in terms of putting most good things together. She's not perfect. We could tuck her chest up ever so slightly, make her or hook her up just a shot stronger directly behind her shoulder. But we're going to let her win this division because I think there's just too much good to ignore. Young lady out of Class 2 will have your division champion. Young lady out of Class 1 will have your reserve division champion. Congratulations.
We have our champions.
Congratulations to our junior division champions. Division champion came from entry number 866, Avery Kolachik, and reserve came from entry 710, Callie Kreft. Entering the ring is Class 19 of our Gray Brahman Early Senior Heifers. Entry 321, Kinsley Gandy. 842, Ryan Mack Simpson. 162, Peyton Garcia. 1017, Zach Mosley. 74, Kimber Calhoun. 492, Preston Shelley. And 673, Addison Worrell.
We have our champions of the junior show, junior division, I'm sorry. Then we are starting the class 19, and we are running out of time on Facebook. So as of right now, the countdown starts on, not right now, in 2, 1. As of right now, we have 1 hour left on Facebook to live stream. 1 hour left, and we are ready. We are starting the senior division. We are on class 19, and we only have 1 hour on Facebook. So guys that are still with us, you have been watching all day. Let us know in the comments what division you like most, what division you enjoy. Don't forget to visit brahmanphotos.com, brahmanphotos.com. Then don't forget to visit our sponsors' contact info, social media, and of course ours. We have a brand new TikTok. We are uploading stuff right there right now as we speak. We have Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, X, former Twitter. So make sure to go. It's fun. We have a lot of content there. And of course, don't forget to subscribe everywhere and share this live stream. We have been here live streaming since Wednesday afternoon. We are in the, it's not the last, but the one. We have 2 divisions left, I think. Let me check. Yes, we have the senior. Just a second.
What? What? I've been here all day. Right behind us, or way back in that corner over there where those big things are.
As we get into our next class here, I think a really good way to lead off this class. A ton of style and presence in this heifer. I love the way she transitions not only out of the front side of her shoulder into a pretty high neck attachment, but really out of the back side of her shoulder, really all the way back to her hook bones. Looks really, really good. Front 2/3, really, really, really good there. She's a little weird in the way her tail head sits onto her. Maybe could be just a shot higher in terms of her pin set, just a shot longer in terms of her hip. But she still utilizes her hind leg very, very well, in my opinion. She's not the sleekest fronted one, but she is very good in terms of her rib shape, her body depth, extremely powerful. I think from a freshness of condition standpoint relative to how much mass and natural shape they have, she excels this class very, very well. And there aren't any slouches all the way down kind of a thing. If we were going to make her just a shade better, clean up her throat, pick her pin set up just a shot, I think we'd make her that much better, but that one's really, really nice. Second and third get pretty tight for me. The fresher conditioned heifer that's a little more feminine through the shape of her head, neck, shoulder is the young lady's heifer. She doesn't hook up quite as strong directly behind her shoulder. She doesn't have quite as much rear rib and flank to her, but I think a little bit of both of those things are conditioned when we set them in motion. She's a little longer strided, a little easier in the way she hits the ground, and just a shot more flexible in terms of her ankle. The other heifer's definitely a shot taller at her shoulder. I like her levelness, her smoothness, her body depth and spring of rib. certainly look good. She's built just a hair straighter off either end of her skeleton. I don't think that extra condition helps her. She's not out of bounds by any means, but I do think if she was a shade fresher, she'd probably get out and go just a shade better. That's being ultra picky on a top trio that's really, really nice. I contemplated the other three a lot of different directions. The one that's a little fresher condition, probably just a little neater looking up front, more feminine, is the young lady's heifer. From her hook bones forward, I like that one quite a bit. She's a little too round out of her hip to move up in this class, but front 2/3, she's fresh, good-bodied, good-looking. I like those about her. Kind of similar to the heifer we talked about a couple ahead of her here, the kind of red tinted heifer the young man's got. I think if we freshened that one up, she would go just a little bit better, and I think she'd look just a little better from a balance perspective. He's probably not thrilled with me because he's out here working his butt off, and I've been maybe a little bit hard on some of the stuff he's brought. Excellent showmanship, very good job getting the most you can out of each one. Great bodied. I think you got nice cattle. I'd just freshen that one up a shade. The young lady that's going to close out here is one that still has a sound, good-bodied heifer. If you get behind her, she's one of the flatter-made heifers that has the lesser rib shape amongst this set. I wish she was a little bit better in that regard. She's also just a shade plainer up front. When you combine those two things, she ends up at the bottom of a pretty tough class, but I think that's still a really nice cow prospect that's sound and functional and fundamentally good. Nice job to our entire crew in that class. Good set of cattle.
Results from Class 19 on the Gray Brahman Early Senior Heifers. First place went to entry 673, Addison Worrell. Second went to 321, Kinsley Gandy. Third went to 842, Ryan Max Simpson. Fourth, 492, Preston Shelley. Fifth, 1017, Zach Mosley. Sixth went to 74, Kimber Calhoun. And entering the ring is Class 20 on our Gray Brahman Senior Heifers. Entry 243, Katie Taylor. 592, Brenna Hilson. 810, Claire Jalufka. 493, Preston Shelley. 1003, Reese Baker. And 730, Adrian Thibodeau.
really starting to think about sounding like a broken record here, but I'm impressed as we get to the bigger cattle that the classes are as deep as they are. Oftentimes we get to this stage of the game and shows, and it's fairly logical to just kind of sort them on freshness, and not that that doesn't come into play, but you know, the quality is really, really deep. The young lady in the purple shirt here has one that checks a lot of boxes. Good-footed, good-legged, extra broody in terms of her look, still has some cow power to her, and yet very feminine from her shoulder forward. I think she holds a big advantage over the heifer in second, not only in the way she holds her chest, but the refinement through her head and neck as well. She's not the perfectly smooth, strong-topped one, but she's adequate in that regard. I think that's the biggest place that I'd pick on her. Everywhere else, just super cowy, gets out, handles herself nicely, and I think she's really, really good just in motion or on the setup. Really like that heifer quite a bit. Heifer in second, big stout brood cow, really powerful in terms of her bone work, really powerful in terms of her rib shape and natural thickness. She's just a nickel courser up front. Young lady does a great job putting her together there the right way, but probably just not quite as smooth and level in terms of her top line and pin set as what I call perfectly ideal. But I think that one has a tremendous amount of breeding value because she has the feet and legs and the power that we would desire in a herd sire prospect. Get her mated the right way. I think a bull calf could be a lot of fun out of that one. I think the next four here get pretty challenging. The one that checks the most boxes in terms of big-footed, good-legged, level, still feminine is the young lady's heifer that we have next here. She's just a shade staler in terms of her chest. She maybe doesn't have quite as much oomph to her relative to some of the heifers behind her from a rib shape perspective. She's just a hair flatter in that regard, but I think soundness and structure and femininity are what end up putting her just a shade higher than what some of the cattle that have more body and stoutness to them. The next heifer, really sound, really good bodied, really maternal, just a little too round off both ends, just a shade plain in terms of her makeup. Young lady gets every ounce out of showing that one we can, just can't make her look level and perfect once we get them set in motion, and she gives up just a little bit in that regard. Two heifers that are probably a little leveler, they're both a little taller, a little more extended, are the two young ladies heifers we're going to close out with. I certainly like the extras in them. The red tinted heifer, really soggy made and good bodied. I wish she went a little better when we set her in motion. She's just a little shorter strided. I think her balance gets thrown off, especially when we set her in motion just a shade. And then the heifer we're going to close out with, one that I think very level at the setup, very good in the way she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder. I wish we could change her down low a little bit. I'm not sure if it's just we need our feet trimmed or exactly what it is. She doesn't get out and go with quite the same fluidness and flexibility relative to some of the cattle that are in front of her, and then I'd change her lower body balance ever so slightly from her chest back into her flank, allow her to drop that flank and just balance a shade better. But boy, that is a very, very deep class of cattle. Nice job to all those kids on getting them very well presented.
Results from Class 20 on our Gray Brahman Senior Heifers. First place went to entry 730, Adrian Thibodeau. Second went to 592, Brenna Hilson. Third, 493, Preston Shelley. Fourth, 243, Katie Taylor. Fifth went to 810, Claire Jalufka. And sixth was 1003, Reese Baker. Class 21, Brahman Late Senior Heifers are entering the ring, and we have 249, Barry Belt, 999, Katie Taylor, 69, Providence Ezel, 718, Branham LaRoe, 1010, Cole Tesh, and 161, Peyton Garcia.
All right. Congratulations to Adrian Thibodeau and Brenna Hilson. Right now we're starting. The class 21 is the last one. Yes. It's the last one of the senior. Then
The senior division.
we have 3 single entries. So the next one is the division, the senior division, and then the senior age division. Championship drag, sorry. We think we are going to make it before Facebook shut us down. So we are so happy for that. And now we have class 21 in the ring, class 21, and of course, don't forget to follow us. But first, let's talk about this. Have you give a thumbs up to this live stream? Have you give us a love heart in the live stream? If you don't know, if you are watching on Facebook, you can like us, you can love us, you can care about us. Don't use the discuss one. They are kids. But like us, share us everywhere. And if you are in YouTube, you are not watching nothing because my screen is empty. But now you can see the cattle. If you're in YouTube, you can give us a heart. That's a like. Then subscribe. Then follow us on Facebook. Then follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter. Right now it's X, former Twitter. And of course, follow us and like our videos in TikTok. We're new on that. And finally, please share this live stream. These 7 hours, 16 minutes can be shared in just one link on all your groups. WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups, Instagram. Share it everywhere so people can see the effort that these kids are making in every single entry. Let's hear the judge.
High quality, all three of them, ton of breeding value. I think as we kind of get into the details of them, you'll realize that there's probably more differences than what I initially expected. But at the same time, they're all three very, very high quality cattle that can get along and do some really good things. If we start them at the ground, the young lady's heifer we lead off with, I think, is the biggest footed and the softest structured heifer that just gets out and really can track. I think both ends of her skeleton, she gets out of both of them a little bit better than either of the other two heifers. So I think structure's an advantage for sure to that one. She hooks up stronger directly behind her shoulder than the heifer in third. She's a little more feminine and fresher chested than the heifer in second. I think, just a lot of little things become an advantage for that one that make it a little bit easier to use her. I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to pick on her one place. I'd pick her pin set up ever so slightly to make her that much better. But I think everywhere else, that one's really, really nice and just so good at the ground that she gets out and can kind of float. The next two heifers both have a little more on them in terms of condition than what the heifer we lead off with does. The heifer that is second is probably just a little bit taller fronted, hooks up a little bit stronger directly behind her shoulder relative to the heifer in third. I think chest is probably a wash if you were trying to make balance something there. I think the heifer in second is ultra good in terms of her body depth and softness, kind of maternal look. And I think even though they both could move just a shade better off of their skeleton, she holds a little bit of an advantage there. She looks significantly more relaxed in her angles as we study her at the setup. I think just, maybe not moving quite as good as what she personally could today, kind of a thing. The other red-tinged heifer, standing still, I think is in the conversation to win. She's bold-bodied, she's deep, she's stout, she's very, very maternal. To me, she's built just a hair too vertical off either end of her skeleton. I wish we could free her up ever so slightly. Does look like she's making a really good udder underneath of there, though, not overly far away from Kevin. I do appreciate those things about her. The heifer we're going to close out with, big, long, extended heifer that's sound and good looking up front. She's not quite in the same freshness level. She has still plenty of chest, but is a little skinny from there back type of a deal. Maybe still has some pones to her, like maybe we forgot to pull her back quite soon enough. I think in that regard, she's still a very good heifer. She just doesn't have quite the same presentation today relative to the other three. Nice job, though. Really, really high quality set of cattle in one of our older classes here.
Results from class 21 of the Great Brahman Late Senior Heifers. First place went to entry 69, Providence Ezel. Second went to 999, Katie Taylor. Third went to 1010, Cole Tesh. And fourth went to 718, Branham LaRoe. I was looking for it all day. I ain't gonna lie. That's all I like. Entering the ring is our senior division. First place out of Class 19 was 673, Addison Worrell. Class 20, entry 730, Adrian Thibodeau. Class 21, entry 69, Providence Izell. And second places, entry 329 out of Class 19, Kinsley Gandy. Class 20, entry 592, Brenna Hilson. And Class 21 was entry 999, Katie Taylor.
I think easily one of the most competitive divisions as far as depth of quality and consistency all the way through that I've seen today and probably in general. You get to a breed show and you have this many cattle in a division. It's a lot of fun. This many good cattle in a division. It's a ton of fun to get out there challenging. You get to the end of the day, but it certainly appreciate getting warmed up and being able to really dive in and sort through some of the differences. I wouldn't argue with you. I think any of the three class winners standing out here, even maybe a couple of the seconds, should be in the conversation to get division banners. And I hope that going down the road that they kind of trade around and different ones win and that kind of a thing, because we live in an industry, we live in a world that really is red and blue, where purple is probably the answer, right? There's probably some middle ground where each of us can have our own opinions, maybe different extremes. But the good things and the good people and the good animals probably live somewhere in the middle of some of those extremes. So I wouldn't argue with you. This is why we do this game, is to have a difference of opinion. That probably sounds like I'm maybe backing off of what I think, but I'm not. I love doing this. I love evaluating Brahman cattle probably as much as anything out there. And I just love the beauty of the creatures. I love that they still are bred to serve a purpose in this world rather than kind of making them match what we've done with a lot of the other show cattle breeds. So it's a lot of fun. And like I said, it's really, really fun for me to be out here and just kind of let what hits me hit me hard and work from there. Really, all of our class winners hit me pretty hard, and a couple of those seconds did as well. So wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to go different ways. I think the little differences, the heifer at the front of the lineup, class winner wise, just a notch fresher than either of the other two. Really powerful and expressive in terms of her muscularity and natural shape. Probably just a little lower pinned. I think of those three, she's the one that could probably benefit from just a shot more flex down low, but that's being real picky. The heifer out of the second class, I think shoulders back, extremely, extremely good. Brood cow, probably just a little weird in the way she hooks up behind her shoulder, and I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to make her just a nickel fresher, but I think she's still in a realm of acceptability. The red tinted heifer here, maybe just a shade moderate for some. Wouldn't argue with you there. Really good bodied, really just powerful and cowy, and very, very good structure to go with that. I don't know that she's quite as unique looking as what maybe the other two heifers are, just in terms of femininity and balance. The way her tail head sits on her hip, I think you could pick on her ever so slightly there. I wouldn't argue with you depending on what you wanted to do, but we're going to use the ones that hit me the hardest and I think are just maybe the most ready amongst the set today. Young lady out of class 2 will have your division champion. Young lady out of 3 reserve. Congratulations to all of our division winners there in the senior division.
Congratulations to our senior division champions. Champion went to entry 730, Adrian Thibodeau, and reserve went to entry 69, Providence Izell.
guys, I think we are going to make it. We are now starting the Grand
Okay,
Championship Drive.
let's start
Grand
shutting down.
Championship Drive.
Don't let anybody mess.
And coming from our calf division was entry 383, Mr. Isaac Duyon. And reserve out of that calf division was 549, Dylan Garrett. Coming from our yearling junior division, the champion was entry 558, Trent Garrett. And reserve was 967, Lily Larson. From our senior yearling division, our division champion was entry 672, Addison Worrell, and reserve was 318, Kinsley Gandy. Our Brahmin Intermediate division champion was entry 909, Sydney Greer, and reserve division was Ryan Max Simpson. Our junior division champion was entry 866, Avery Kalachik, and reserve division was 710, Callie Kreft. Our senior division was entry 730, Adrian Thibodeau, and reserve was entry 69, Providence Ezel. And coming out of our age senior division as a single entry was entry 729, Adrian Thibodeau.
As we get out here to pick your champion female, we've got a single entry cow that a lot of good in that one. She's tall fronted, she's good looking, she's wide and bold and stout, doing a good job raising a first calf there, kind of a thing. Good udder underneath of her. I think that one's got a lot of good to her. She's probably not show heifer fresh. I understand that they get old, they become cows. It's hard to get them in that same condition, get them sucked back enough that they pull some of that fat off of them, but fresh enough that they still have some body and some rib shape. So I get it. It's not an easy task, and they go through different phases as they're nursing and so forth. But I think that cow's really, really nice. I think there's a lot of quality built into her, and I think that not only is she doing a good job now, but probably will be even more fun down the road to get mated and figure out what the best complement to her is, because she's got a lot of pieces to build from, a lot of quality to work with. It's been a lot of fun. I know it's been a long day. I heard from multiple people after I got here. It's been a long week, but it's been a fun week. It's a pleasure. It's very much a humbling opportunity to get to sort through a show of this caliber, and I appreciate the opportunity. I think anybody that knew me 12 years ago would have told you that that was probably never going to be on the table. But I guess, kids, it would go to show you that no matter what your dream is, if you work at it hard enough and long enough, you can realize some of it along the way, even if it takes quite a while. So love these cattle. I think you have a phenomenal set of kids that deserve a round of applause before we finalize this deal. It's been a tremendous amount of fun. Appreciate the opportunity. Your show staff's really good to work with. Ring crew, the camera gals, camera guys, everybody that's been out here, is what can we do for you? How can we help you? Certainly appreciate that because it makes my life as a judge a lot easier. And I guess before we get to the cattle themselves, just please, please pray. I don't know, not all of us pray to the same thing. Not all of us pray in general, but please pray. Please think about our world. Please think about the young lady that was, unfortunately injured earlier. And, we pray that she's all right. We pray that our world can head a better direction. But just believe in the power of faith and prayer. Believe in your animals. Believe in your program. Believe in what you're doing. I think that's really, really powerful in life. And the older I get, the more important I think that is. Just on a daily basis to take a little time to thank the Lord, pray about the things we want to make better, and then just continue to work hard to make them better. With that being said, I think very, very nice set of cattle. The little heifer up front rolled in, and I said, man, that's exactly the green, skinny kind I like to find. Her best days are plenty ahead of her. We know she's going to have to be managed just a little bit from a chest perspective at some point. But boy, that one's built awesome. She's so good in terms of her spine. She's elegant up front. Young man, I don't know if I'll ever see her again. But if I do, certainly know that I think you got a nice animal, and I think the future is very bright. The next two are pretty similar, not only in terms of color, but in terms of basic build. I think you could talk about those two as a pair pretty much all day long. And I wouldn't argue with you, that the seconds in those divisions had some differences to them relative to our division winners that probably put them in the conversation as well. But I love cattle that are built really good from the ground up, have rib shape, have look, have natural thickness, and I think those two both do that very, very well. I think there's some slight differences in terms of front skeleton. I think there's some slight differences in terms of maybe pin set and the way they get out and go, but both of them do it very, very well to a high degree, and I think just check a lot of boxes there. Next heifer there, one that's very feminine, very elegant. She probably doesn't have the extra rib shape and natural thickness relative to some of the heifers that we get out here that were division winners, but she won her division because of her look, her build, her soundness, and just a lot of quality from the ground up. I think the next heifer that comes out here, one that, maybe just a hair deeper chested that throws off her balance. I think, not only is her color similar, but everything else other than her lower body balance, kind of similar to those two that we talked about that have that little bit of red tinge down their top as well. Young lady does a really good job getting that one presented, just would change her down low ever so slightly. The oldest heifer without a calf in here, I think, really good cow. You can tell that one's going to be easy fleshing, should last a long time, sound. Her top line probably doesn't piece together quite as perfectly today as a handful of the other ones out here. As we get out to pick a champion, maybe her best days of freshness are behind her, but that's a really, really well managed one that they got everything out of, really about as far as you can do it. And then the cow that we talked about that just ultra, ultra high quality as an individual, maybe not super show heifer fresh, but a really, really good representative out of a pair division there. I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to make different decisions along the way. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here. Really hope everybody has safe travels getting home and that we can agree to disagree if we didn't see eye to eye. Hopefully at least you understand where I was coming from. Really appreciate the opportunity again. We're going to go out and get you a champion in reserve. If you would, give these kids in the gray show and everybody that's shown all week one more hand before we pack up and head.
We are getting close to the champion, and the champion is the 248.
Congratulations to our grand champion gray female with entry 673, Addison Worrell, and reserve grand champion is entry 558, Trent Garrett.
Guys, we made it, we finished the Grand Championship drive of the Junior Gray Female Show. We are done for the day, we are done for this show, and it was before the 8 hours. It was before Facebook shut us down, and probably YouTube too. And there is no more less than thank you all for being here. Reminder you, follow us everywhere, follow our sponsors, and don't forget, they can be good for you. Contact them. IS Ranch Feeding Services can help you to set everything for your next show. Breedy Easy Farms has embryos available on two great bred lines out of same donor and two different bulls. And Hinds Cattle, they also have embryo available of one of the show heifers that they have shown for the first time this year, and that it has results in United States, of course. And Brahman Foundation, they support the kids, they support this live stream, they support all the youngs on the association. So if you want to know how to support, how to help them to continue growing on this business, on this environment of the Brahman world, of the Brahman family, make sure to contact the Brahman Foundation. There is one way you can, of course, help the juniors, and that is through Brahman Foundation. So contact them, and of course, follow them. Remember, next week we are going to be in Managua, Nicaragua. Don't miss that show. Don't miss it. We are going to be live streaming the Gear National Show and the Brahman National Show of Nicaragua. We are going to be there. And then don't forget that we are going to live stream la segunda muestra mexicana de Cebu, the second muestra de Cebu. And of course, we are going to have their sale on August 31, live and online from Villahermosa and bestcattlesales.com. And of course, Genetica Costa Rica. If you want to send your genetics to Costa Rica, make sure to contact Christian from Genetic Costa Rica. And if you are in Costa Rica and you want the best genetics of the world, contact Christian from Genetica Costa Rica to get genetics from Bullseye Ranch, Cassary Ranch, Couturier, BRC Couturier, Genetic for Austria, Huastecas Ranch, Heritage Cattle Services, Heritage Cattle Co., JD Hutchins, Santa Elena, and B8, and of course our sponsors that we have been talking about. I'm going to leave you with some videos from them. Make sure to share this live stream, and see you the next live stream next week. Bye-bye.
And I am here with Bethlehem Bishop of IS Ranch Fitting Services, and she has sponsored a couple of events here at the Brazos Valley Expo Center. And I just want to ask you, last time you were here was in November, Bethlehem. Tell me what we were doing in November at Brazos Valley.
Well, we were winning at IS Ranch Fitting Services.
You were.
It was a national show, and we actually ended up winning a handful of classes and 3 divisions while we were here. 1 bull division with Red Smith, Weller, Manso, and then 2 female divisions with the LPC heifers, Rhea Hope and Annie.
No, I mean, that was so much fun. We had such a good time. It was a little cooler, a little warmer now, but IS Ranch Fitting Services, you guys let you are IS Ranch Fitting Services. There's no you guys part of this. There's just you. So you let people show their own cattle, don't you?
I do. So we want the owners, the juniors, whatever it may be, we want them to be really involved. And so we welcome them to come in, fly in for the day, kind of do it however they want it. If they want to work, they can work. Come in and show, do it however you please. We aim to please.
There you go. She does. And I'm also going to tell you, she's in Texas now. That happened back like in November?
October of last year, so right
October.
before the national show last year.
So she started out in Florida. Everybody will remember her from Florida. And now she's in Texas. But if you are looking for a fitting service, someone who works really hard, but lets you do whatever you want to do and encourages you and helps you along the way, I think IS Ranch Fitting Services is definitely the place to go.
Just an outstanding red Brahmin female, as pretty as you could make one. Love the bone, love her muscling, love the breed character. Just a great female. Congratulations.
To me, just overall powerful. She got everything I'm looking for in a cow. She really level, top, smooth from hooks to pins. Had the depth of body. You just get behind her, she's overpowered with a lot of muscle in her. Very structurally sound. Just a really nice individual.